This is the night we finally learn who our next Prime Minister will be, who'll represent the UK on the world stage.
And we learn who will speak for you where you live and who will have power and influence in Westminster.
If it is Keir Starmer, it will be the end of years in the wilderness for the Labour Party, the first time Labour has taken power since 1997.
If it's Rishi Sunak, it would be an unprecedented fifth consecutive election victory for the Conservatives and would represent an extraordinary political comeback.
Election night is the night when history is written. Sometimes they herald in a new era.
Where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there is error, may we bring truth.
A new dawn has broken, has it not?
Sometimes the result is a bolt from the blue.
I'm absolutely delighted with the outcome of the general election.
Theresa May has played a high-risk political game and she may have lost her gamble.
And sometimes what we remember is something completely different.
Michael Portillo has lost the seat. Labour celebrates at the Festival Hall.
If this exit poll is right, I will publicly eat my hat on your programme.
5 years ago, election night was a night to remember. If you're a Conservative, Boris Johnson secured an 80-seat majority, winning seats in places that his party had never previously reached. It was a night to forget for Labour, producing the worst result since 1935.
This time we've had an election in which so many claimed to know the outcome before a single vote had been cast. And remember, people are still voting now.
In less than 15 minutes' time, we'll have the first indication of how Britain has voted when we bring you the exit poll. The moment when the public and the party leaders get their first sense of the story that's going to be written in the hours ahead.
And from then on, we'll crisscross the country, taking you round the key seats, hearing from the winners and the losers, the big beasts, the future cabinet ministers, the MPs out on their ear, and starting the debate on what's happened and what happens next.
Helping us to do that will be our BBC colleagues around the nation.
Hi, I'm Martha Carney and I'm in North Yorkshire, not for the glorious scenery, but because this is where Rishi Sunak's standing. But I think the Prime Minister's going to have a lot more to digest than his own result. Quite a night ahead.
I'm Justin Webb and I'll be following Sir Keir Starmer all night long. His journey to his count, his speech at that count, and then onwards to whatever comes next.
This is James Naughtie in Glasgow, where I'll be in the heat of the SNP Labour battle and looking across Scotland to all of its 57 seats that might tilt the Westminster balance and could send an important constitutional message across the UK too.
Hello, I'm in Blythe, where a recount in 2019 stopped them winning. But this time this team is even more determined than ever. Do we think we can beat Sunderland this time?
We'll hear from Naga Munchetty and many more of our reporters all over the country throughout the night as we follow the drama, not just the race to reach number 10, but the battles for power in Scotland and Wales, the regions of England too, and the impact of reform, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, the SNP and Plaid Cymru.
It's worth remembering that however often you hear this is a contest pitting Sunak against Starmer, it's not. Even if you add Farage and Davey, Swinney, Denyer and Ramsey and Ap Yorath, none of us could actually vote directly today for our choice of Prime Minister.
That is because what's happening today, what is still happening now, is 650 elections across the country in towns and cities, villages and suburbs. We vote for a representative for our community to go to Parliament. The overall winner is simply the party that can amass a majority of those 650 constituencies. Half of 650 plus one gets you into power. 326 then is the magic number, the moment we know for certain which party forms the next government from tomorrow.
It is that brutal. So, I hope you're ready. Whether you're with us on 5 Live or Radio 4 or watching us on the BBC iPlayer, we'll bring you the most comprehensive coverage of what will be an extraordinary night.
Welcome to our election night studio here in New Broadcasting House. This is the BBC's nerve centre for the night. This is where we'll be getting all the information coming into us from every one of those 650 constituencies. It's where Professor Sir John Curtis and his team will be delving into the details of all the numbers. It's where we'll be joined by many of the big players who'll be explaining the results to us and to you. And Rachel, you can watch us as well tonight. Just go to the news website, BBC News website, or BBC iPlayer, and it's on the front page.
Yeah, we've brushed our hair and everything for the occasion, haven't we, Nick? And here we are in our studio, surrounded by notes, flashcards, multi-screen TVs, lots of screens in front of us at our desks. But the key information hubs of the night, right beside us, are our pair of big political brains. To my right, Chief Political Correspondent Henry Zeffman. To my left, Professor Philip Cowley, Professor of Politics at Queen Mary University, London. Phil, I know you've done many of these nights. Almost 20 years you've been in these studios, working out what's going on, counting, analysing. How are you feeling about all of this?
I'm feeling as excited now as I did with the first one back in 2005.
And you barely look any different.
I feel a lot older.
Yeah. Had a full head of hair then.
What is fascinating is, and I think this will be even more true tonight than it has been for some of the other ones I've covered. I mean, as well as the big picture stuff, I think there are going to be some fascinating local questions, regional splits, individual constituencies that are going to be really fascinating.
What's important is this, isn't it, Phil? That even after we give that exit poll, in about 8 minutes' time, there are a huge number of fascinating stories beneath whatever the headline is that we learn then.
Exactly. So we get the exit poll at 10. Then we have a sort of couple of hours. We get a smattering of seats. And then somewhere around 1:30, 2 o'clock, it'll be like a deluge.
Henry, I know you're excited because you couldn't keep yourself away from the BBC election vibe. Henry was having some downtime earlier, just tinkering away on his piano keys. Have a listen to this. He's going red. Head in his hand. That is impressive. You posted this on your social media earlier. But this was your way, bizarrely, of winding down, Henry.
Something like that. There's no keyboard in the studio, but what I do have is a computer, a laptop and a phone, all of it to communicate with candidates, with MPs, with, frankly, soon-to-be ex-MPs about what they're hearing through the night.
Well, if you think we're tense, if you're tense at home waiting for the exit poll, spare a thought for the party leaders and their close teams. We're joined by two men who know exactly what that tension feels like. In the studio with us, Lord Wood, Stuart Wood, who was with Ed Miliband on election night 2015, and at the very same time in a living room in the Cotswolds with David Cameron was Sir Craig Oliver. Welcome to you both.
Nice to see you all.
Yeah, Craig, that moment when you get the exit poll, what is that like?
It was an extraordinary moment. We had thought that it was perfectly possible that David Cameron might not be able to form a government. So when the number flashed up on the screen, there was just a moment where it just amazing excitement. It was a bit like a drunken Kaylee in the room, everybody swinging each other around and couldn't quite believe it. Because actually that evening, David Cameron had
Stuart, you listening at the same time, how did it feel for you and Labour?
It was pretty dismal, to be honest. It was exactly as Craig said. The result flashed up. The seconds, the minutes before that result, it's such an extraordinary feeling of pressure. You know, you're in this living room, in our case in Doncaster, and you know that the whole country is watching the same thing. You don't know what the answer is going to be. And immediately the result came up. Half the room said that can't be right, and half the room said, "Oh no." So the reaction wasn't uniform either. But it was a shock. It was a case of the polling industry got it slightly wrong on that night. Hopefully that won't be the case again tonight.
Well, we'll have to see, won't
Indeed.
we? But it's not just the pressure of the big story, but also you must feel it for the MPs, the party activists who you've been working alongside.
You do. One of your first thoughts is, what does that mean? And what's the line now, given that exit poll, between the people who've won and the people who've lost? Which people are going to be going back to another job and which people are going to go to Westminster? And the phone starts buzzing, and that then becomes your occupation, as you say, that the implications for the 650 seats or the 632 seats that Labour had candidates in.
And that is the extraordinary thing. People must be exhausted at the end of a campaign. The leader, particularly, all that pressure on them personally. And yet at that very moment, potentially of disappointment, More decisions.
Exactly. Decisions. You haven't slept in probably that well a number of weeks. You certainly haven't slept for a number of hours. You know you've got a night ahead of you of no sleep and incredibly important pressurised interviews. And one team is going to then go and start running the country, probably on no sleep as well, which probably isn't the ideal way of doing it, but that's the way we have it in our country. So you know all of that's coming up ahead of you at 10 o'clock.
We've got Craig Oliver back with us now. I guess for you it was a different experience because you've been managing your own expectations. So do you get this surge of adrenaline then?
There was a surge of adrenaline, and I also remember that David Cameron just kept looking at me and saying, what if the exit poll's wrong? And I was able to say to him, having worked with John Curtis before, look, it's right. I believe it's right. Lots of people refuse to believe that because the Lib Dems had dropped so much that it could be accurate, but it was. But there was a very nervous couple of hours while waiting for those results to come in to confirm that it was actually right.
And are you at that moment just pretty much staring at the telly, looking at your phones, getting whatever you can, whatever information you can from the radio? Or do you already have a sort of plan of action in play that you're starting to enact?
There'd been some scenario planning of what happens in each of the circumstances. Most of the scenario planning had been, what if it's another hung parliament? What if another coalition has to be formed? But within a couple of hours, it was clear that he had a majority and he was going to be able to form a government. And I think that was what was really interesting about it, is quite often when people look at the exit poll, they don't believe it because it's not necessarily been 100% true to what the polls during the election have said. And my advice is, whatever the exit poll says, believe it, because it's almost certainly correct or very close to it.
You're nodding, Stuart, but I remember having to read out the results of an exit poll alongside David Dimbleby and myself thinking, I'm not sure I buy this, I'm not sure it's right. We don't know with a capital K, do we?
But it's one of those, for the next few minutes, everyone is in the same boat. No one knows more than that, apart from people who've compiled the exit polls. You then have this strange rhythm for the evening, as I'm sure we're all about to experience tonight. The result comes out, then there's reaction, but there's no more information for a while until the results start trickling in 1:32, and then you get more of a picture. And then by the middle of the night, you basically know whether the exit poll was 100% right or 90% right.
Do you have a muscle memory of this now, Stuart? So that when you experience, as we are tonight, if only we could provide you with that. But so you find your kind of emotions reignited, do you?
Yes, it's always an emotional night. There've been a few elections since then, but it's incredibly emotional every single time.
But Craig Oliver, just tell people then why they shouldn't go to bed, because the truth is, however reliable you think the exit poll is, there's an enormous amount of uncertainty and drama over the hours that lie ahead. We've lost Craig, but to you, Stuart.
There's huge uncertainty. There's uncertainty. I think what Philip Cowley says is right. There's going to be lots of interesting results which the aggregate numbers won't tell you about. And so that's going to be the interesting to watch, as well as the implications for each of the parties.
Thank you so much for the moment. It is a couple of minutes to 10 o'clock. We're close to getting the exit poll. Phil Cowley, remind us briefly what we can expect to hear.
OK, so the exit poll is conducted by Ipsos on behalf of BBC News, Sky News and ITV News. And it basically does what it says on the tin. It polls people as they exit the polling station, hence the name. They poll about 20,000 people at 120 or so polling stations, and they get them to fill in a replica ballot paper, exactly what they've done inside the polling station, in secret, which they then put into a little ballot box. That has two huge advantages over normal polls, because these people have actually voted. And so it means you don't have to worry about turnout, whether they vote or not, and you don't have to worry about them changing their minds at the last minute. It's about generating a number of seats. It will give us an estimated number of seats for each party and whether that's a majority or not.
General elections mark the chaptering of modern British history. They tell the story of the country in 4 or 5 year blocks, and what an incredible chapter we've witnessed these past 5 years. A once-in-a-century pandemic, a war in Europe, economic upheaval, the death of a monarch, 3 prime ministers. Now this chapter is coming to a close. What happens next? We're about to find out. You're listening to BBC Radio 4 and BBC Radio 5. This is Election Night with Rachel Burden and Nick Robinson. The polls in the 2024 election are about to close. And like it's done so many times before, Big Ben will signal the start of the next chapter in British history. It is approaching 10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock on Thursday, the 4th of July. The exit poll says it will be a Labour landslide. It has Labour on 410 seats, the Conservatives on 131, the Liberal Democrats 61 seats, the SNP on 10, Reform 13 seats, Plaid Cymru on 4, the Green Party 2 seats, and other parties, including those in Northern Ireland, on 19 seats. The exit poll is saying that would mean a Labour majority of 170.
410 seats is what the exit poll suggests. That is an increase of 209 seats. The Conservatives down to 131. That is a fall of 241 seats. The Liberal Democrats, 61. That's 53 more than they began the night with. 10 for the SNP. That is 38 down. For reasons you will hear in a second, be just careful about some of the detail that underlies the big headline story. And that includes the number for Reform. 13 for Reform, which of course would be an increase of 13. Plaid Cymru on 4 up to the Green Party +1. Professor Cowley, let's begin with the headline story before we begin follow up with the caution. The headline story summed up in a word: wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is a landslide pretty similar in size to that achieved by Tony Blair in 1997, which at the time someone described as like an asteroid hitting the Earth and destroying practically all life on Earth. It obviously didn't, but here we are many years later with a similar result. The Conservatives will be down to their smallest number of seats ever, losing about 2/3 of the MPs they were defending. And actually, you have to go back to 1931 to find any party losing this many seats in one election. So it's a very impressive landslide for the Labour Party.
So one thing we are absolutely clear about is that Keir Starmer will be our next Prime Minister. The Labour Party will have a huge majority. The Tories will struggle. Now, I told people to be careful when they heard the figures for the smaller parties, the SNP and Reform. It would be a huge drop in the SNP's number of MPs, a huge increase for Reform. Why be careful?
Okay, so the first caveat I'd say is until we actually see some votes, let's even be cautious about the first part of this, right? I mean, something would have to be catastrophically wrong with the exit poll for that outcome not to be right, but let's just wait and see. But you have to be more careful in general with smaller parties, and particularly in this case with both the SNP and the Reform predictions. It would only take very small changes in what we think has happened for the outcome to be very different in those two cases.
And particularly in Scotland, where the margins in those seats between Labour and SNP are very small.
Very slim.
A little bit wrong either way makes a dramatic...
I could make a huge difference. And the same actually with the Reform. We have Reform getting a small chance of winning lots of seats, and you add that all up together and you get 13 seats. It could be they get fewer than that. It could be they get more than that. We will wait and see.
Now, we want to hear your reaction to this through the night and through the morning as well. You can text us on the number that 5 Live listeners will be very familiar with, 85058, if you're joining us as a Radio 4 listener. Very, very easy. All you need to do, text 85058. We'll pick up your messages here. What does that mean to you when you hear those numbers? What does that mean for you, your family, your neighbourhood, your community? Do let us know. Henry Zeffman, Chief Political Correspondent, is here. So we've heard the headline, but how many other different stories are going on beneath that?
Not just an earthquake, and it is undoubtedly that, but a series of earthquakes. The Liberal Democrats, if this exit poll is correct, just one below the peak number of seats they've ever had way back in 2005. The coalition effect on the Liberal Democrats, perhaps over finally for them. The SNP, who once swept almost all of Scotland in very recent memory, perhaps dwindling to just 10. And Reform, a party to the right of the Conservative Party, potentially establishing a secure base in Parliament for the first time. That could be huge. But if you return to the big picture between Labour and the Conservatives, for the last 2 years, the polls have been telling us something like this is likely to happen. And I've spoken to Labour people and they would say, well, I don't quite believe that. I'm not going to believe that until the exit poll. Well, now they can believe their eyes and their ears. The Conservatives I've been speaking to for years have been saying, no, these polls are nonsense. Well, you have to say they were completely deluded.
We have talked about the drama of the exit poll, and I'm sure many people listening to it felt it, but watching the face of the man in front of me, Wes Streeting, who, if the exit poll is right, and I know you'll be cautious, could be our next health secretary, was something to behold. Can you believe it?
No. I used to think, watching back 1997 and seeing Labour spokespeople like Peter Mandelson or Alistair Campbell on in the early hours of the morning saying, well, we're still waiting for the results to come in, anything could happen. I used to think these people are nuts. And I actually now understand exactly how they feel. I won't believe the results until they're all in and know exactly what we're looking at. I think it's been clear to all of us for some time that the country is crying out for change. I think we felt during the course of this campaign that cry for change became louder. I was taken aback in my own constituency today at the number of people whose doors I was knocking on to encourage them to vote were saying, I voted this morning. Yeah, of course it's for you.
So what is it? If you had to sum this election up, having been on the door knocker for, 6 weeks, having been out all day today, what does this night represent?
Well, hopefully a turning point for our country, because we look at the state of Britain today. Its economy is broken, its public services are broken, and trust in politics is broken. And that's why throughout the run-up to this election and during the election itself, Labour has been so cautious with the promises we've made, not just because the public finances are in a mess. I know we had some criticism for caution, but also because we've just been so acutely aware that if there's one thing in even shorter supply in our country at the moment than money, it's trust. And if these exit polls are right, and if Keir Starmer is walking into Downing Street tomorrow as our Prime Minister, only the fourth Labour leader in history to have led us from opposition to majority Labour government, and the first opposition leader to do so in 27 years from the Labour Party, we will do exactly what we said we would, which is keep our promises, rebuild our economy, rebuild our public services and rebuild trust in politics.
It was an emotional moment between you and Stuart Wood there. You gave each other a little hug. I could see that. But let's find out what this is like for Mel Stride, Conservative candidate for Central Devon, Work and Pensions Secretary for the last 20 months, working closely, of course, with the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Mel Stride, Wes Streeting is saying he can't quite believe it yet, but do you believe it? Are you getting to grips with these numbers?
Oh, I think they will be there or thereabout. That is the history of these particular exit polls. It might move around a little bit, but I think we know the basic thrust of the results. And of course, this is a very difficult moment for the Conservative Party. And I am obviously very sorry that a number of my colleagues who have been sitting as members of Parliament previously have fought very hard for their constituents, have worked very hard in government, and I think when the history is written of this, we will recognise there were many achievements that this government has had. I'm very sorry that they're not going to be going back to Parliament. So a very, very difficult moment.
How comfortable are you feeling in your own seat, may I ask?
Well, I've never, ever at any election taken Central Devon for granted. Even when we were doing extremely well in the polls and everybody said, well, of course you're going to win. I always fought it to the last vote, and that's exactly what I've done this time. But we'll have to wait and see. I'll know at about 3:00 this morning, I think.
Well, we'll hopefully be there for that story as well as we try and get round as much of the country as we can over the next 6 or 7 hours. You've been saying over the last couple of days in many different broadcast interviews that voters had to get out and stop what you were describing as a Labour supermajority. Do you think that strategy has had any success at all?
I think it's too early to tell, although I do think it's interesting that the final YouGov MRP poll actually had Labour doing a bit better than this. Of course, we don't know what this is because we haven't got the final result. And it might be that at the end there was a narrowing, and that narrowing may have been driven by people, I think, quite rightly concerned that any government with a huge majority is effectively held to account. But as I say, look, there's no getting away from the result here, whether it narrowed a bit at the end or not. It appears to be a very emphatic win for the Labour Party, and now a great deal of work that the Conservative Party will need to to undertake in order to come back in the future, as I'm very confident it will, as the natural party of government, but a lot of work to be done.
Mel Stride, stay with us, if you would, a moment. Wes Streeting as well. You will both know that perhaps even more tension than the tension you've been feeling is at the headquarters of the parties and also the homes of leaders who are waiting to see how they individually have done and what it means for their future. Keir Starmer will be at his count at Holborn and St Pancras later. And then, if the exit poll is right, he'll be heading to a new address later this morning. Following him all the way through the night, the Today programme's Justin Webb. Justin.
Well, Nick, I have to say the mood at the moment is super cautious, if I can put it like that. So we are in a location in central London where Keir Starmer is expected to come later in the night if things go well for him. Members of the Shadow Cabinet also expected here. But at the moment, no one here. The hubbub you might be able to hear behind me is all journalists. Labour Party people are watching this on their own. There was no kind of hollering and whooping party atmosphere to be had. They are really, really damping down on all of that malarkey, as Joe Biden might have put it, until at least later in the night. And I think actually, there is a real sense here that they expected pretty much what the exit poll suggests will happen, but they are absolutely disciplined against celebrating it until much later in the night.
Justin, thank you very much. So Justin is there following Keir Starmer's counts over at Rishi Sunak's count. If the exit poll is to be believed, he is in his final few hours as Prime Minister, and he will, I'm sure, be currently in his home in Richmond in North Yorkshire, possibly listening to us, possibly watching the telly. But Martha Kearney will be on his tail. Martha.
Hi, Rachel. Yes, you're absolutely right. Rishi Sunak is in his home in the constituency. And maybe it's some consolation for him seeing that he's in his pretty village where he lives in the middle of the countryside. Although we were there earlier today, he might not enjoy the immediate view as his neighbour's house is festooned with Liberal Democrat posters. We saw him voting earlier in the day with his wife, who I'm sure will be providing some comfort to him after that exit poll at Chateau Murty. And we know what it's like for leaders on days like this, particularly if they think they're on the losing side, a mixture of exhaustion and adrenaline, some guilt too about the feelings towards candidates, people they know very well who could be possibly losing their seats. And a lot for him to reflect on, I suppose, what could have gone better in the campaign, the mistakes that we know about that he had to apologise for, like leaving the D-Day commemorations early.
Martha, thank you so much. We'll be popping back to Martha then throughout the night. Some early reaction because we're already getting so many texts into us on 85058. So some idea of what the conversations are in your homes tonight. This one here, it means a fresh start for the country. So possibly for me and my family, but question marks remain about how effective this change will be. Time will show. Robin Wiltshire says incredible result for Reform if they get 13 seats. In 5 years' time, they could be the main opposition. Another one here, fireworks going off across Waltham Forest. I burst into tears listening to the exit poll. Chris in Oxford, God help us if Labour gets in. Voters don't realise what happens next. And this one, finally, reaction. No great surprise yet. England against Switzerland might be more surprising.
It's interesting when people say no surprise, Phil Cowley, isn't it? Because I have only seen 3 of these moments in my lifetime. 1979, 1997, 2010. Those are the 3 occasions in 50 years in which there has been a transfer of one party to another. So the difficulty is because we've seen all these polls, there have been so many of them. It's like, well, yes, of course. It just isn't a yes, of course moment.
Well, no, it's not. And I'd go further. If you go back to the post to 1945, there is only one occasion on which you have seen a transfer of power from a party with a majority to another party with a majority. That was 1970. Not necessarily a good omen for the Labour Party, that, but never mind. You take what it is. So this is actually not one of those things. This is quite extraordinary. And the scale of Labour's win, whilst it may be smaller than some of the more crazy polls were predicting, is quite astonishing. And it would be quite astonishing even if it wasn't for the fact that they came back from 2019. You take all of that together, and this is a remarkable election if it turns out to be what the exit poll is showing. And I'll just, before I know, because you want to bring Wes in, this exit poll has the Tories to lose 241 seats. You go down and you find their 241st seat. It's Aldershot. It's a party they've held since a seat they've held since 1918. That is the scale of what this indicates.
Yeah, just to remind people, if they're tuning in for the first time, the projection is for the Tories to lose 241 seats, going down to 131, the lowest they've had ever. 1906, yes, 156.
Fewer than 1906, exactly.
And the Labour Party on 410, just below Tony Blair's margin. It was 418 then, and those numbers could change. Wes Tracy, were you one of those people 5 years ago? Because there were plenty of people in this studio and all over Westminster saying Labour can't come back from its worst defeat since 1935. Not in one go, of course it can eventually, but not in one go. Were you amongst those people saying it can be done?
100%. We had a near-death experience in 2019, our worst defeat since 1935. And the reason why people said this was impossible was because to get a majority of one, we needed a Blair-size swing. Let's not get carried away because there'll be lots of tight races, I know, thinking about the seats that will get us up to Aldershot. So let's not make any presumptions about the final number. But that exit poll is a Blair-sized majority. And yet we needed a Blair-sized swing to get a majority of one.
Just to remind people of the numbers, so 170 projected in the exit poll is the majority.
Yeah.
Tony Blair's majority was 170.
And I think the reason we're fundamentally in this position is because the Labour Party did the right thing after such a terrible defeat, which was to really listen, really understood why we lost, and really change.
But what we'll have to see underneath all of this is the vote share, which will tell another story altogether. And some people are saying this could be the most disproportionate election result ever. You could be looking at a vote share of less than 40%. That means it's a fairly fragile mandate that you have, potentially.
Well, let's wait and see. But I'm frankly glad to have seen the back of the Labour Party that was delighted to stack up votes in rock-solid safe seats and then present defeat as some sort of victory. As if, in 2017, Jeremy Corbyn was just extremely generous in giving Theresa May the keys to number 10 because he's such a campaigner against forced homelessness and forced eviction. So I'm just glad we've seen the back of that. And the one thing I will say is at this stage of the night, because I'm pretty sure, knowing how this country works and how the narrative moves on, people will start talking about the challenges next, and so we should. But we would not be in this position without the leadership that Keir Starmer has shown since 2019. He has stuck with it. He has stayed the course. He has shown more steel, more courage, more ruthlessness and determination than he's ever given credit for. He is not a big showman. He is a man of substance, which is why I think he will be a great Prime Minister and why I've been proud to work for him since 2019.
Mel Stride, you came into Parliament, in 2010, I think, didn't you? You've not sat with a vast majority of this size in the way that people who were on the Labour benches and served when Margaret Thatcher got her huge majorities did, or indeed Conservatives during the Blair success years. What is your sense of what that will mean for you, for your party, for you if you are elected tonight, and for your party?
Well, I think it's going to be obviously a huge mountain to climb, but the mountain peak is very clear, and that is to work out exactly what has happened, the mistakes that we have made, and there have undoubtedly been those, and what direction the party now needs to take in order to make that climb and to get back up to that peak, to become once again the natural party of government. And
is it too early to say, do you begin to have the answers to that question?
I think it is too early. I think in general terms, Nick, I think there will be a lot of people over the next 24, 48 hours making a lot of very strong statements about exactly what we should have done or didn't do or should do in the future. I'm very clear in my mind that this is a longer term process. I think it is a process rather than a moment in time in terms of getting the party back into a competitive position. I think we need to unite. We need to do something different, actually, difficult, which is that we need to unite on the one hand, but equally we've got to have that examination of what has happened here, but in a positive spirit, rather than it being characterised by rancour. And I don't think there is, for example, any easily attainable ideological magical square that we can suddenly jump to and everything will be right.
Well, I think there will be a lot of people in your party potentially looking at that reform vote as well and wondering what that means for the future direction of your party. I just wonder if I could ask you this, because I realise it's very, very early in the evening, but do you have a preference for a process by which there is a sort of period of calm reflection review before any potential new leadership contest happens, if we assume that Rishi Sunak won't stay on as leader?
So I think the most important thing is that we have the time to do it. I mean, that process can take many forms. And I think the really good news for the Conservative Party is there's a great depth, a reservoir of talent and ideas and clever people, and people that are in touch with their electorate and so on, who can help in that process. I just don't think it should be rushed, because I think this is something very fundamental that's happened here, and there is no quick fix. We have to think about this in a very mature and measured way in order to get it right.
Just briefly, Henry.
Well, it's fascinating hearing Mel Stride there say that the Conservative Party needs to unite as it works out what to do. This is a result which is almost tailor-made to ensure disunity in the Conservative Party as they decide what to do. Where have loads of those Lib Dem gains, if this exit poll is correct, come from? The Conservatives. So some Conservatives will say they need to be more pro-Europe, they need to be less into cultural conflict and things like that. On the other hand, many of those reform gains, if the exit poll is correct, will have come from Conservatives who will want a completely different arc of direction. And I've already been having some early exchanges with disconsolate, and I think that does it a disservice, Conservatives. Some of them telling me the party needs to return to being the party of David Cameron. Some of them telling me the Conservative Party needs to become more like Reform. That is a debate that's now going to play out, and it's going to play out without some of the people who wanted to be part of that debate. Because if this exit poll is right, bye-bye Penny Mordaunt, bye-bye Grant Shapps, and countless others.
Well, there is an interesting point, not just, as it were, for who might be the next Conservative leader, but Phil Cowley, if the poll is right, the exit poll about the Liberal Democrats, quite a lot of big names, Conservatives in the South England, not least the Chancellor of the Exchequer, are going to lose their seat.
Oh, yes. I mean, I've started to go through them. The Lib Dems alone, I think, take out 3 cabinet members, and then Labour take out a few more as well. So that the shape of the Conservative Parliamentary Party is going to look incredibly different. And again, I mean, I think you have to be careful with individual seats. I mean, Penny Mordaunt, for example, in Portsmouth North, that's 238th on the Conservative defence list. The Conservatives we're predicting to lose 241. It's perfectly possible that someone at 238 hangs on, but someone at 246 goes. So, I mean, we will see. But the broad picture is absolutely true. There are going to be some really big names going, at which point Henry is waving because he...
Well, we've had Keir Starmer's first response to this exit poll which says that tomorrow he will go to see the King at Buckingham Palace and become Prime Minister. He says, to everyone who has campaigned for Labour in this election, to everyone who voted for us and put their trust in our changed Labour Party, thank you.
Wes Streeting, if this poll turns out to be accurate, if you regain your seat, if you are then Health Secretary tomorrow, you've got a heck of a job ahead of you, haven't you? You've got doctor strikes to resolve, you've got an NHS that needs some serious attention. Are you in any way daunted by that task?
Daunted, yes. Prepared, definitely. I've been working really closely with former Labour Health Secretaries, with people who are actively engaged across the system in health and social care to make sure that we're better prepared now than we were in 1997.
How quickly can you resolve that doctor strike, for example?
Well, if the exit poll is right, and if I'm re-elected, and if I'm the Health and Social Care Secretary tomorrow, one of my first calls will be to the BMA with a view to getting talks up and running as a matter of urgency.
Do you know that you're our next Health Secretary?
No, because we don't have a Labour Prime Minister, and until the Labour Prime Minister calls you in and appoints you, you don't know for certain.
You'd be a tad.
But I think
the great joy for me of election nights is politicians, in a sense, don't have to pose and push a party line. We've all voted now, so I'm going to do something unusual. Mel Stride, listening still, I hope, in central Devon. Mel Stride, yes. Work and Pension Secretary.
Yes, hello. Yeah.
What advice would you give to Wes Streeting? Wes Streeting is on the brink of joining the Cabinet. You've been in Cabinet, you've dealt with some incredibly difficult problems as you try and reform welfare. What advice would you give to someone like Wes Streeting, new to being a minister, entirely new if he gets that job?
So I would say when you go into a big department, and health, of course, is, as DWP is, have a very clear set of objectives in your mind, not a very wide number of objectives, but a very clear set of important objectives. Get your officials around you, listen to what they have to say very carefully, but always at the back of your mind have your own instincts on these matters, because if you're in the business of changing things, you will come up against the orthodoxy. And in many cases, what good ministers do is see beyond that and push change against some resistance, not just external, but sometimes internal. I think that will be the biggest thing, and kind of be true to yourself and your instincts, and push hard and work hard and take people with you, work with your officials, but challenge them at the same time.
The man who looks set to be our next health secretary is not quite taking notes, but he was listening very carefully.
Yeah, that's right. And similarly, I'd say to the Conservative Party, beware the unity of the graveyard. The only way that the Labour Party has changed was being prepared to take on the fight and win the argument. And for too long, Labour's modernising tradition was left in the corner and left in the cold, and that led to successive election defeats. The Conservative Party needs to make a decision about whether it's going to be the winning One Nation party it used to be, or whether it's going to be a wholly owned subsidiary of Reform. And you can only resolve that question by winning the battle of ideas and organisation. And the One Nation Tories need to decide if it's a fight they want to win.
Well, it's a fascinating bit of advice you've given to each other. I don't want to be the bringer of bad news to you personally, Mel Stride, but our exit poll says what, Phil, about Central Devon?
I'm afraid, Mel Stride will have worked this out himself. On that sort of swing, Mel Stride will not be the MP after this election, but we will see. I should say on what we're predicting in Wes Streeting's seat, he will continue to be the MP despite what we think may have been a fairly substantial challenge from the left. But Mel Stride will not be.
Mel?
Well, can I just say, Nick, let's wait and see. But at the same time, if that is what the hand that fate deals me, can I just say that it has been the privilege, the honour of my life to have spent 14 years representing the fine people in this constituency.
Do you feel anger tonight?
No, I think actually, perspective is a great thing, and we need a bit of time to roll by until we get to that point. I think we had a tide against which we were swimming, particularly with COVID and the pressures that produced, particularly the fiscal pressures and the need for a tax response to that. I think the inflationary shock and managing our way through that and the cost of living problems that brought, amongst other things, some of which were admittedly of our own making. I think collectively that gave Rishi Sunak and this cabinet a very considerable tide against which to swim. And I think it's, so I don't feel anger. I think that's the way it is. Look, we've been in office now for 14 years, and that in itself is part of the story here. But now
John Major said,
to regroup,
as you may know, sorry to interrupt,
thinking and draw on all the talents that we still have, and to come up with that formulation, that direction for our party that can see us back in a competitive position in the future. And the one thing we've learned from this election, I think, is that the electorate is very volatile. There are no rules in politics. There is nothing that says that my party cannot come back within a single term, for example.
Mel Stride, we have to say goodbye to Wes Streeting. Thank you for your time this evening. There will be a series of politicians from a range of political parties coming in and out of the studio here this evening. Mel Stride is in his Devon seat at the moment.
Just before we go to news of what might be one of the first significant results and what we know about what's happening in Swindon in a second, what I was trying to quote to John Major's fascinating quote after the Conservatives lost it in 1997, he described the Tories as having, quote, stretched the democratic elastic too far, a phrase that he used.
So just to remind people, if you're just switching on, you're listening to 5 Live and BBC Radio 4. We've come together a joint programme this evening to bring you the results of the 2024 general election. And the exit poll has said that Labour has won a landslide. It's predicted Labour will get 410 seats, the Conservatives 131, the Lib Dems 61, the SNP 10, Reform 13, Plaid Cymru 4, the Green Party 2, and other parties, including Northern Ireland, 19. So those are the numbers. I realise it's quite hard to take in all that information. Also, there are lots of caveats around some of those numbers because a shift or two in either direction could change particularly the seat numbers around the SNP and Reform. That's what we're being told by our team. And we'll talk to Professor John Curtis as well, who, along with the rest of his team, has come up with that exit poll in a couple of minutes' time. Let's now, as we hop around the country, go to Ed Davies' constituency. Nick Watt is in Kingston and Suburbiton in southwest London. Hi, Nick.
Hello there, I'm in Chessington. You'll be very pleased to hear that I'm at a safe distance from the zoo. Got to be careful at zoos at this time of night. And yes, I'm at the Kingston and Surbiton count, the seat that Ed Davey has held since 2017.
They must be pretty happy there at the moment, are they, Nick?
That's right. So, look, we're not going to be seeing Ed Davey for a few hours. We think his result is sort of sometime between 3 and 4 a.m. But we have heard from Ed Davey, and Ed Davey is saying that if this exit poll is right, then the Liberal Democrats' view is this is their best result, they're saying, since 1923. Because what they're saying is if they got 29 gains, because they won 8 seats last time, 29 gains, that would be their best result in 101 years. This exit poll, if it's right, would suggest that they have absolutely smashed that. And what the Liberal Democrats are saying is that they believe that his very personal campaign, all that paddleboarding, going down that slide, they called that the air war, the national campaign. They think that worked really well. Their initial strategy, the classic Liberal Democrat strategy, was to have a ground campaign, because that's where they do well, and they wanted to make sure that the national campaign sort of didn't interrupt that. What they found was all the attention that Ed Davey got meant that that air war, that national campaign, enhanced the ground war. And where they are now, if that exit poll is right, they're back to the sort of seats that they had when they were able to be in coalition, though, of course, we're not talking about that now because it looks like a Labour landslide. Keir Starmer, if that poll is right, would be able to govern on his own.
Nick Watt, thank you very much indeed. When you said you were at Chessington, I thought briefly you were going to be at the World of Adventures with Sir Ed going down a slide or a bungee or something like that. It was a slightly curious stab, that, Professor Cowley, wasn't it? That claim that the Liberal Democrats have done better than they have since 1920.
Yeah, I didn't really understand.
I tell you what it is. I think what it was is it's more gains than they've ever had before.
But
it's not more seats.
It's not more seats. I mean, they did better marginally in 2005. I mean, it's effectively as good as they've ever done. But I think it's a bit of a stretch to say it's the best they've done going.
Well, the one who may be able to clear all of this up for us is joined us in the studio, taking the place of our Labour man Wes Streeting a little while ago. Sarah Olney, welcome.
Hello, good to be here.
Candidate for Richmond Park, which you won in 2019, also the party's Treasury spokesperson. If you get this sort of number, 60-odd seats, that's quite a thing, isn't it?
Oh, we're so excited. This would be, we think this is the best result in a century. And, we're all really, really
Everyone's still shaking their head at that stuff.
It's the sort of result you used to have before you went into coalition and got marmalised by the electorate for jumping into bed with the Tories, isn't it?
Well, yes, we're going back. We got a similar result as I think you were just saying in 2005. So we are we're back. We're back as a parliamentary force in this country, and it really is tribute to Ed's hard work, his very inspirational campaign, and putting the NHS and social care front and centre.
There's no doubt it's been an effective campaign, but it's very specifically targeted. So your vote concentration is in a certain geographical area. I wonder, can you really claim to be a serious opposition party for the country?
Well, obviously that's what we've done. We have very much focused on specific seats that we think we can win. But you'll see that, or I'm hoping that we'll see good results across the West Country, across the Southeast. So significant parts of the country, and we will be making gains, we hope, in every part of the country.
And one thing that people who don't work in Parliament, aren't inside Parliament as you have been and reported on it as Henry has, will not know is that if you do better than the SNP, and even if the figures for the SNP are too hard on them, that they do rather better than our exit poll is suggesting, down at 10, you get a question every week at Prime Minister's Questions. You get new rights as the third party in Westminster.
That's right. And that's been our goal, from long time before the campaign started, that we wanted to become the third party, that we wanted to overtake the SNP. So that's always been our goal, and I'm so delighted to see that we have hopefully successfully achieved that.
Sarah, for the moment, thank you.
Let's go to Henry.
We have still not heard anything from the man who is, for now at least, Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, but we have had our first official response, because I think Mel Stride was speaking more reflectively there, actually, as an MP who might be on the brink of leaving Parliament. But we've had our first official response from the Conservative Party. They say this: "This is a projection, not a result, so it's important we wait to see the actual results come in. But if these results are correct, it is clear that Starmer and Angela Rayner will be in Downing Street tomorrow. That means your taxes will rise and our country will be less secure." I think that one didn't work over the last 6 weeks, but clearly one last hurrah for it. They go on to say, "It's clear that based on this result, we will have lost some very good and hard-working candidates. There's a long night ahead and we should wait to see the shape of the government that people have chosen. We will know soon enough." Now, look, I don't think Conservative headquarters would have been shocked by this result, but 6 weeks ago, when Rishi Sunak walked out into the Downing Street downpour, do not underestimate the extent to which his people, his very tight-knit inner circle, believed in him. They thought that if the public saw Rishi Sunak, they would see what they see in him. They were wrong. They didn't. And he is headed for the backbenchers.
And one of the debates that will be had, and we've got many hours to fill, we'll be having it, which is whether that was a mad decision to go as early as he did. But before you answer that, let us go to accounts. One of the big counts for the night is the count of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the count of Jeremy Hunt. Darshini David is in Godalming and Ash for us tonight. It's going to be quite a moment when that result comes in, isn't it, Darshini?
Isn't it just, Nick? They're no strangers to drama here in the Surrey Hills. They're used to the filming things like the Harry Potter films, James Bond, but it's nothing like what's unfolding here at the Edge Leisure Centre, because we always knew it was going to be a very tight race here. They've gone against convention. They're counting Godalming and Ash before Farnham because they know this is a big moment indeed. And that exit poll does suggest there's only a 19% chance of the Chancellor retaining his seat. He'd be the first Chancellor in modern history to lose his seat if that poll is right. Safe to say there are some pretty shocked faces amongst his camp here at the Leisure Centre. But it's not a done deal, of course. There's a lot of factors here to consider. We're told it's been an election campaign about the economy. Recession's in the rearview mirror. We're back down to target for inflation. But when those figures came out about inflation, where was the Chancellor? He was here, pounding the pavements, because he thinks the gamble is whether or not he can up his personal vote. He is a local boy. He's been campaigning on issues such as the NHS and sewage, which matter to people here, but so too has his Lib Dem rival, Paul Follows, a councillor here, very well-known local figure. And at the same time, this is a constituency that has changed. It's a new one. The boundary changes do favour the Conservatives. And also, we've got more parties standing for election this time round. And what we're hearing from the Lib Dems is that sometimes persuading people on the doorstep to do tactical voting is rather challenging. So lots of question marks, but the way the polls are looking tonight, it looks like we could be seeing a huge dramatic moment here. 35 cabinet ministers so far since 1900 lost their seat. Could this be the next one? Join us at 3:30 a.m.
Darshini will join you before then, probably. I must say, as it happens, I know the seats local Liberal Democrats were thinking they'd won before anybody voted this morning, and people close to the Chancellor thought he would lose.
Darshini sounded really confident about that 3:30 declaration. We have estimated declaration times for all the seats, so just to kind of give you an idea of what goes on behind the scenes, we have some idea, hopefully, of where to go to when. The first seat will be declared at around about 11:30. Am I right, Phil Cowley? 11:30?
Ish.
We think ish.
I mean, the thing with estimated declaration times, stress the estimated.
Yeah, exactly. So, of course, as soon as we get the first one, we'll let you know, and we'll cover as many of them as we can. Just want to also remind you that we are on the radio. We're on 5 Live, we're on Radio 4. You can listen to us via the BBC Sounds app, which means you can take us wherever you go this evening or into the early hours of tomorrow morning. But you can also watch us on the iPlayer. If you just go to the front page of BBC iPlayer, you'll find us there, so you get a little glimpse of what goes on in the studio as well as these programmes go out on air. Right, we can go to Swindon South. Julian Warwicker is at the count there, where the former Justice Secretary Robert Buckland could be beaten by Labour. Set out the stall there. What's the picture, Julian?
Rachel, a very good evening to you from the Steam Museum of the Great Western Railway in Swindon, a fantastic venue for this count to be taking place. The great thing about Swindon in the context of tonight is that it will take you away from having to talk about exit polls and will take you to one of your first results of the night, because that Swindon South seat that you mentioned a moment ago is due to declare at around about midnight. The returning officer, Sam Mowbray, has got all of her counters working very busily down below me and seems reasonably confident that we can hit that target. And the reason the Swindon seats matter, not just south but north, which we'll hear about a little bit later on in the night, is that Swindon over the years has tended to vote the same way as the country does. So when Swindon votes Labour, the country does, Conservative likewise. So those two seats at the moment, south and north, are Conservative held. They were won by the Conservatives in 2019. And you mentioned Sir Robert Buckland. He is defending a majority of just under 6,000 if you look at the figures with the adjustment made for the boundary changes. So it would only require a swing of under 6% for Labour to win that seat. So given the exit poll that you've been talking about, all the indications are on that one that may well swing to Labour. Interesting personalities involved in that seat as well. Sir Robert Buckland, as you say, former cabinet minister, but his Labour opponent, Heidi Alexander, is a name that political watchers will be familiar with because she was a Labour MP from 2010 until 2018. She didn't quite see eye to eye with Jeremy Corbyn, opted out of Westminster politics to work with Sadiq Khan for a while, but is now back in her birthplace to try and become the Labour MP for Swindon South. We'll get that result, as I say, at around about midnight. Swindon North, a stronger Conservative majority last time round, but still vulnerable. That one at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you so much, Julian. We'll be back with you in a couple of hours.
Yes, now, just remember, Phil Cowley, worth saying just before we go to Alex Forsyth in Clacton, when we get actual results, that gives us the first evidence, doesn't it, of what the exit poll has told us. We can take a look at it. You, the experts, can take a look at it and go, seems to be absolutely right, or not, if there's something on there.
So just two cautionary notes here, though. The first is that the first few seats we're going to get are seats where we will expect the Reform Party to do particularly well. Not we think to win them, but to poll better than they will in the rest of the country.
Yeah, those in the northeast.
The northeast seats. Yeah. And so it may look as if the swing, Conlab swing, is not in line with the exit poll, but that won't necessarily be true. The second cautionary note, and this is as much for people listening at home as it is for us, is that, and this was mentioned in Julian's report there have been boundary changes since the last election. And that means that some of the contrasts and comparisons that we are using in some places are with notional estimates of what happened last time rather than the actual seat, which introduces another layer of uncertainty into the whole.
Which is why you're here, because then you can explain it all to us. Let's go over.
And it's also why, by the way, you should keep listening to us through the night, because we may have the big picture numbers, but it's only an exit poll. There's still so many more stories to tell.
Alex Forsyth is in Clacton on the Essex coast, where Nigel Farage, if he wins, if he does anything like this exit poll, will be a very happy man. Alex.
Yeah, you can bet your bottom dollar, Nick, because of course this is his 8th attempt of trying to get elected as an MP. 7 times previously he's failed, but as you say, if that exit poll is right, with all of the caveats that we know exist around exit polls, then he might just have done it this time. Now the counting's already underway here in Clacton. If those exit polls are to be believed, this could really be quite a seismic moment for Nigel Farage, because of course in the various parties that he's led, the previous iterations of what is now Reform UK, UKIP and the Brexit Party, he hasn't managed a big breakthrough when it comes to Westminster politics. And so there's a lot of attention on this count here tonight. Of course, it has been, Clacton, very much the centrepiece of Nigel Farage's campaigning strategy. You've seen the rallies on Clacton Pier, but it's worth remembering, if he does win here, he'll be overturning a Conservative majority of some 24,000. Now, Clacton is, of course, the constituency that did elect a UKIP MP in the past, Douglas Carswell, who triggered a by-election and then won the seat here back in 2015 at the general election. Then, a little bit of context for you. UKIP, the former party that Nigel Farage led, polled 4 million votes and won just this one seat here in Clacton. let's see tonight if they can do any better than that. I've been on the phone to some of my contacts in Reform UK already to see if they had any reaction to that exit poll. A strange silence so far, but I can almost assure you it's not going to stay quiet in Clacton for long.
Alex Forsyth, thank you very much indeed. I think we can go directly to Reform UK. Their co-deputy leader, Dr. David Bull, is on the line now and joins us. Good morning to you.
A very good evening.
Good evening. We're still on, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yes, my goodness, I'm getting ahead of ourselves.
You are indeed.
Now, are you going to get ahead of yourselves and say, look at us, we've got 13 seats? Because our experts are saying 13 in that exit poll would, of course, be an extraordinary success, but they're being quite cautious about it.
Well, and absolutely right. Look, at the end of the day, this is an exit poll. But if it is right, this is an historic breakthrough for a party that is just 4 years old. And it really shows to me the movement and what people are saying behind closed doors, actually. We've spoken a lot about shy reformers. We felt this in the Brexit referendum as well, where people weren't actually telling the pollsters exactly how they were going to vote. So there is no doubt that if we get 13 seats, that is an exemplary measure by any means. But what we now know is our vote share is double that of the Liberal Democrats, and yet we get a quarter of the seats.
Well, we don't know that, actually, at this stage, do we?
Well, that's what one of the other news channels is broadcasting. OK, if our vote share is double that of the Liberal Democrats, and if we only get 25% of the seats, that shows our political system is utterly broken. And I think, actually, people around the country will say that our system of first past the post isn't fit for purpose.
How is it looking in your own seat where you're standing, West Suffolk?
I honestly don't know. It's a 23,000 majority. It's a Conservative seat. Nick Timothy is my opposite number. Of course, he was Theresa May's Chief of Staff. Now, obviously, Matt Hancock also had that seat, and he was Secretary of State during the COVID crisis. I don't think there's much love lost there between the electorate and Matt Hancock. So, look,
I'm interested,
I don't know.
Dr. Bull, that you talked about, was it shy, the word you used?
Yes.
The word the pollsters used many years ago to explain why polls were wrong about the Conservatives and they were so-called shy Tories. Are you saying that there are voters that you've come across who are, embarrassed to say to friends, family, publicly that they're supporting reform, but when they got to the ballot box, did vote for you?
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. I heard from friends of mine who didn't want to tell their family how they were voting, for instance. So they're shy reformers. And I think partly because people have, when you say that you're voting for reform, you're sort of labelled in a very negative way. And actually, I think our policies are exactly what the country needs.
How do you get over that, though? Because you clearly did have a problem. Let's not have the argument during the campaign, because we don't want to repeat that. It'd be boring for people. Yeah. But you clearly had a real problem. There were lots of candidates with pretty revolting views, frankly, that you said that you're a startup party and you got problems with. I note that you've just said you're a 4-year-old party, so you're not that startup.
Well,
but what are you going to do about it?
We fielded 620 candidates, and obviously the snap election caught us by surprise. It also caught the Conservative Party by surprise. Look, there were some bad candidates there. The minute we found out about them, they are out of the party. We also paid an independent company to actually go through and verify all of those candidates. Now, they failed us as well. So as we grow and develop and mature, we will ensure that we have a proper vetting process in place. But actually, as I go back to 13 seats, it shows the weight of support of people around this country.
Well, you talk about growing and maturing then. Does that also mean looking at your own political party structure so that it's less like a sort of private enterprise and more like a democratic organisation?
It's a great point, actually. It was set up in a hurry, as you know, for the Brexit referendum, and it is something that we're already dealing with. We are moving it forward into a more traditional party structure, but that can't be done overnight, and we had to move quickly to get it into place, and that's why I'm so proud of the entire team. And without Richard Tice, this party would not be where it is, and without Nigel Farage coming back, of course, we wouldn't be in this situation. It's really exciting to be in the middle of this, because this is an upstart party. It is the beginning of a revolt. It is a beginning of the people saying, we don't like what's going on in Westminster.
I think it's an interesting choice of phrase, an upstart party instead of a startup party, but we know what you meant, Dr. David Bull. Look, enjoy the evening. Sounds like you are already. We're grateful for you joining us. Dr. David Bull there, the co-deputy leader of Reform UK. Just before we hear the latest in Scotland from Jim Naughtie, it's worth saying, Phil Calley, isn't it? Because it applies to Scotland and it applies to the reform vote, the exit poll. Let's just repeat why we're being cautious. Because when people hear the headline of our exit poll, the first thing they say is, wow, huge Labour landslide. But they also say, reform, 13 MPs, the SNP only 10. So why is it that people should be wary of those numbers?
Because in both cases, there's quite high levels of uncertainty about the predictions. So if you think about the way the exit poll works in general, if it works out, for example, that you have 100 seats in which in all of those seats we think Labour has 2/3, 66% chance of getting those seats, it says, right, Labour will win 66 seats then. It just is an arithmetic process. But obviously, if you have smaller number of seats and you have very small gaps between the parties, then it wouldn't take a very big shift in votes, and suddenly the numbers would look very different.
So if you're listening and you're a Reform supporter, you could be talking of a handful or the 13. I mean, it's quite a big range.
Or more. I mean, you also have to bear in mind it could go higher. Yeah.
Right. We need to go actually to Naga Munchetty, who's in Blyth and Ashington. Often one of the early declarers. And Naga, how's it looking there? Frantic activity as ever in this particular constituency.
Rachel, evening to you. We may get a declaration within about 7-8 minutes.
Goodness me, that would be early.
Yeah. So we had the announcement 3 minutes ago, and we were told as soon as that announcement's made to expect it in 10 minutes from there. So look, let me just tell you what's going on here. There are 4 constituencies being counted. So as you mentioned, Blyth and Ashington. That's going to be the first one. So that's the one we're expecting to be declared. There's also Cramlington and Killingworth, Hexham and Northumberland North. Now, they're all new constituencies because of the boundary changes. You were asking if it was frantic here. Do you know, right at the beginning it was, and there have been pictures of cars whizzing in and people running in with boxes, and I'm in this big sports hall in this leisure centre, and there were like 4 exits in each corner, and people running in with boxes, and people frantically is the wrong word, methodically but speedily counting and placing ballot papers into piles. All have got like thimbles, rubber thimbles, there's lightweight paper, all of these things introduced from 2019. There's a real family story here in this poll count here, because Bill Crawford was a man who's credited largely with helping speed up the process. So he was at Sunderland for many years and at Newcastle at the counts, and then he was poached in 2019 here to Blyth Valley, as it was then. And Blyth missed out on being the first to declare because of one bundle that needed recounting. So it missed out. Last year, the first box got into this room 38 seconds after 10 o'clock, right? So 10 p.m. and 38 seconds, because there's a polling station here. Today, it was 30 seconds. And like you say, Rachel, it's earlier than expected. If we do get this count here in the next, 6-7 minutes, we reckon?
Yeah, it's early, but there's someone up against you. Sally Nugent is in Houghton and Sunderland South, where they want to be first as well, don't they, Sally?
They do. And they have been first many, many, many times. They are the original race winners when it comes to this race. But I have to say the mood here is very much that this isn't a race tonight. They're going for accuracy over speed. That's the official line anyway. But I can tell you this, as we were all waiting to come into this giant sports hall tonight, there were people with special non-slippy gloves, people racing for their seats, teenagers who've been practicing carrying in these ballot boxes, ready to snip them open and chuck the votes right onto the table in front of the teams. So there is a real sense of competition. I know that Naga they might be about to beat us, but here in Sunderland South, they're very proud of the record that they hold that I think is unlikely ever to be broken because of boundary changes, of the fastest result ever, which was 42 minutes and 45 seconds.
Well, I know you love your sport, Sally, so you will enjoy the athleticism of a process like this. There is an art form to it, to getting a count absolutely slick. Go on.
Do you know, no, I was just going to say, Rachel, I did wonder whether I should make some kind of reference to Sunderland and underdogs, but I don't really like to. Maybe used to not quite winning.
We'll leave that one hanging out there. Thank you very much, Sally Nugent. We'll be back with her at Houghton and Sunderland South as soon as we get the results.
Just going on the pictures, I've got a lot of screens in front of me here. I thought it looked a bit calm in Houghton. Blyth, there's a lot of running around, I could see, and people with ballot boxes. I'd put your money on Blyth at the moment. You are allowed to gamble now, It's not embarrassing anymore about who comes first. Now, we're going to go to Jim Naughtie in 2 seconds. We said that a second ago, but stand by for John Curtis, who's going to go through the exit poll details for us. If you're just tuning in, the headline of that exit poll, a Labour landslide, a majority of 170. That is there or thereabouts the same as Tony Blair's majority. His was 179, but the figures could change slightly. We're talking of the scale of change that we saw in 1997, and the Tories doing much worse, down to 131 seats. Jim, part of that story is in Scotland, and a very important battle or series of battles taking place where you are.
Well, it's a huge series of battles. You're right, Nick. And you talk about Sunderland, when we're hearing Sunderland not winning. Well, I'm sitting next, as it happens, to Celtic Park, a place with which you'll be familiar, where they do tend to win. Anyway, I'm at the Emirates Arena just next door, where the 6 Glasgow seats are being counted. And, if Labour are going to do what the exit poll suggests the party will do, they'll win all the 6 Glasgow seats back from the SNP. And that will be a kind of measure of the change that seems to be in the air. I must confess, it was interesting hearing Phil talking about the caution we should apply to the smaller parties. I mean, the SNP is not a small party in Scotland, but across the UK, obviously it is. When I saw 10 seats, I must say I had a wee shiver in the back of my spine. It felt a wee bit low to me, but I don't think anyone here has any doubt, and it's confirmed by the exit poll, that the SNP is going to have a huge setback tonight. 48 seats in the last election in 2019 across Scotland, more than 80% of the Westminster seats. That is going to be slashed heavily. We don't know to what level, but it's going to be very big indeed. There's a very interesting battle, of course, in rural Scotland and the North East and the borders, where, curiously, Labour don't play a part, more or less. I mean, the candidates there would object to that, but it's true. 6 Conservative seats, and of course there it's a Conservative SNP battle, whereas in the Central Belt it's an SNP Labour battle. And they're 2 different elections in a way. And in the North East and in the borders, people are having to choose between 2 unpopular governments.
Jim.
Do you vote for the Tories or you vote for the SNP? It's going to be a very big night here in Glasgow. I think we'll see here what Labour have done if the exit poll is correct, and I think the SNP are going to have a very difficult night indeed.
It's going to be fascinating. Thank you so much. We'll be popping back to Jim regularly. So just so you are aware, we are expecting declarations very soon, possibly at Blyth and Ashington, possibly at Houghton and Sunderland, both in the northeast of England. We'll bring those to you as soon as the returning officer takes their step up onto the stage.
Sometimes people don't, I think, appreciate the huge local pride that is taken in coming first, and money is spent in order to make sure you're the first image on the television screens. And when those news packages are done by the likes of Henry tomorrow, that the first count that's declared will have the logo of your council and of your town and of your seat. It is something people invest in properly.
Can I just read a few texts, because we've had so many of them through, and it'll just give you an idea of the kind of conversations that are going on, sitting rooms, kitchens, cars, around the country as you're hearing the news this evening of the exit poll, which is not by any means an absolute prediction of what will happen. It just is what the number crunchers believe is the likely scenario, but this is how you're responding to it. Greetings, says this one here from a Green Party voter. Please don't ignore the Greens. The exit poll gives them 2 seats, but I'll be interested in the total number of votes. That's from Julia. Tom in Dorset. I'm adamantly not a Reform voter, but given the likely significant national share of the vote for Reform, does this set in train real moves for electoral reform?
Just a quick thought on those 2 messages there. I think it will in both their cases, because the Greens look likely to get an awful lot of votes but not many seats. And it could be that Reform, despite that prediction of 13, also get even more votes and not that many seats.
At the same time, it could be that Labour get a landslide with what could be a historically low percentage share of the vote. So the pressure for electoral reform will come from an awful lot of directions. That said, you will have a government with a very large majority who will have absolutely no interest in pursuing a policy of electoral reform. I merely leave that there.
It's always been the way. You're in opposition interested in government, not Henry.
And the figure, by the way, for those who don't know, on what is the lowest share of the vote with which we've ever had a majority is Tony Blair in 2005, 35.2%. So Keir Starmer will want to be above that. While this has all been going on a different note, I've been having all sorts of WhatsApp conversations with Conservatives, including some who on this exit poll would be turfed out of Parliament. Now, it's too early to say what's going to become the prevailing narrative. There's too many twists and turns for that. But as it stands at the moment, I'm hearing again and again the issue for the Conservatives on the door was immigration. Got Conservative candidates defeated, as it seems, Conservative candidates saying the issue was the small boats. People were so unhappy about them. That's what I just received
Yeah, it's
from a
strange
minister.
because they didn't hammer the Rwanda plan as much in the campaign as a lot of people were expecting. They went much harder in on Labour's plans and taxation and so on, but we didn't hear a huge amount from them on that.
And I think they wanted to, and I think that was one of the reasons they made what I think will now go down as a catastrophic decision to hold the election in July. The hope was that if you hold the election before the Rwanda policy could take effect, you could say, look, if you vote Conservative,
it's going to
happen. Flight takes off. If you vote Labour, it doesn't. But from the conversations I'm having, the issue on the doorstep that some Conservative MPs, potentially ex-Conservative MPs now had, was that voters would say, well, OK, but you haven't stopped them.
And Nick asked an interesting question of Mel Stride, Conservative candidate earlier, saying, are you angry? Do you get a sense of anger from the WhatsApp messages
Not
you're picking
so
up?
much,
not
actually.
At this stage.
I think so far, I mean, to be fair, there are plenty who are leaving me on the dreaded one tick. I think they've turned their phones off to digest this, so I don't know yet. But not so much. I think the truth is, because of all these polls, Conservatives have kind of pre-grieved this result. They knew they were going to lose, and they were just waiting to find out by how much.
Pre-grieved, it's a good phrase from Henry Zeffman here. You're listening to Election Night 2024 with me, Nick Robinson, and with Rachel Burden, as well, of course, with Henry Zeffman in the studio with us and Professor Phil Cowley.
We're with you all night with results, reaction and analysis. And the exit poll suggests Labour is set to win a general election landslide with a majority of 170. In a few minutes, we're expecting the first real results of the night. Blythe and Ashington hope to be the first to declare. We could also get the result from Houghton and Sunderland South.
We're going to be speaking to the former Conservative MP, Charles Walker, who had this to say the night before Liz Truss quit as Prime Minister.
There is nothing as an ex-MP.
How are he and his former colleagues and perhaps future ex-MPs feeling tonight? And the man who used to run the civil service has just joined us in the studio. Good morning to you. Good evening. I keep saying good morning. We're not in the morning yet, but good evening to you. Lord O'Donnell, Gus O'Donnell has just sat down, and we'll hear about the challenges from you of forming a new government in just a moment.
All that after the news with Caroline Nichols.
Labour is predicted to have won the general election by a landslide, with Sir Keir Starmer on track to become the next Prime Minister. The exit poll forecasts that the party will win 410 seats, giving a majority of 170. The Conservatives are projected to win 131 seats, which would be their worst ever result. In a post on social media, Sir Keir thanked voters for putting their trust in what he called his changed Labour Party. The poll also forecasts a good night for the Liberal Democrats. It puts them on 61, while the Scottish National Party is on just 10. That would mean the SNP is on course to lose its position as the party with the most Scottish seats in Westminster. Reform UK is forecast to win 13 seats and the Greens to take 2. The exit poll is carried out by the research company Ipsos for BBC News, ITV News and Sky News. It puts Labour close to, but not surpassing, the majority won by Tony Blair in 1997. The Shadow Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, gave his reaction moments after the results of the poll were announced.
If these exit polls are right, and if Keir Starmer is walking into Downing Street tomorrow as our Prime Minister, the fourth Labour leader in history to have led us from opposition to majority Labour government, we will do exactly what we said we would, which is keep our promises, rebuild our economy, rebuild our public services and rebuild trust in politics.
The Conservatives say the poll is a projection, not a result, but that, if accurate, taxes will rise and the UK will be less secure under a Labour government. The Work and Pensions Secretary, Mel Stride, told us he had no reason to doubt the exit poll.
This is a very difficult moment for the Conservative Party, and I am obviously very sorry that a number of my colleagues who have been sitting as members of Parliament previously have fought very hard for their constituents, have worked very hard in government, and I think when the history is written of this, we will recognise there were many achievements that this government has had. I'm very sorry that they're not going to be going back to Parliament.
The Lib Dems are forecast to become the third largest party, falling just one seat short of their record high of 62 seats. Sir Ed Davey said that a result, if accurate, was the party's best for a generation. That was echoed by the Lib Dem Treasury spokesperson Sarah Olney.
We're back. We're back as a parliamentary force in this country, and it really is tribute to Ed's hard work, his very inspirational campaign, and putting the NHS and social care front and centre.
Counting is getting underway for the 650 seats across the UK. The first constituencies are expected to declare in the next hour.
You're listening to Election Night on Radio 4 and Radio 5 Live with me, Nick Robinson, and Rachel Burden. You can also watch us tonight. Just go to the front page of the news website or iPlayer.
Now, we could get the first result any minute now. Houghton and Sunderland is imminent, so we'll come to that as soon as we get word from them. But in case you missed it, the exit poll says Labour has won a landslide victory in the UK general election. Here's just a flavour of some of the reaction to that news.
This is a massacre. It is a massacre.
An electoral meteor has now struck planet Earth.
Not just an earthquake, and it is undoubtedly that, but a series of earthquakes.
It's a pretty devastating night for the Conservative Party.
Blimey, just take a look and take in those numbers.
This is at the grimmer end of expectations for the SNP if the exit poll is right.
First of all, congratulations to Prime Minister Starmer.
There was no kind of hollering and whooping party atmosphere to be had. They are really, really damping down on all of that.
I think it would have required sort of Superman as leader of the Conservative Party to lead them back to some sort of victory, and Mr Sunak is not Superman.
I'm sure he will be reflecting on whether his role might be to be there for a while to get us through the recriminations phase.
Can you believe him?
No.
The man behind that exit poll showing 170 Labour majority is, of course, Professor Sir John Curtice. John, we heard the word earthquake, earthquakes plural, meteorite, landslide. You're the academic. What's the best way of describing it?
Well, it's unprecedented, but we should be very careful about how we interpret this and indeed what our expectations are in the wake of this exit poll. The first thing to say is that the seat figures we've come up with are not just simply a reflection of the changes in support for the party across the country as a whole. They are also very heavily influenced by apparent changes in the geography of support as compared with the last election. Changes that are very much to the Conservatives' disadvantage. There are three things to be aware of. One, the support for the Conservatives is falling, according to the exit poll, but most in places they are trying to defend. Secondly, where are Labour doing better? They're doing better in constituencies where they were the principal challengers to the Conservatives locally, and where are the Liberal Democrats doing better? They are doing better in places where they were the challengers to the Conservatives. Now, we're pretty sure that these patterns will be there at the end of the night, but inevitably one of the uncertainties is whether or not we've got the strength of these patterns right. And if we've overestimated these patterns, then maybe the Conservatives will do rather better and Labour less well. But equally, of course, it could go in the other direction. But it does therefore also mean we should not presume that because Labour are heading for a landslide in terms of votes, in seats, that they are necessarily heading for a landslide in terms of votes. Indeed, we are extremely doubtful of that proposition. The second thing I have to say about the health warning is that the two figures which have caused a lot of interest, but which are the least certain in this exit poll, are the figures for Reform at 13 and the SNP at 10. Reform has certainly done much of the damage to the Conservative Party. The principal reason why support for the Conservatives is falling more heavily in places where they were previously strongest is because of the fact that that's where Reform are doing best, are much less to do with Labour's performance. But whether or not Reform are going to convert this into seats and how much, we've got a lot of seats where they've got a small chance of winning. And it's just a question of how many of those do end up being converted into wins for Reform as to whether or not that 13 figure is right, wrong, too high, too small, or whatever. Equally now, of course, in Scotland, inevitably we have fewer sampling points. If we have just overestimated Labour's position relative to the SNP by a relatively small amount, then that SNP figure could undoubtedly climb, although we're pretty confident that the Labour Party is going to emerge as the largest party in Scotland.
I'm going to interrupt you because you would want to be interrupted. The candidates are being called to the stage at Houghton and Sunderland South. This is the first result of the 2024 general election. And John, just briefly, while we wait for the result, this matters in your assessment, doesn't it, of how accurate the exit poll is?
Well, to give you some idea of what we're expecting, if the exit poll is right, we expect Labour to be up by about 6 points, Reform up by about 18, and the Conservatives potentially down by 26. This is a very heavily Leave area, and we think that the impact of Reform in this area is going to do the Conservatives particular harm in a way that's not necessarily true of Labour-held seats elsewhere.
So, not that you can explain it all, because we'd have to do a course at Strathclyde University to get it all, but as the night goes on, you're checking your exit poll against real results and constantly calibrating.
That's what you should be doing in the studio as well, Nick.
Yeah. John Curtis, Professor John Curtis, will let you go and watch this first result now. I wonder if we can just put up the sound that I am hearing now. I'm hearing the sound at Houghton and Sunderland, where that Sunderland South it is, where that count is taking place.
It's a big sports hall, so it's a big cavernous area, and already we're seeing the candidates and activists from different parties gathering some anticipation there. And we should say this seat likely to stay Labour. It's Bridget Phillipson, Shadow Secretary of State for Education, but the Reform vote within that will be really interesting, Henry.
Just one thing, do not underestimate the centrality of Bridget Phillipson to the Starmer project. She will become Education Secretary tomorrow. Like Wes Streeting, she's part of a generation of Labour politicians who have only ever known defeat. She was the first seat declared in the 2010 general election. She spent all of her time in opposition and mostly actually on the back benches since then. She refused to serve under Jeremy Corbyn. Huge part of the Starmer government that's coming tomorrow.
And a fascinating part of the story because, I don't think she'd mind me describing it this way, a working class girl, a local working class girl, in what is likely to be the most working class cabinet we have seen in British politics for decades.
And what will be one of the first things that a Labour government will do, it will, under Bridget Phillipson's auspices, with Rachel Reeves, another chancellor, another person who identifies as working class, will be to put VAT on private schools.
Right, so we'll come to that as soon as we can. But Charles Walker, you know what it's like to be there in one of those sports halls or village halls or wherever it is that the count is taking place. You see all the hubbub around you. You're frantically trying to work out from the piles of paper where you stand. What's it like to put yourself forward for that?
I mean, it is a lovely honour and privilege. I know that people will be extremely nervous, my colleagues who are defending seats. Extremely worried for their staff, primarily for their activists. Obviously, they will be losing their jobs. But if just the drama and excitement of election night, you've spent weeks campaigning, and then the day you start off at 5 o'clock in the morning doing sort of dawn leaflet drops, and the day races away from you. And then when you arrive at the counts at these sport halls and you hear the voting boxes, the metal voting boxes being unpacked, as they often used to be, some now are plastic, but. There is a great drama and excitement to it, and this is happening in 650 halls around the country.
And presumably at the same time, you're trying to kind of gee along your activists who work so hard for you as well.
Well, I mean, I've just been in touch with Broxbourne, which your swingometer has going Labour tonight.
And you're adamant it won't be.
And I'm absolutely adamant it won't be. And that's not just sort of optimism and just sort of bravado on my behalf. I just can't see it going Labour. We haven't lost a council seat in 3 years. But if it does go Labour, my word, that is just going to be...
But you say you've been in touch with your...
I've been in touch with the people.
There.
The postal votes are looking good, but look, who knows what's going to happen tonight? It's going to be a long, long night. What we do know is that the Labour Party is going to form the next government, but it's the details of the results.
And we never give away what happens behind the scenes in these studios, Charles. But you made a little gesture when you heard us read out the Labour landslide of 170 majority. I mean, as a Conservative, albeit one who is retiring from Parliament, actually hearing the number is a reality. I mean, we don't know the result. Oh, we now have the result. Here we go.
Here we go.
I am ready to declare the result for Houghton and Sunderland South. I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Houghton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, 1,723.
The Green candidate.
Chris Bernicle, 5,514.
The Conservative candidate.
Paul Edgeworth, 2,290.
The Liberal Democrat.
Bridget Maeve Phillipson, 18,837.
The cheers for the Labour candidate, now newly elected MP.
Sam Woods Grass, 11,668.
And some cheers for Reform UK there.
The number of rejected ballot papers was 101. The turnout was 51.2%, and that Bridget Maeve Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Bridget Phillipson is elected, no surprise there. Labour's shadow education secretary, likely to be the education secretary within 24 hours' time.
Professor Philip
invite the
Cowley will analyse those numbers for us in a moment, but we'll hear from Bridget Phillipson first.
Tonight, the British people have spoken. And if the exit poll this evening is again a guide to results across our country, as it so often is, then after 14 years, the British people have chosen change. They have chosen Labour, and they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Today, our country, with its proud history, has chosen a brighter future. The British people have decided that they believe, as Labour believes, that our best days lie ahead of us. Hope and unity, not decline and division. Stability over chaos. A government powered by hope, by the belief that tomorrow can not just be different from today, but better. A government of service, a government with purpose, above all, to change our society for good. A government determined to build a Britain where background is no barrier, no matter who your parents are or where you are born. Determined to tear down the barriers to opportunity which hold back too many of our children. That is Labour's purpose. And the result today speaks to the trust the British people have put in our changed Labour Party. And after 14 years, as your Labour MP in opposition, I am so proud to be part of a party which has tonight not just won the trust of people here in Houghton and Sunderland South, but of the people across Britain. Labour will honour the trust that you have placed in us. I will honour the trust that you have placed in me. And I will work every day to deliver the promises that Labour has made and the better future that we, each of us and all of us, deserve. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Well, we knew it was going to be quite a moment because she is the first successful Labour candidate. Just to give you an idea, Philip Cowley's been frantically looking at those numbers there and doing his analysis.
No. It's all very calm.
What can you tell us about the way the votes are divided up?
So I did say before we got this result, the first few results we'd get from the North East, we would expect Reform to do better than they will be doing elsewhere in the country. And the consequence of that might be that we might see, for example, the Conservatives or even Labour doing worse than we might see elsewhere in the country. And we shouldn't necessarily get too carried away.
Read too much into it.
And broadly speaking, that result is what we would expect from the exit poll. And by that, I don't mean from the overall picture of the exit poll, but from looking at the mechanics beneath the bonnet. You know, what are we expecting Reform to do in those type of seats?
Mm-hmm.
If anything, that Reform vote share is slightly lower than we might have been expecting in Sunderland South, but only slightly.
But it's big.
It's big. I mean, they've moved into second place, and the
29%.
Conservatives, yeah. So it's a big Reform vote, and they will be very happy with lots of places where they're strong second place.
And also worth saying, if this is just about splitting the Conservative and Reform vote, even if you added them both together, it wouldn't quite be enough to topple Bridget Phillipson.
No, and almost certainly you can't do that because particularly in a seat like Sunderland, some of that vote will have come from the Labour Party.
No, of course, yeah.
But we'll encourage them to say that they are really the opposition now in a whole host of seats, Charles Walker. And that will be a problem for your colleagues, those that survive this long and rather uncomfortable night for the Conservative Party, is there'll be places right around the country where Reform says, no, we're the opposition.
And you're absolutely right. And as you look into the future about potential future leaders of the Conservative Party, it's going to make any leadership contest quite challenging, because people are going to be saying, right, how are we going to win the vote back? We've got to unite the right. That's where we need to be. And clearly, we've got to have some offer there, but we've got to have offers to other parts of the political spectrum as well. It's going to be fiendishly difficult for us to come back from this position. It's not impossible, but the Conservative Party's got to show a level of discipline over the next 6 to 8 months that it's not shown over the past 4 or 5 years.
Gus O'Donnell, as that result was coming in, you were scribbling away when you heard the Reform vote. That's what really struck you.
Well, I mean, these exit polls are very unsurprising as far as I'm concerned in terms of the Conservative and Labour numbers, but the Reform number of 13 seats was a shock to me, and I'm still not convinced that they'll actually get 13 seats. But that's, I think, something we have to think about, because precisely what you were saying is that in terms of having a decent opposition, you need an opposition to have enough MPs and to be united in considering how to oppose the government, as opposed to how to do that infighting to sort out where they're going to be. And at the moment, this looks like a recipe for an enormous amount of infighting between the Conservatives and Reform, and they're not being sufficiently organised to be an effective opposition, which of course partly worries me because the House of Lords then steps in, and second part is all of you lot, the media, will end up, that's where the opposition comes from, is when you haven't got a proper formal opposition.
Turnout, by the way, down a little bit, down 6%, I think, and that's going to be another story of the night, which
it could be. I would say that's not a little bit. That's a big drop. That's a big drop.
OK, let's go to Faisal Islam, who is in Leeds tonight at the Counts there, our economics editor, of course. We could have our first female Chancellor of the Exchequer by the end of the night. Rachel Reeves standing in the new seat of Leeds West and Pudsey, which is a little bit more marginal than her old Leeds West seat, but she is still expected to win there. What's the picture where you are, Faisal, and just how significant could this be in terms of, well, the way the economy, the way the markets react in the morning as well?
Yes, we're waiting for this count to happen, Rachel. As you say, Rachel Reeves will be here, we think, in the next couple of hours. On the numbers, on the exit polls, she will become the first ever female Chancellor, presuming that is she wins her seat. And on these numbers, it certainly looks like she will. But actually, the notional majority for this new seat of Leeds West and Pudsey used to be a Conservative seat in the last Parliament. Its MP is now fighting a different seat in the south of England. So there is still something there to think about in terms of what her majority might be. But yes, I mean, at the minute I've been watching the market reaction to the news from the exit poll of a Labour landslide along the same sort of numbers of 1997. And remember, there were some concerns from the Conservatives saying there'll be a market meltdown. Well, almost total indifference, flat as a pancake, the pound against the dollar. Thin trading because it's the July the 4th holiday in America. Flat against the euro too. No movement on the government bond markets. But some news value. I think there are some people in the Labour leadership who will be delighted that the news of a potential Labour landslide has been met with almost total indifference. Not even a murmur or a flicker from the markets. Some interesting reactions, though, from the business community too, reacting to the exit poll from one business leader, Greg Jackson of Octopus, saying that it's a landslide for the green economy. The results look clear. Voters have rejected anti-net zero rhetoric. Remember, the Conservatives were pushing a certain narrative about Labour and going too fast on net zero. So that is at least one business leader there coming out, a significant business leader, saying that these sorts of numbers, this sort of lead, they see that as a mandate. And I think what we will see over the course of the next few hours is a battle over the narrative. Clearly with this sort of result, if it comes to pass, this is a potentially very strong government that can get a lot done if it chooses to get a lot done. But what will it feel it has a mandate for? The manifesto whilst it had a lot of missions in it and had a lot of broad missions on growth, for example, where were the specifics? So the business community trying to get in there, shape the narrative early on.
Faisal, Islam, thank you very much indeed. We're going to talk to one of Rachel Reeves' friends in a second, Stella Creasy, Labour candidate, of course, for the moment, joining us on the line. But first of all, Gus O'Donnell, not just former Cabinet Secretary, but former boss of the Treasury, Permanent Secretary there. Business not reacting because they knew the result.
This is completely expected. This is exactly what I had predicted, that the markets will be completely flat on this. That there is an issue, though, I think, is how do you do the growth stuff? And if you think about a number of new Labour MPs, and one of the things that Rachel Reeves is promising is a lot of green investment and a lot more homes. So that's basically building on the green belt, pylons through areas. Can you imagine a newly elected Labour MP having to say, it's been Conservative for a long time, having to say to their voters, oh, and by the way, we're actually going to have to build on the green belt and put some pylons through your constituency.
And the slight problem of a large majority, I mean, it's a nice problem to have if you're a Prime Minister, but the slight problem is that MP thinks, well, I can rebel. It's not going to make any difference. I might as well do it.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's a sweet spot, and they're slightly over it, maybe.
We do hope to speak to Rachel Reeves a bit later on in the programme, by the way. Go on, Henry.
Just on the discussion that Nick and Gus were having about the size of a Labour majority, I had a conversation with someone very senior in Starmer's team, must have been only 3 months or so ago, and they said the magic number for them was 60. If they had a majority of 60, they thought they could get through 5 years without the kind of dissent you've seen in the Conservative Party over the last 5 years. Well, they've bust right through that and then some. In fact, there are so many Labour MPs on this exit poll that some of them could split off and still be the opposition, with Labour still in government. That is, of course, a very different problem to handle, and potentially you could see, as you guys were just saying, such a large Labour majority provoking some rebellions.
But I would say one thing, though, having talked to actually the same person you did probably, and a few other people, that the selection of Labour candidates was quite careful. And I think they were very aware of this. And so that they're very aware this is a problem and will want very hard to stick with the United Party.
Well, let's talk to one of those Labour candidates, but on a new one, Stella Creasy, who sat on the Labour backbenches for 14 years, hoping to be re-elected in Walthamstow. Stella, just your reaction to what you've been hearing through the night, first of all, and the exit poll?
Look, nobody in the Labour movement cannot pretend that our hearts are leaping with excitement about the potential of actually getting back into government. But obviously, it's very early days. We have to see what's happening, because you're right, looking at that exit poll, it's very clear that some results will not necessarily go with a national swing. And there are some serious challenges ahead. So I sit here in trepidation, because nobody standing for election anytime ever does so with ease. But also with a real sense that actually this is a country hungry for something different, and they've asked us to deliver it.
And Stella, you've been on the backbenches for some time now. In terms of Labour's own party discipline, do you think that there is a serious problem for Keir Starmer going forward here? Because he will have to appease some to the left of the party, won't he?
I think let's get elected first before you decide that everything's. I mean, I call me.
We're journalists. There's a new problem.
You're right. I'm one of the people who's been around a long time now, which is terrifying in many ways. Look, there are big challenges ahead. Nobody doubts there are going to be some big conversations, difficult ones. But first and foremost, look, I want to talk particularly about that increase in vote and whether that is coming from parties like Reform, because we have seen that in Europe, and I sit here as the chair of the Labour Movement for Europe. There is clearly a conversation to be had with this country about the future direction, about the opportunities that come from working with Europe, about the challenges and things that they're seeing in their home communities. And if we don't fill that void, those people who will look to this result and say, oh, well, this tells you this country wants to be isolated, will do so as an alternative. So for many of us who are looking at this, looking at the future, saying the country wants something different, they're sick and tired of a broken nation with governments who never actually deliver on the things they say they're going to do, there are also some big challenges ahead of us that hopefully we can take a very positive response to, because the alternative, looking across Europe at these shared challenges of the rise of what I would call more extreme right parties, is a politics of division, but also doing nothing and just throwing rocks from the sidelines.
We have very interesting results to come from French elections over the weekend as well, don't we?
Indeed.
Thank you very much, Stella
Yeah.
Creasy there, waiting to hear whether she will be re-elected in Walthamstow. We'll bring you that result a bit later.
And part of election night is the reaction to interesting results. Interesting is a word I'm putting in inverted commas for the Conservatives if they do indeed fall to 131 and lose 241 seats, which is what the exit poll is suggesting. A man who would lose his seat if the exit poll was correct joins us on the line. Jacob Rees-Mogg, good morning. Not quite good morning, I keep saying that. Good evening to you, Mr. Rees-Mogg.
It is just still good evening, you're quite right, but it'll soon be morning.
Do you first of all, do you have an idea in your own seat of whether you are likely, as the exit poll suggests, to lose it or whether you might hang on?
No, I don't know any more than the exit poll. I haven't had any information from the count, which will have just started verifying. Bath, North East Somerset is not Sunderland.
It is not. It'll take some hours, I think, won't it, till then? But what's your reaction to what you are seeing, which is some pretty potentially gruesome results for you, the worst parliamentary election result that your party has seen?
Oh, well, it's not a surprise, is it? Because the opinion polls have been telling us this for some time, and they showed no improvement during the course of the election campaign. So the shock would have been if the exit poll had been better, but it's in line with what we've been hearing over the past few weeks, indeed pretty much over the last couple of years.
And the debate that always starts, even as early as this on election nights, is the debate about why. Margaret Thatcher defined why her party lost very early on after Ted Heath lost back in the 70s. It's one of the reasons she became leader. Are you yet ready to begin that process of defining what went wrong?
Yes, I think it's because we abandoned our base, and that's what left the room for Nigel Farage and Reform to come in, that the failure on immigration was fundamentally important. And it's something that people mentioned on the doorstep again and again and again, and that taxation is the highest it's been in 70 years under Conservative government, and that you can't take your base for granted as a political party.
And if you were to lose your seat, it's speculation, I know, but do you end your career in politics, or are you determined to continue?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I'll carry on broadcasting on GB News, where I will be back on Monday for millions of people to tune into my exclusive views.
I won't interrupt you, Mr. Rees-Mogg, because there's a result and you'll want to hear the result. So forgive me. Good plug, but we'll hear a result. Let's get a result.
Yes, it's Blyth and Ashington, I believe, and we can hear, as you can, people getting ready to go to the stage. Is that what we're hearing right now, Blyth and Ashington?
Yep, here they are. Just walking the returning officer to the stage now. Very fetching hat, I have to say.
I, Lucia Bridgman, returning officer for the Blyth and Ashington parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121. Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857. Stephen Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433. And that Ian Lavery is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blyth and Ashington constituency.
So a very slight dip in votes, but negligible really for Ian Lavery. But once again, Reform shooting up into second place there with 10,800 votes. Quick word from Philip Cowley, who'll be crunching through those numbers. Let's hear from Ian Lavery.
Thanks very much for
for that. And I just want to say it's an absolute honour to be the first ever elected Member of Parliament for Blyth and Ashington. This is for Ronnie. This is for Ronnie Campbell. I wanted the seat to be called South East Northumberland because it does cover Newbiggin, Ashington, Stakeford, Guidepost, Shopperton, Bedlington, East,
Ian Lavery there is paying tribute to all the communities in this new constituency. To be clear, you'll recognise him. He was chairman of the Labour Party for a while and a Member of Parliament, but he is the new MP for a new seat at Blyth. And just before we go, we're delighted to have on the line the woman who's likely to be the new Education Secretary, Bridget Phillips. And before we turn to her, Phil, quickly, the really striking thing there is the collapse in the Conservative vote and the big increase in the Reform vote.
Yeah, I mean, but actually broadly in line what we would expect from the exit poll. Reform back into second on almost exactly the predicted share that we would expect from the exit poll. I was going to say, if we stop the election now and the Labour Party consisted of Bridget Phillipson and Ian Lavery, it'd be a fascinating one.
Well, let's speak to Bridget Phillipson, shall we? Newly re-elected Labour MP for Horton and Sunderland South, the woman likely to be Education Secretary at some point tomorrow. Well, congratulations, first of all. And, you know, clearly a big moment for you and for the party as the first Labour MP to be elected tonight, and you clearly felt like you had to set out your stall there.
No, absolutely. I'm obviously delighted to have been re-elected to serve the people of Horton and Sunderland South, and it's something of a turnaround from when I was last stood on this stage here back in 2019 when, you know, the continued existence of the Labour Party as a viable electoral force was far from assured, and, you know, the change and the turnaround that Keir Starmer has secured has been phenomenal. Keir has put the Labour Party back in the service of working people once more, and working people have come back to Labour.
You will have to, though, of course, represent the 10,000 plus people who voted Reform and do honour them as much as any other voter in your constituency. So how will you do that?
Absolutely. When you're a Member of Parliament, you represent everybody within your constituency, regardless of how they voted or, in fact, whether or not they voted at all. And my commitment is that I'll work every single day to deliver on the commitments that Labour has made during this election. We've made some really important commitments that will transform the life chances of people across our country. And what tonight means is that we will usher in a new age of hope for our country, a new era of optimism, because Britain's best days do still lie ahead of us, and we are determined to deliver on the trust that the British people have put in us.
Bridget, one of the 6 promises that Keir Starmer, that your party put before the electorate, was to recruit 6,500 new teachers. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but if you're in the education department tomorrow, do you know what your first step would be to begin to deliver that promise?
Well, as you'd expect, I do sincerely hope that I take up that role under Keir Starmer's Labour government, but these are all matters for Keir Starmer. But of course, it will be the honour of my life to serve as Education Secretary in a Labour government.
Well, Bridget Phillipson, congratulations. I hope you don't mind saying I'm looking at you on the screen. Some people are watching us on iPlayer. Do come and join us if you want to. On iPlayer, you can see I have never seen a beam as big on the face of a politician as Bridget Phillipson. I mean, she just looked absolutely delighted, Henry.
And while she's beaming, the recriminations in the Conservative Party playing out among other places on my WhatsApp screen right now are quite extraordinary. Before I just read you what I've just received, let me give you a tiny bit of context. About 45 minutes before the exit poll, before polls closed, Rishi Sunak unveiled something called the Dissolution Honours List, in which he gave peerages to various former Conservative MPs, including Theresa May. He also gave a peerage to his Chief of Staff, a man called Liam Booth-Smith, and he also gave a knighthood to his Deputy Prime Minister, Oliver Dowden. I can't tell you who sent me this, but rest assured, a very senior Conservative has just sent me this. There is widespread disgust at the reward for abject failure in Rishi's dissolution list. Sir Oliver Dowden pushed for an early election and has been the worst Deputy Prime Minister in living memory, demonstrating terrible political judgment. Lord Booth-Smith is the architect of the Sunak project and connived to bring down the biggest election-winning Tory PM in a generation. Sunak's pledge to bring integrity back to politics when he entered Downing Street has proven to be a total lie. This is an utter disgrace. That is someone who's been involved at the top of the Conservative Party until literally right now. And I think it just gives you a flavour of how bitter, despite calls for unity from people like Charles, inevitably how bitter what plays out in the Conservative Party from here on is going to be.
So Charles Walker was absolutely rapt listening to what you had to say.
I mean, it's this. We can call for unity until we're blue in the face, and we all do, those of us who are responsible. But it often falls on deaf ears, and you're going to get a lot more of what you've just read out. I'm afraid people are going to be spitting blood. I mean, political careers have crashed. Ambition has been thwarted. There is going to be a huge stewards' inquiry as to why this general election was called for July, not November or December, when perhaps Mr Farage may have been otherwise detained in the United States of America. So, I mean, the idea that people in our party are going to be as sanguine and magnanimous about it as say I am is for the birds.
Well, we heard Jacob Rees-Mogg setting out what he felt very clearly, saying the party had abandoned its base, they'd failed on immigration, they couldn't take their base for granted. And I couldn't fail to hear the clock in the background ticking as he was talking to us, and it felt like there were lots of metaphors going on there. But he clearly feels that there should be some kind of shift rightwards in your party now.
You know what's really interesting, and what a lot of my colleagues and commentators in the right-wing press haven't grasped yet, is at 10 o'clock the entire centre-right ecosystem imploded. And tonight you're interested in what I've got to say, what Jacob's got to say, and others. In a week or two, literally nobody in this studio will care. I mean, you just won't. The whole story will move to Labour. All your newspaper reviewers, all the people you have on your morning shows will be left-leaning. And yeah, this is going to take some time to permeate into my colleagues' thought process that actually not that many people are that interested anymore.
But so, Dolly, you've been there, just to remind people, you were Cabinet Secretary, yes, for a series of Prime Ministers, but you also were Press Secretary for John Major. You worked for both major parties as a civil service. You know how brutal this process is.
It's incredibly brutal, but the one thing I'd say is you're absolutely right that tonight I think there'll be a lot of discussion about what does this mean for the Tory party and opposition and all of that. But actually, tomorrow, the key thing is we've got a new Labour government. And the issue there, you just heard Bridget Phillipson saying she hopes she's in cabinet. I mean, that's, one of the first choices that Keir Starmer has is all of those shadow cabinet people, will they actually take their cabinet posts? And to be honest, from a civil service point of view, we've had the access talks with them, we've built relationships with them.
Sue Gray, of course, has been masterminding it.
Sue,
from the other side going in to join Labour.
I mean, you have to say it's a pretty amazing job. When people will look at this election and they may say, "Oh my goodness, why did he go early?" They'll look at the rain, the Titanic, the D-Day. There'll be all of that. But on the other hand, we know, I'm nerdy on the modelling. The share that Labour of votes they're getting is relatively small, but they're getting them in all the right places. So, I mean, they have done an amazing job there.
So, in other words, the Labour Party have managed to get an enormous electoral bang for their voting buck.
Precisely. And that's,
yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. And Henry, it will become part of the story going forward, won't it? I mean, I think Charles is clearly right. Very quickly, the story is who's the next Health Secretary? Who's the next? What does the Chancellor do? Very quickly. But bubbling underneath it will be that story about vote shares. And what I thought was striking is when we had the Reform Deputy Leader on earlier, instantly moving into change the voting system. That's their campaign. It begins from day one. When I interviewed Nigel Farage for BBC One a little while ago, he said to me, as soon as he came off air, that's what we'll do. As soon as we got the results, doesn't matter what they are, we campaign to change the system.
Look, it's an incredibly nice problem for the Labour Party to have, and it's a problem they haven't had for the best part of 20 years. And I think that will be their starting point. But it is doubtless true that if their vote share is not astronomical by the standards of governments that have had majorities of this size, and not a lot of governments have had majorities of this size, then that is a wrinkle. Maybe no more than that initially, at least, but it is a wrinkle. And you can bet, I should stop saying that because of the story of the last few weeks, you can be assured that they will be thinking about that in Keir Starmer's team. His campaign director from this campaign, Morgan McSweeney, is going to go into Downing Street with him, I've been told. That was not always a dead cert. And the reason for that is because Keir Starmer wants to keep campaigning, in effect. And it will be fascinating how they keep campaigning in more than one direction, because it's not just about the Tory party now if Reform are nipping at their heels.
And when we talk of campaigning, Henry, that is about being as ruthless as George Osborne and David Cameron were when they came into government, to say, look at the mess the Tories made, is what they'll say. So if things aren't getting better very quickly, if change is not very visible, they're constantly saying, don't blame us, blame them.
Absolutely right. I had a conversation, it must be at least a year ago now, with one of Labour's most senior strategists, and they said to me, David Cameron and George Osborne won the 2015 general election in the 10 days after 2010, where they kept saying, wow, things are even worse than we realised. Labour did this, Labour did that, the deficit's appalling, etc., etc. Labour have studied that, and they intend to start their own version of that tomorrow, beginning with Keir Starmer's speech outside Downing.
Right, remember Gordon Brown's 3 envelopes joke that we've all gone through? When you hit the crises, and the first envelope is blame your predecessors, and we will get that, right?
You tell us the second and third later.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you're just joining us this evening, you're listening to 5 Live and Radio 4. We come together. It's a joint programme tonight, bringing you the results of the general election. We've only had 2 so far. So we've had the exit poll, which suggests there will be a Labour landslide. They have Labour. The exit poll has Labour on 410 seats. That's a majority of 209. So that's what the exit poll says. But we've only had 2 seats so far, official declarations, both of which are Labour holds. Let's just bounce around the country once again and find out what's happening in a couple of areas where the Lib Dems will be hoping to do well. Claire McDonald is in Carshalton and Wallington, to the south of London, which is one of the Lib Dems' main target seats. The majority there for the Conservatives was less than 700, Claire. So what are you hearing where you are?
Yes, 2 counts underway, Rachel, here at the Westcroft Leisure Centre in Carshalton. No political spin here. The only spin that was going on when I came in a few hours ago was a spin class. But all of that has swept away now. I'm looking down from the balcony. As you say, 2 previously Conservative seats prior to the election being called, Sutton and Cheam, Carshalton and Wallington. Carshalton and Wallington is the number 1 target seat for the Lib Dems. Elliot Colburn, won the seat in 2019 with a majority of just over 600. Sutton and Cheam, held by former Minister Paul Scully. He decided to stand down. He had a majority of just over 8,000. He got over half of the overall vote at the last elections. The Lib Dems came second. So all eyes tonight on whether they can take not just their number 1 target seat in the country, but also see if Sutton and Cheam could swing to the Lib Dems as well. All the boxes are back. They're verifying the number of ballots in each box, and we are about to get on to the counting, so we'll keep you in the loop.
Thank you so much, Claire. Phil wants to come in here.
Well, just briefly to say, and I'm going to say something and then I'm going to contradict myself.
Love that.
So the thing that I'm going to say is that if you look at the exit poll, both those seats will go Lib Dem. Both of them. And the thing I'm then going to say that's going to contradict that is I don't think we should be using the exit poll to look at individual seats. I mean, we have to do it with the first couple because we have to say, does this look what we would expect and so on. But the exit poll is not designed to predict individual seats. It's designed to give you an overall score. Now, it has to do that by coming up with predictions for each individual seat, but the predictions for each individual seat are hugely unpredictable. It's the overall effect of the prediction that has some value and some merit. So this is why Charles Walker says Broxbourne is not going to fall, and the exit poll says it is. Now, we will wait and see.
Yeah.
People would like a full explanation of how the exit poll works. Gus O'Donnell, who's a statistician and understands these things, and Phil Cowley will have their own YouTube channel. We won't do it tonight. Thank you for the offer. We're not going to do it tonight. Because we are going to go to Giles Edwards, who's in Dorking and Hawley, which is in Surrey, and a new constituency, Giles. Tell us more.
That's right. Well, I'm on the kind of other end of the arc of seats that Liberal Democrats hope to pick up in this part of the country, starting in Carshalton, sort of swinging around via the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt seat in Godalming, through Guildford into us in Dorking, which is a new seat. It's an unbelievably safe Conservative seat. The last time Dorking had an MP who was not Conservative was in 1910, after the Liberal landslide of 1906. So this is really Tory heartlands here. This is the definition of the blue wall. These are seats which haven't seen any other party for a generation, but they're also seats which, if the exit poll is right, are going to see the first Liberal or Liberal Democrat MP since 1906 tonight. And in front of me, just like in constituencies all around the country, the counting is taking place. The counting hasn't started yet, actually. They're turning out the ballot papers, they're verifying them. You've already heard about verification a number of times. But something else is happening where they verify, and this will happen in every constituency around the country as well, which is when they verify, the parties have people called counting agents. And their job is to make sure that there's no jiggery-pokery in the counting and the verification. And so they're able to stand and watch the council employees tot up, open the ballot boxes, get the papers out, put them in piles, start counting them up. But they do something else very interesting. I'm watching a couple in front of me now, 2 Liberal Democrats, a Labour and a couple of Conservatives. They've got sheets of paper in front of them, and they are literally looking over as the ballot papers are turned over, and they're saying 1 Conservative, 1 Labour, 1 Liberal Democrat, 1 Green, 1 Conservative. They're totting them up. And so for all of us journalists on the night, at some point, well before the constituency result is declared, the political parties will have a pretty good idea from all these counts about what's happening. Now, there's something interesting in this constituency I think is interesting as well, because I'm a nerd anyway, and perhaps the listeners will find it interesting. Nick, you know I'm a nerd. Perhaps the listeners will find it interesting too, which is that normally in a target constituency like this one, the parties will have all the data from the last election. They'll get these pieces of paper back from all these counting agents. They'll tot them up and they'll go, great, we're up 5%, or we're up 10%, or we're down 12%. So unmarginal was this seat last time that in large parts of the constituency, they just don't have that data. It just wasn't on anybody's radar at the last general election, this seat. So it's going to be a long night here. They're just getting started. It's a very exciting night. But if I can do that old election night sort of standard trope, the Conservatives have got long faces and the Liberal Democrats are looking very chipper.
Yes, and they're going to be looking chipper in large parts of the country if they get as many seats as the exit poll is suggesting they might, which is 61, which is 53 up. Now, we're going to let Lord O'Donnell leave us, and just before you do, Gus, there are people for whom there's only one story tonight. We're changing government. This happens very rarely. You've lived through it. Two of us have lived through it, 3 times in recent decades. The civil service now preparing. How dramatic a change will it be? What would you prepare people listening for when that new Prime Minister walks into Downing Street tomorrow?
Oh, it's a massive change. And the thing that's unusual about this country is that Rishi Sunak will go out to visit the King to offer his resignation. Within an hour, Keir Starmer will be back and Rishi will have been clapped out and Keir will be clapped in. And then, we start a whole new era. He will have to think about what he wants to do. I've got this picture of when David Cameron came through that door at the end. He'd just been clapped in and he's got his head in his hands. He's got Sam Cam, his pregnant wife, beside him. You have to realise the human element of this. Here's a person who's got a brand new job, about to have a baby, brand new place to live, the whole family moving, and he's thinking, oh my God, what's this like? And then I'm going to make his life even worse because I'm going to say, well, actually, there's these minor things there's a few terrorist organisations I need to tell you about. There's the nuclear codes. How many millions of people do you want to kill? And then, you've got a NATO summit in a few days' time where you're going to meet all the world's leaders.
Who'd want a job like that?
Yeah.
Woo! It's going to be tough. Yeah. That's what I mean. So I hope they celebrate, but believe me, the hard work starts tomorrow.
Short-lived. Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us, Gus.
You're very welcome.
Henry, for people listening to that, and Gus, I thought, relishing the thought that might happen, he's got quite an agenda, Keir Starmer, if he does indeed walk through in just the first few days of being the new Prime Minister.
Oh, there's no easing in transitional phase. That's not how our system of power works. By the end of tomorrow, he will have appointed his cabinet. By the end of the weekend, he's not going to spend much time watching the football. He'll have appointed his full slate of government ministers. And then next week, he's off to Washington for a NATO summit to meet world leaders. I'm sure he'll have his first bilateral there with President Biden, with President Macron and plenty of others besides. Oh, and is it going to be quieter the week after that? No, the UK is hosting a summit of the European political community. That's a group wider of European nations, wider than the European Union. He's hosting that at Blenheim Palace. All the architecture for that was set up by Rishi Sunak and his team. It will be Keir Starmer hosting it.
We want to nip back to Swindon South now, the seat of Sir Robert Buckland currently, where Julian Worricker can bring us an update. Labour need a 5.7% swing. Just a reminder to take it. How's it looking there, Julian?
Well, Rachel, let me put it this way. If Labour don't win Swindon South, then the celebrations that I have just witnessed down below me when their candidate Heidi Alexander walked into the room will be highly embarrassing in about 20 minutes' time, because they formed this sort of almost guard of honour around her, all these people with red rosettes, rapturous applause, photographs, you name it. The word from the Conservative side of this particular seat is that they are pretty much saying, we know we've lost it. There's no sign of Sir Robert Buckland in the room yet, but I imagine he'll be here within the next 10 to 15 minutes. The turnout, we do know, in Swindon South, down 8% from last time, around 61%, we're told, and we reckon a declaration by about midnight. But as I say, Labour absolutely cock-a-hoop already, and Haile Alexander beaming broadly down below me.
OK, thank you very much, Julian. Phil Cowley, we were talking about turnout previously at Horton and Sunderland South, down 8% there in Swindon South. I just wonder how much of a pattern that's likely to be.
Yeah, I think it's all down in all three seats so far, and
we were kind of expecting that, weren't we? That this was going to be an election at the stay-at-home.
We were from the polls. But it was always difficult to extrapolate from polls to turnout, but they had all shown fewer people saying they were certain to vote this time than in preceding elections. So I'm not particularly surprised it's down, but it's down by quite a chunk so far. Let's wait and see.
Yeah.
But you know.
One thing we are waiting to see for is the results in Scotland, which won't just, Jim Naughtie joining us from Glasgow, won't just have huge consequences for the setup inside the House of Commons, but potentially huge consequences for the whole debate, constitutional debate, which has dominated Scottish politics for so long now.
Indeed, Nick. I mean, it's 50 years exactly since the SNP made their landmark breakthrough mainly in rural Scotland, in the first election and then the second election in 1974, 7 seats and then 11. And that began the whole constitutional argument, which is still going on and is being fought out tonight, actually, in those same seats, where it's a Conservative SNP struggle in much of rural Scotland, not a Labour SNP struggle. You know, the constitutional argument is never going to be over, of course it isn't, but it reached its high point in 2014 with the independence referendum, and then the SNP's near sweep of Scottish seats, all but 3 in 2015. Since then, it's been a bit up and down, and tonight it looks as if it's being down. I mean, I was glad to hear John Curtis being slightly sceptical about the 10, the figure of SNP seats. They won 48 last time out of the 59. There are now 57 in Scotland. That seemed a bit low. On the other hand, even if, let's say for the sake of argument, it were 20, that would mean the SNP in one fell swoop had lost well over half their seats to Labour. That would be a desperate blow. If you remember that 18 months ago and less, Nicola Sturgeon was talking, admittedly some people in our party were very leery about this, talking about the general election being a referendum on independence. Well, I'm not sure how many SNP people will be using that phrase tomorrow morning, because if it's a referendum on independence, they've lost it. Now, of course, the argument will come back. There's a big Holyrood election for the Scottish Government in 2026. But goodness me, if it's 20 or less in Scotland tonight, get that figure in your head. If it's 20 or less, that is a huge defeat for the SNP. And, you know, even 9 months ago, Labour people in Scotland were very, very leery about predicting a figure of a gain of more than 20 seats. It looks tonight as if they could get more than 30. Jim, which is pretty big.
Yeah. All right, Jim, thank you very much. Jim Naughtie, who's keeping across everything that's happening in Glasgow. Just a heads up, we're expecting a declaration soon from Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West, currently held by Labour. So we'll bring that to you when it happens.
And we want to reflect on that conversation with Kate Forbes, actually. We're hoping to go to it in a second. I don't think she can hear us just yet, but we'll get hold of her any second. Yeah.
Just while we're talking about Scotland and waiting for Kate Forbes, clearly a big part of the story, if the exit poll is correct, is what's happened to the SNP and their travails over recent years. But I think Keir Starmer would take what appears to be happening in Scotland as complete vindication for his focus on Scotland. The Scottish Labour Party is actually structurally separate from the National Labour Party, but Keir Starmer sacked the leader of the Scottish Labour Party at the start of 2021. At the time, it was presented, as kumbaya and they're all happy and it's all fine and it was mutual consent, as they sometimes say when football managers get sacked. It was not. Keir Starmer actually admitted 2 years later, if I do say so myself, in an interview with me, that he sat in a room with Richard Leonard and told him he had to go. After that point, Scottish Labour under Anas Sarwar, who appears quite popular there, surged in the polls, and I think he will take that as vindication.
What is interesting about that anecdote is it's a reflection on a wider story, which is that Keir Starmer's pretty ruthless.
Yeah, and he's happy to admit that he's ruthless, which is not always the case with people as ruthless as him. He absolutely is, and I'm sure we will hear him continue to say, as he said throughout this campaign, that he changed the Labour Party. That is not just about a bit of political positioning here and there. It's personnel. It's the nitty-gritty of that.
Just one last reflection on the new Prime Minister. He looks set to be being ruthless is on the football pitch, where the new leader of the Scottish Labour Party, as it was, told me that he just kept adding time to a five-a-side game until his side had won. That's what the leader does.
I think we can now speak to Kate Forbes, Deputy First Minister of Scotland, MSP for Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch since 2016. Good morning. Things are looking pretty bleak if you go with what the exit poll is telling us. What are your thoughts?
Well, you're right that if the exit poll is correct, this is a very difficult night for the SNP. I think that people were voting for a lot of different reasons in this election, but largely for change. It's been a difficult few years for households with austerity, cost of living, and the challenges around that. And the message that Labour had really resonated with them. They wanted to see the back of the Conservative government, and that looks like what they've delivered.
Do you feel like this is a judgment on the SNP's running of the country in Scotland, of your record in Holyrood?
Well, let me answer that in two fronts. The first is that as a Democrat, I think we must listen to the electorate. That when a result like this happens, we do need to understand the message that the voters are sending us. But the second thing I would say quite strongly is that John Swinney and I were only 2 weeks into the position of leadership of the party with a clear agenda to deliver change, to regain the trust of the Scottish people. We were only in those posts for 2 weeks before the election was called. So in a sense, our agenda remains the same.
Even on independence, because if the exit poll is right, that is the lowest number of seats for the SNP since your breakthrough in 2015. Now, I just wonder how far you can push independence as being a priority when so many voters appear to be abandoning you.
Well, you must look at the polls, I think. Counting is just getting underway here, but we've had polls over the last year and a bit which show that whilst the SNP have seen serious challenges, the support for independence has remained relatively stable, robust, and it's significant. And my challenge for the next government, which looks like it will be a Labour government tomorrow, is that you can't dismiss and ignore a significant number of Scottish voters who want a democratic route to expressing their constitutional view.
I'm more used to politicians telling us to ignore the polls and listen actually to what voters say when they put their cross on a ballot paper.
Well, indeed, but I think that I've been very open in accepting that this is a difficult night for the SNP, that we must listen and we must regain and rebuild trust. But you will know that when it comes to the polls, people vote for different reasons. And there is a significant number in Scotland that support independence. Every poll will tell you that quite consistently. And my message to Labour is that if they do better in Scotland in this election than they've done in many years, it will be to their peril if they ignore a significant chunk of the Scottish electorate.
But Kate Forbes, when you ran to be leader of the SNP, your message was pretty clear that the SNP had to deliver in government at Holyrood as well, and not simply bang on about independence, even though you feel passionately about it and you want it. Is that the lesson you'll have to take away if the results are anything like as bad as they appear to be?
The lesson for me is very clear, that the SNP's priorities must resonate with the public. We must listen to what they are saying to us, and we have 2 years until the next election in Holyrood, which is a key election for us. And John Swinney has set out, it's one of the reasons I came in to support John Swinney. You'll know I had choices, and I chose to support him because his agenda.
Kate, we're going to have to leave it there and go to the
understood.
declaration apologies in Sunderland Central.
Central constituency is as follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852.
The Labour candidate.
Chris Einon, 10,779. Rachel
UK.
Sarah Featherstone, 2,993.
The Green Party candidate.
Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602.
Liberal Democrat.
Greg Peacock, 5,731.
The Conservative candidate.
The number of rejected ballot papers was 99.
So there we have the
Turnout
results
is
in Sunderland Central, another result in Phil, another from the North East in which Reform UK do extremely well and the Conservatives in what we got used to calling the Red Wall. It's the Red Wall again, isn't it?
Well, so let's go through this one because I think it's quite interesting. It's another one where turnout is down, and turnout is down by 7 percentage points. These are big drops in turnout. Reform up into second place. The Conservatives, I mean, there were bits of Sunderland where the Conservatives were challenging a few elections ago. This seat, or notionally this seat last time, the Conservatives got over a third of the vote. That's now down to 14 percentage points. So it's a Labour win on roughly the same, or actually identically the same share as last time, but with Reform pushing up into second place. Now, what I'm going to check in a second is what we would have predicted in that seat, but just eyeballing it looks to me pretty much exactly what we would have expected from the exit.
And just one tiny point to add, Lewis Atkinson, now the Labour MP there, is the first MP of the three of the night who's not been an MP before. And we are going to see, if this exit poll is right, or even if it's a bit wrong, an extraordinary number, hundreds of new members of Parliament.
Which is itself fascinating. Now, it's a little after midnight. You may have been waiting for the sum up of what we've learned so far in the news, but because we had a new result coming in, we decided to wait for that. It is now 5 past midnight, and there is a lot more to come.
Yes, all eyes on Swindon South, the night's first proper battleground seat, Labour needing a 5.7% swing there to defeat Sir Robert Buckland. Lee Kane, once Boris Johnson's Director of Communications, will be here, as will ex-Labour MP Margaret Hodge, who says she is worried about turnout.
My fear is that the anger that people feel will turn to apathy and people will not use their democratic right to vote in the general election. A low turnout could well be the main headline coming out of this coming election.
The main headline is, of course, the prediction of a Labour landslide, 170 majority, but there's a lot more to chew on. All that after the latest news with Caroline Nichols.
In the past hour, Labour have claimed their first 3 seats in a general election, forecast to give the party a landslide victory. The exit poll suggests Labour will have a majority of 170, doubling the number of their MPs in Westminster. The first declaration came in Houghton and Sunderland, which was retained by Labour's Bridget Phillipson, who's now likely to become the Education Secretary.
Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Labour will honour the trust that you have placed in us. I will honour the trust that you have placed in me. And I will work every day to deliver the promises that Labour has made and the better future that we, each of us and all of us, deserve.
Labour also took the new constituency of Blyth and Ashington, won by the veteran MP Ian Lavery. Reform came second in both seats, pushing the Conservatives well into third place. They're predicted to win 13 seats overall. Reform UK's co-deputy leader Dr David Bull told us earlier that it sounded from the exit poll like a very strong performance for the party.
If it is right, this is an historic breakthrough for a party that is just 4 years old. And it really shows to me the movement and what people are saying behind closed doors, actually. We've spoken a lot about shy reformers.
This election is predicted to be the Conservatives' worst ever, slashing their seats to not much more than a third of those won in 2019. On social media, Rishi Sunak thanked Conservative candidates, volunteers and voters for their hard work and support. The The Northern Ireland Secretary, Steve Baker, is projected to lose his seat in Wickham in Buckinghamshire. He admits it's a difficult night for the Tories.
I'm very conscious if 241 Conservative MPs lose their seats, it will be a very, very painful time for them, for their families, for their staff, for the Conservative Party. And obviously, all of us are very worried about the future of the country under a Labour government.
The exit poll indicates that the Liberal Democrats could gain a five-fold increase in MPs on the last general election, up to 61. The forecast for the SNP suggests a huge loss of seats for the party, leaving them with just 10 MPs. Their former leader, Nicola Sturgeon, said it wasn't a good night for the party. The Greens are predicted to take 2 seats.
Well, thank you very much, Caroline. Good morning. It is now morning, officially. It's 8 minutes past midnight. If you are with us...
a couple of times, haven't
yeah, well, we've got there, Nick. We've got there. If you're with us wherever you are, thank you so much for keeping us company. You're listening to us on 5 Live, on BBC Radio 4 as well, via your smart speaker on your BBC Sounds app, and you can watch us on BBC iPlayer as well, which will give you a little sneak peek into what goes on in a radio studio in a fairly marathon broadcast like this.
Which, the fact you've reminded me of that means I've just put this banana back down again, because I'm feeling a little bit self-conscious now.
Right, and it's a manky old banana as well, so put that away. We're also asking you to tell us how you're feeling about what you're hearing tonight. We've had the exit poll. It's not the result, of course, but it gives us an indication of what things might look like in the morning, much later on in the morning. So tell us how you're feeling, what it means for you, for your family, for your community. 85058 is a number you can send us a text on. 5 Live listeners will be very familiar with that. But if you're normally a Radio 4 listener, all you have to do is text that number and send in your comments to us, 85058.
Well, we've heard the headline several times, Phil Cowley, but it is worth just going back and taking a breath and saying, wow, again, as I did when we first read out that exit poll, the scale of the turnaround that Keir Starmer has managed to bring about in the Labour Party's success. When in this studio's elsewhere, people said, can't be done, the mountain's too high, Labour could never turn around the result in 5 years. It's quite something, isn't it?
It is. And actually, if you go back and look at the leadership election that Keir Starmer won, it was remarkable how much that election was not fought on a desire to pick someone who could become Prime Minister in 4 or 5 years' time. It was fought on the basis of rebuilding the party. And yet he's come from what was a catastrophic defeat in 2019 to a landslide on a par with that achieved by Tony Blair in 1997. Now, earlier on we had a discussion where I got a bit confused because I didn't understand why the Lib Dems were claiming this was their best result since 1906. And it was because they were saying that it was the best number of gains they'd made, or their successor party had made since 1906. If you look at Labour's performance in terms of gains, just in terms of gains, it's the best Labour performance ever.
209 gains projected in the exit poll. In 1997 under Tony Blair, 147.
Yeah, they've never gained this many seats in any election.
Sir Charles Walker is still with us, former Conservative MP for Broxbourne. Also joining us, Dame Margaret Hodge, former Labour MP for Barking. Good morning to you, Dame Margaret. First of all, let's reflect on what the exit poll is saying for Labour, and having been with the party for so long, how does it feel this morning?
Oh, it feels absolutely terrific. I never in my wildest dreams, I've been listening to the conversation and I agree with what Nick said. I never in my wildest dreams in 2019, when we got the worst result we'd ever had, thought that within 4.5 years we would be celebrating one of the very best results Labour has ever had. We have moved incredibly fast and far in a very short time, and that is down to Keir Starmer, because although people sort of say of him that he's a mild, not very interesting guy, he's a guy made of steel, and he has really ruthlessly reformed the party and put us in a position where we are winning tonight.
Interesting, Sir Charles is nodding along to you, but I don't want to put a downer on things. However, the sort of enthusiasm you're talking about is not necessarily reflected in what we're hearing from people. So can I just read a couple of texts we've had this evening? And I think this reflects your concerns around voter turnout that we mentioned a bit earlier. So this one here, I did vote in this this election, but I know lots of friends and families who are so disillusioned by all the parties that they chose not to vote. In the first few turnout figures continue in the same way. This will be a damning indictment of the mood of the nation towards politicians of all parties. Another one here, the electoral system, indeed the system of party politics in its current form in Britain is broken. And this one here, I'm sad that my vote had to go to Labour. I want Labour to know that if they win, it's not because we agree with their policies, but because we needed the Tories out. Now, look, it's just a small snapshot, but it gives you some idea of the conversations that are going on.
Well, I agree with that. If you'll just give me a bit of time. In 2001, we had a very low turnout across the country at that time. I can't remember the exact figure. Somebody will know it in the studio. But I then did some work because I had a low turnout. I had less than 50% of the people voting in Barking. I did some work on a particularly deprived council estate among women, and we held a number of focus groups to just sort of get what they were feeling. What came out of that was it wasn't apathy that had kept them from the ballot box. It was anger that had kept them from the ballot box. They were angry with the political class. That's reflected in what you read out to me, those communications that you read out to me. We've been through an era, really, from Boris Johnson in particular and Liz Truss onwards, when all trust in politics has really been eroded because they've broken the rules, because, they felt there was one rule for them and another rule for everybody else, because they used their political position, to dole out honours, dole out peerages, dole out contracts. The whole trust in politics was eroded because they behaved badly with impunity. And that's got to change. And that's why what Keir is saying about country before party is so important, not just for the Labour Party, for the country. We have got to get back to having proper standards of behaviour.
Margaret Hodge, I'm sorry to cut you short, but you'll want to hear this result from Swindon South. Julian Warwicker is there for us.
And we're just listening to the returning officer, Sam Mowbray, now as the results are being announced. 21,000 for Heidi Alexander. I'll keep quiet as you listen to these.
Roderick George Hebden, Green Party, 2,539. Catherine Podidowski, Reform UK, 6,194. Matthew David McKay, Liberal Democrat, 1,843. There were 147 rejected ballot papers, and the turnout of this election was 61.92%. And I do hereby declare that Heidi Alexander is duly elected.
Now that is significant because that is the first Labour gain of the night, Nick.
Yes, Julian Warwicker is there in Swindon for us. They are loving that for the Labour Party, aren't they? Heidi Alexander has got the seat.
She looked so delighted when she came into the room earlier. She is now standing at that podium celebrating the fact that she has won this seat. 21,676 she won to 12,070 to Sir Robert Buckland. So that's a significant switch in the fortunes of Labour and the Conservatives since the last election. The third place went to Reform UK, 6,194. Let's listen more into Heidi Alexander.
To invest in our schools and our NHS, to restore honesty, decency and integrity to politics. Now, as some of you may know, I'm a Swindon girl, born and bred, and I can tell you this, I'm on a mission to restore pride and opportunity to my hometown, a mission to ensure kids growing up here today don't have to move out to get on, a mission to build a high-wage local economy where hard work is rewarded and the contribution of all is valued. It's the honour of my life to have been elected to represent my hometown. Together, we are going to put Swindon back on the map for all the right reasons.
Heidi Alexander there, the new Labour MP for Swindon South. The first significant result in the sense, Phil Cowley, Professor Cowley, that is a gain for Labour and some, isn't it?
Yes, I mean this was a must-win seat. I mean, if this hadn't gone Labour, given that exit poll, or indeed given any of the polls we'd had in the run-up to the election, something was going seriously wrong. I'm still trying to work out the exact percentage to work out whether the swing is what we would have expected. But at first sight, it seems to be. I would just say that's another one though. I mean, turnout down again by about 7 percentage points.
Quick thing to note: Heidi Alexander. She's a new MP, but also an old MP. She quit the Commons back in 2018 when she was representing a London seat to become a deputy mayor of London under Sadiq Khan. So unlike almost every Labour MP, she's got executive experience, and I wouldn't be shocked if she goes straight into government as a minister.
Dame Margaret, are you still there? Are you still with us?
Going to say she is a terrific person. She's somebody I'm really, really delighted to have back. But can I also say that Robert Buckland was an MP with whom I worked really very closely, particularly on issues around dirty money and how it was impacting on our economy. And he was willing to stand up really to his leadership when he was on the backbenches. And I think he'll be sorely missed in the House of Commons. But Heidi is brilliant. I'm sure she will star. She's one of many. If you look at that whole list of new MPs who are coming in, likely to come in, particularly, well, not just women, but a lot of women as well. We've really got a massive amount of fantastic talent, experience, and just cleverness and, loveliness that is going to come in. I think we're going to have a really great... you can see I'm feeling really good tonight.
You're feeling good. We should just say, Margaret Hodge, because you were talking about peerages and so on, you've just been given one in the Dissolution Honours, if you like.
I know. I feel very humbled and excited, to be honest, Nick. What it means is, that it's this. It means I can carry on campaigning on some of these issues that I really feel passionately about, and it means I can carry on in public service. Well, so it's a huge honour,
and we can carry on talking to you.
Yeah, and listening hard, if
dragging you in all hours of the night.
Just listen hard for 2 seconds. In a second, Martha Carney, who is following the Prime Minister. We've heard nothing from him yet, from Rishi Sunak, even the form of statement. We'll hear from Martha in 2 seconds. Phil Cowley first.
Just to say, I have now got the figures in terms of what we would have expected. That swing in Swindon South is almost exactly right for the Labour. If anything, slightly better for the Labour Party than we would have expected. Slightly worse for Reform UK than we would have expected.
In terms of the exit poll.
In terms of what we were expecting from the exit poll.
Yeah.
Now, that's one seat. I'm not extrapolating from one seat, but I'm just saying, if anything, it is even better for Labour than we might have expected.
Just so we explain to people what's going on, isn't it? What you're doing with every result is saying, does this result appear to be in line with the exit poll? And the more it is, the more confident we over time will get.
Yeah. Or if it's not, in what ways is it wrong? And could the position therefore be better or worse for one of the parties?
What kind of recalculations will need to be done? Right, Martha Carney is on the trail of Rishi Sunak, and she has some gossip for us. What's going on, Martha?
Hi, Rachel. Well, you could hear the feverish counting going on here in Northallerton behind me. That is the people counting the numbers of votes. Lots of ballot papers have now arrived. It's the longest ballot paper in the UK, I should say, because there are 13 candidates standing here drawn by the Prime Minister. And there had been speculation that Rishi Sunak was going to be in difficulty in this constituency, but I can tell you that local Conservatives are pretty confident. So his future as an MP may be secure, but what's going to happen to him? And that's what I really want to be talking to you about, because what I've heard from some very reliable sources is that, well, first of all, Rishi Sunak's being urged to stay on to oversee any leadership contest that's going to be taking place in the same way that Michael Howard did back in 2005. And I've heard from 2 very reliable sources that he is definitely going to be staying on to oversee that. And that the question is when the leadership contest might actually take place.
Martha, thank you very much. So it feels appropriate now to perhaps visit some of the constituencies of people who might, if he goes, eventually replace him.
Well, let's first of all go to where Kemi Badenoch, the business secretary for now, is what was the Member of Parliament, is obviously running to be elected there in North West Essex. Joe Pike is there for us.
And Nick, here, Kemi Badenoch has been pretty frustrated about a problem with postal votes because 2,688 of them just were not sent out. The returning officer here saying that was human error as part of his team. It wasn't Royal Mail's fault, but that's got the current business secretary really angry, saying there is a council leadership unable to carry out basic functions competently. We should, though, say that her notional majority in this new seat is 23,000, so she starts from a position of strength of having about 60% of the votes. Looking at the sampling forms of some of the parties here, it does seem that the Conservatives are doing well, though Labour surprisingly getting a lot of votes, but I don't think enough at this stage to pip Kemi Badenoch to the post. She hasn't arrived yet, but a lot of her campaigners have. And of course, Essex is a place with two other potential future leadership candidates in James Cleverly and Priti Patel. We'll be trying to catch up with Kemi Badenoch when she does arrive to see what her thoughts are for the future direction of her party, but also whether she thinks she could play a leadership role in it.
Well, perfect cue there to go to James Cleverly's constituency. Paddy O'Connell is in the constituency of the man who's about to stop being the Home Secretary.
Yes, hello. I'm just looking at the agent for Braintree. She's just texted me to say he's not arriving yet and won't be doing interviews until the result is declared, which we expect in around 3.5 hours. We're still at stage 1 here. And that's picking up from what Joe's telling you, Nick, and I think you were in Essex as a youngster, as was I, when Essex Man was framed. Braintree went Labour in 97, and at the moment the exit poll is saying it's a hold for the Tories in both these seats, but I have to say the exit poll is more confident than the Tories that I'm looking at now. People are asking me to quieten down because apparently I'm shouting too loudly. But
never.
Both James Cleverly and Dame Priti Patel, as Joe was reminding me, you don't need to be reminded, are both leadership candidates. The exit poll says they'll hold with a greatly reduced majority, and they are not here yet.
Paddy O'Connell's reference there, Rich, is not that I'm from Essex, but the very first
you remember
election.
It as a reporter, yeah, way back.
Well, actually, as a producer, young producer, I was in Basildon in 1992. You may remember in that era, you won't remember, you're far too young. Essex man or woman was seen to be the key to Margaret Thatcher's success, and when that seat of Basildon came through, and I got tipped off, as you do, and you look at all the ballot papers, I got tipped off, I said, that's it. The Tories are going to survive, and John Major will carry on being Prime Minister in 1992. Those seats matter, in other words.
Of course they do, yeah. And actually, Paddy talking or being told to quieten down, it is quite hard to concentrate on counting when there's a lot of noise around you. So I can understand why. Let's go to Seema Katecha, who is with the former Home Secretary Suella Braverman, or in her seat, I should say. Suella Braverman, of course, sacked after comments she made about the Met Police's response to Gaza protests on Armistice Day. In Fareham and Waterlooville in Hampshire, Seema, and you're with Suella Braverman's father, I believe.
I am, yes. Hello to you and Nick, Rachel. Yes, I'm here. I'm in this leisure centre. It's really hustling and bustling at the moment. Lots of people coming in. We've had all the several party representatives come in. Suella Braverman hasn't yet, but she is expected, I'm told, over the next hour. Her team is feeling fairly confident. And I'm with her father here, Chris Fernandez, who I've been chatting with, and he's happy to talk to you all too. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. How are you feeling about your daughter's chances here this evening?
Thank you, Seema. Just taking it relaxed. I've been around in politics for the last 50 years, our family really, going back to the John Major, Thatcher era. So, yeah, and we expect anything. Politics is very unpredictable. So I'm looking forward to this tonight, and hopefully Suella should make it.
If she is successful, there has been a lot of talk and speculation, and she hasn't shied away from having leadership ambitions. Would you like to see her take that position?
I can't really speak for her, but if she wants to aspire to that position, I definitely won't object to it. I would definitely support her wholeheartedly.
Can I ask, Mr. Fernandez, if, and we'll have to wait and see, obviously, ultimately what happens with your daughter's seat, but if the exit poll is accurate, what do you think this means for the future of the Conservative Party?
Well, it's looking pretty disappointing at the moment. I've been through this in the past, and I'm not a stranger to where the Conservatives owe the other parties have lost. So I think I can take it, whatever happens.
Okay.
But hopefully, I would like to see, I'll perhaps we could recover. We never know. I mean, the Conservatives have got a very good spirit of speedy recovery.
It's always nice to have your dad on hand in major moments of your life. So thank you very much to both of you, Chris Fernandez and Seema Kotecha, who's there in the constituency of Fareham and Waterlooville.
We brought you the result of Swindon South a little while ago. That was the first seat that Labour took from the Conservatives, meaning that the former Justice Secretary, Sir Robert Buckland, had lost his seat. Here is what he had to say afterwards.
Although it was not to be for a fifth time, I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the tens of thousands of fellow residents who have supported me over the years and who continue to do so at this election. And to those who didn't, I say my good wishes and that my hopes go with you for the future of our town, my home, and our country. And I want to thank Heidi for her heartfelt words, and I genuinely wish her well. She is a person who comes to this with goodwill and the right motives, and I'm glad that on a personal level she is able to serve once again.
Sir Robert Buckland there conceding that he had lost his seat, paying tribute to his successor. Now, as I said, he was Justice Secretary. We're joined now on the line by the Justice Secretary under Tony Blair, Lord Chancellor indeed. He was from 2003 to 2007. Lord Faulkner, Charlie Faulkner, old friend of Tony Blair's long before he became Prime Minister. Good morning, I can now accurately say to you, Lord Faulkner, and congratulations.
Thank you very much indeed. I mean, obviously, there's quite a long evening to go, and quite a lot of the results, according to the BBC exit poll, give certain percentages of what the chances of winning are. So we can't be sure what the result will be. But if the result is what is being predicted, then it is back to the level of majority, roughly, that Tony secured in 1997. And in some ways, a greater achievement for Keir, because quite a lot of heavy lifting had been done by Neil Kinnock in 1992. So I think the majority that Tony had to overtake in order to get a majority was something like 21.
Yes,
which is the majority secured in 1992. And it's 80 this time that Keir might be turning into a majority in its hundreds. And it is an extraordinary achievement in one turn of the dice by Keir.
For people just joining us, just to remind you, the exit poll is saying a majority of 170. Tony Blair had a majority of 179. So the numbers in parliamentary terms are very similar. The backdrop is much, much less benign, though, isn't it, Lord Faulkner, for this incoming Labour government?
Much less benign, because people have become profoundly unhappy about their politicians. Keir has been steady, and the country is willing to entrust the leadership of the country to Labour, but they do so with much less optimism than they did in 1997. And although there is a feeling of real gratitude, if it's going to be, as the exit poll suggests, because the Tories are out and Labour are being given another chance, it is much more a sense that we've really got to prove ourselves now, whereas there was unalloyed optimism almost when Tony won in 1997.
Yeah, that is reflected actually in some of the messages we're getting from our listeners to 85058. Jim in Kent says, I believe a significant number of votes for Labour didn't actually want a Labour government. They just hated the Conservatives more. We need voting reform. And this one here, it's mad how these numbers are coming through. Labour could well have the largest ever majority on the back of a barely unusual winning vote share. And my 19-year-old son, this person goes on to say, voted reform. This is Adi in Hove. We'll have to look at the vote share when we have a better idea of it, Lord Faulkner. But they could have a fairly fragile mandate, your old party.
Well, they will have enough. We will have enough of a mandate to ensure that we will last almost certainly the whole of a period of election, 4 to 5 years. We have enough of a mandate to do things. And I think what the public are desperately looking for is a government that actually does things for the people. Country first, party second. And only if we start to produce results will people feel comfortable with us. But the result of this election is that the electorate is willing to give us that chance.
Lord Falconer, Charlie Falconer, thank you very much indeed. Worth saying as a little footnote is that Lord Falconer's son, Hamish, is a candidate in Lincoln. Now, there are quite a lot of children of rather well-known Labour figures who will be entering Parliament if this result comes out. I know we've got to lose Sir Charles Walker, who's very patiently been sitting
that's
with
fine.
us. I would just remind people who are joining us, former vice chair of the backbench 1922 Tory committee and now retiring from Parliament. Last thought from you before
I just thought it was interesting. You were talking that there could be 3 potential leadership candidates coming from the county of Essex, and Essex is ground zero for Reform UKIP, isn't it? So I just think that's going to be quite interesting. If we have 3 candidates, if Nigel Farage is elected in Essex, there's a sub-story there.
Would you have relished the opportunity to oversee a leadership contest like that?
I've got to say, no. All the Conservative potential leadership candidates have gamed it from a party being of 250, 200 to 150 because the makeup of the party changes quite significantly when you take it from 250 to 200 to 150. So I look, it's going to be a pretty small contest in a fairly empty room.
And we're casting very far ahead as well at this stage.
Thank you so much for joining us. You famously screamed at Liz Truss's government. I think it was one of the most shared political clips in a long time. Is that when it began to go wrong?
Rishi suffered from long Boris and short Liz, in my view. And that's why we're here tonight in the main. But there will be others who disagree wildly with that opinion.
It's a good sum up. He's looking at one of our next guests coming up in a few minutes. We're going to be hearing from Lee Kane, Director of Communications under Boris Johnson. Before we do, let me just tell you where we are on the night. I want to keep bringing you up to speed with the seats. We have had 5 results in. Labour has won all of those seats, and Phil, 1 gain from the Conservatives.
So the people listening may think, hang on, we've only had 4 results. That's because, we've been discussing things. Washington and Gateshead South has come through as a Labour hold. Not unexpected, with again a strong, if maybe slightly less than expected, performance for Reform UK. I just want to actually go back to Swindon, if I can, very briefly. When we were talking about Essex, I think there are moments in general elections where there is a seat that comes through where you think, okay, this is happening. Basildon. In 1997, it was Birmingham Edgbaston. I mean, you had the exit poll, but then you had some seats in the northeast, but then you had a marginal in Birmingham where there was this massive swing to Labour. The swing to Labour from the Conservatives in Swindon South was 16.4 percentage points. Wow. That is massive. Now, that won't be replicated everywhere, but that is the sort of swing that will yield you, these 100, 150, 200 gains.
On one of the subplots, which is Reform, and bear in mind that the exit poll says Reform will win 13 seats tonight, but they're not all on that exit poll coming from the Conservatives. At least 3 of them would come from Labour. I've been speaking to senior people in the Labour Party who are dousing scepticism onto that. They remain pretty bullish about the specific seats which the exit poll seems to think Reform will win off Labour. Now, look, let's see, they might look very silly in a few hours, and I remember not to talk to them in 5 years' time, but just always worth remembering parties have extremely good local knowledge.
And another seat where Labour may struggle is against one of their own members, Jeremy Corbyn, who has apparently arrived at the Sports Centre.
And I've got some intelligence on that as well.
Well, he looked very relaxed, we're told, as he walked around the hall.
I've spoken to.
Do you have better intelligence than that?
Well, I can give you a reason why he might appear relaxed. I've spoken to one of the people who's been intimately involved in running the Labour campaign there. And remember, the Labour campaign is not the Jeremy Corbyn campaign. And this person said to me, it's not over until the fat lady sings, all the usual caveats, but I think Jeremy has pipped it.
That is fascinating, by the way, if he's managed to pull that off. And it was noticeable, declaration of interest, I live in that constituency, it was noticeable a huge number of activists, Labour activists, who just resigned from the party and continued to work for the man they'd worked for decades, Jeremy Corbyn. And there was one other factor. His name begins with a C. I know that may seem trivial, right up high on the ballot paper. So if you hadn't really followed politics, you didn't know whether he's in the Labour Party or not, He came to his name very quickly, and the official Labour candidate is way down.
And there is actual proof that being high up the ballot paper matters. It's why in some countries they randomise the order on the ballot paper. We don't in this country. And if you're called Alan Aardvark, you have an advantage.
Right.
I'm pleased I've got no plans to go into politics, put it that way.
Well, the voice of Professor Philip Cowley, by the way, from Queen Mary University, and Henry Zeffman, Chief Political Correspondent, in the studio alongside myself, Rachel Bedden and Nick Robinson on 5 Live and BBC Radio 4. Let's find out what's happening in Wales. It's been a while since we've caught up with what's going on there. Howell Griffiths is our correspondent and is in Cardiff for the night. So 32 seats up for grabs in total in Wales. Talk us through the picture there, Howell. Well, we thought Howell could hear us, but from the rumble of sound in Cardiff, but nothing coming back to us, I suspect we've lost our contact with him.
Because curiously,
Howell, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you.
Hal, tell us what's going on in Wales then.
Hello there. Yes, well, ironically, we're talking about being wiped out. It seems like I almost was there. Essentially, the Welsh Conservatives have been wiped out. They took 14 seats back in 2019, but as you pointed out, the number of constituencies has gone down. And if we factor in the exit poll, lots of caution obviously, but it may be that tally of 14 goes down to just one, and quite a prominent one, Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, a seat you might have seen in the headlines in the last couple of weeks because of the betting scandal with a Tory candidate actually suspended. So Craig Williams is on course potentially just to hold on to that seat, even if technically he's no longer the Tory candidate. The exit poll, of course, suggests Labour will win the lion's share. They always do in Wales. They've been the biggest party in every general election here for over a century. However, that same poll suggests their vote share may have gone down by 2%. That's not good news for Welsh Labour, particularly its beleaguered leader, Vaughan Gething, who lost a vote of no confidence in the Senedd a few weeks ago. So obviously hours to go of this. We've not had a declaration yet. The first one expected maybe around 2 a.m. if we're lucky. And some prominent names might go to the Welsh Conservative leader has called these numbers disastrous, by the way, saying he's very angry. No words for his frustration about having to have a summer election. And the Welsh Secretary, David T.C. Davis, although he is in a fight to hold on to a seat in Monmouthshire, he's effectively conceded, saying he no longer expects to be an MP by the morning. So that would be at least one cabinet member expecting to be out of a job by the time there's daylight.
It sounds really busy there. How many different counts are taking place in Cardiff?
So in Cardiff we have 4 altogether. The ballot boxes have been here for a while, but it's a bit of a curiosity with Cardiff, an urban capital centre, that it may well be the last to declare. So while they're busy, I can see the papers going. We don't expect any result here until 4 a.m. So we've been looking, well, quite enviously north towards Sunderland, wondering how a similar sized city has effectively got the job done already, whereas here in Cardiff, 4 counts, obviously, plenty of ballot papers to flick through, but no result for several hours yet.
All right, no problems. We'll be there for you when it happens, Hal. Hal Griffith there in Cardiff tonight. And it's worth saying, actually, that we're having this kind of small petering through of results at this stage, but then come 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, suddenly there's a mass tumble of results.
There'll be a torrent of them, and
yeah.
we'll be struggling to keep up with them at that stage, won't we? But we'll bring you as many as we can, as well as trying to make sense of them, to analyse them with Henry, with Phil, and with our guests. And Lee Kane joins us, Director of Communications under Boris Johnson. Morning to you.
Good morning. Crikey, yes.
Now, well, crikey, let's begin with Wales, because it's a little symbol of the bigger picture for the Conservatives, isn't it? When you were working for Boris Johnson back in 2019, the Conservatives got 14 seats in Wales, because there's a reduced number of seats. We'll talk about 12, because that's how they kind of work it out, the number crunchers. But quite a lot of seats, and the potential is just 1. It's a pretty disastrous night for your party.
Yes, undoubtedly it's been a disastrous night. I think, going back to 2019, I was with Boris when he was writing and delivered the speech that I thought was one of his best, when he thanked Red Wall voters for lending us their vote. And he went on to say in that speech that thank people, and then said, these people want change. We must not let them down. And we did. And this is the response.
Let them down how?
I think as a government, we promised change, and that was not delivered. I think Boris had been positioned as the change candidate. I think people had signalled in a very sort of British Revolution way in Brexit that they wanted change in 2016. That was not delivered. We saw the vote in 2019. Again, Boris, change candidate, said he was going to fix all that, deliver the change that people had voted for. Again, that was not delivered.
Crucially, what we're hearing from the doorsteps of people of talking to Henry and messaging him from Conservative campaigning is that was about immigration. Now, Boris Johnson was never really opposed to high levels of immigration. As Mayor of London, he'd embraced a multicultural, multiracial city. He was Prime Minister when it got out of control, wasn't he?
Yes, undoubtedly. And I think, again, I think that the referendum, we come back to control, and control is the important term on that. People want, I think it's a very fair, welcoming country, but people do want sensible controls over immigration. And I think we look at the small boats that's been a big point of this campaign, and people are bewildered as to why the government can't control the issue.
Lee, we'll just come back to you in a moment if we can. In a moment or two, we were actually hoping to go and speak to Sir Robert Buckland, but it looks like, who has lost his seat in Swindon South, it looks like we've lost the line to him. But he might have a slightly different take on this. Oh, he's there, I'm being told. Sir Robert Buckland, can you hear us okay?
I can, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us after what is a very disappointing night for you. Although we heard your very gracious concession speech to Labour's Heidi Alexander a few moments ago. How are you feeling?
Well, look, being sacked on live television isn't much fun, I can tell you. But, I've got to look back on 4 election wins here and a legacy of hard work for Swindon and indeed the country. And that's what I talked about in my speech. But it's not over. I still feel I have a lot to give. And I want to make sure that the party that I've been a member for now nearly 40 years doesn't go off to some crazy careering to the extremes of politics, and actually remembers that it's at its best when it is the party of the nation, when it brings people together in common cause, and also reflects the ambitions and aspirations of the next generation. And that's where I think we've really fallen down. And that's why tonight the British public have said, your time's up.
There were some colleagues of yours having the post-mortem even before a vote had been cast. What did you make of the fact that people were writing the Daily Telegraph, for example, in the case of Suella Braverman, about what had gone wrong before the election had happened?
But spectacularly unprofessional and ill-disciplined, and I'm afraid emblematic of the reason why certain people really deserve no positions of responsibility or leadership within the Conservative Party. That's not how a disciplined, united party behaves before a vote is cast. We should have all put our shoulders to the wheel, work behind the leader for right or for wrong, and then now, after the votes have been cast and counted, talk frankly about the future of our party. I'm up for the debate. I know what side I'm on. I'm fed up of performance art politics and people striking poses in newspapers and on televisions. I want to hear about things that we're going to do. I came into politics to get things done. I got a lot done when I was in government. I wanted more time to do more, and I want my party to once again
if I may,
do more for our country.
You're outside the parliamentary party now, so I wonder how you will be able to influence the outcome of that. And in particular, we'll have to wait and see the kind of shades of blue that are left in the House of Commons for the Conservatives at the end of tonight.
Well, I agree. Look, I want the parliamentary party to be as big and diverse as possible, but I also want them to listen to people like me, the members, who have our say. And I know that not just members, but millions of people out there who did not vote Conservative this time, and for reasons that I think we need to understand, have to be listened to. And, conversations I was having on the doorstep in Swindon were diverse, but time and time again, people were just saying to me how unimpressed they were that the Conservative Party no longer seemed to be competent and no longer seemed to actually have their interests at heart rather than their own self-interest. We've got to take that on board and act before it's too late.
So, Robert Buckland, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I know it's a tough night for you and for your team there as well, but we appreciate your time. So, Robert Buckland.
The challenge, Lee Kane, here in the studio, former Director of Communications for Boris Johnson, is that Robert Buckland very much on the One Nation. You heard all the phrases and signals that were in his interview there. And you're, in a sense, saying, well, no, hold on. Boris Johnson won on the right. He won by promising to get immigration down. And how does the Conservative Party resolve that debate?
I think a question of left and right is probably the wrong framing of what the challenges are. But Boris Johnson won to deliver quite significant change is what the people were asking for him to do. So immigration is certainly a part of that. That is undoubtedly what people want. And if we look at the priorities in this election, its cost of living is way out in front, but you've got NHS waiting lists that have got out of control. Public services are broadly in an absolute mess. You have all this situations where people are poorer, public services constrained, taxes at the highest levels. These are all very poor metrics for the Conservative Party. And I think there was a moment in 2019 where for Boris we had an agenda very early, which was large-scale reform, so planning reform, tax reform, changes to procurement, looking at all sorts of R&D and skills and pushes in all of these areas that would fundamentally try and transform much of what we were looking at to do with the state. Some of the civil service reforms, a lot of that was junked, basically, because, and I think this is the real change in Tory party. Since David Cameron, Theresa May, there's been an assessment that broadly everything is okay and we can go along with the status quo of things as opposed to delivering the change that.
Can I just say, if I may, because you haven't at any stage in this conversation mentioned reform. And if we look at the results, and there are particular reasons for this because of where the results come from, so it's only a very small picture we've got at this stage. But every single result so far, bar one, reform has come second to Labour.
I think undoubtedly reform is going to be the story going into today as we are now, but that's going to be the story that everybody is looking at. And
the story will be a new Labour government.
Well, we say
that'll be a story.
Well, but in the sense of, I think in terms of it's all kind of priced in with how well Labour have done. I think we were all expecting a large Labour majority. I think how well reform are going to do it might well surprise some people. However, I think it'd be the wrong assessment to say, OK, this is about moving to the right. I think it's a case of, again, it's delivery. The government has not delivered what it is promised. That is a core thing. It doesn't deliver what it's promised. So people then look to whichever else they can go.
Lee Kane, sorry to cut you off. We have to deliver results, and Phil Cowley is doing it for us.
Well, just to say what we've been chatting, Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West has declared Labour hold, with a result pretty much in line with the other results we've seen from the North East so far. And I'll just add, one of the worst things about this election are some of the new constituency names. And Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West is a classic example of where the Boundary Commission have got out of control.
We waited a few hours for Professor Cowley to complain about the results. So people who are just tuning in know what you mean when you say, well, pretty much in line. What we've seen in the North East, isn't it? Labour clearly winning those seats again, but Reform doing well, and the sorts of big votes for the Tories, which produced the language about the red wall that were associated with Boris Johnson, they're disappearing.
So these are not really red wall seats in the sense that they're seats which the Conservatives didn't take last time, but they came second in last time. They came and a good second in most of these seats, quite close in one or two cases. And what you've seen in these seats is Reform pushing into second place, the Conservatives crashing to third, and Labour winning with not much of an increase in their share of the vote. Unlike, for example, Swindon South, where Labour's vote share really did go up. I should add that Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West, to get it out of my system once again, is a slightly more complicated seat than some of the others because there is an independent candidate. It's a seat with a relatively large Muslim population. There was an independent candidate who ran on a sort of pro-Gaza platform and got 9 percentage points. So that slightly alters some of the figures in that particular seat.
I've got a solution for you, Nutcore. Newcastle upon Tyne, Central and West. Does that help?
Would it catch on?
Not sure it's going to catch on, Rachel.
Good morning to Lord Kinnock, by the way.
Hello.
He's in the studio as well with us.
Nice
Very good to see you. Lots to talk to you about, but we're just going to connect with some of our reporters out in counts. First of all, Kevin Fitzpatrick is following all the counts in Bolton for us tonight. Very much heart of the red wall there. Kevin, what's going on?
Yeah, we've got three really interesting counts here. First of all, Bolton South and Walkden. Walkden in Salford recently added under the boundary changes. It's always been Labour and it will remain so tonight, although talking to Labour sources, it could be that the party's vote share reduces, upset over the conflict in Gaza, leading the Green Party and the Workers' Party of Britain potentially to take a number of votes off the Labour Party, although their MP Yasmin Qureshi will be returned as is expected. In the other two, we've had two Tory MPs in Bolton North East and Bolton West, although the now former MP for Bolton North East has announced recently, Mark Logan, that he won't be standing, and in fact he's intending to vote Labour at this election. He'd won in 2019 with a majority of just 378, so it won't have taken many of his former constituents to switch to Labour to see that head back. But in 2019 we had the Tories and Labour neck and neck on around 19,000. It was the Brexit Party who came in third on just 1,800, and they've now been relaunched obviously as Reform UK. The expectation is that rather than Labour picking up any votes, particularly in Bolton North East, it's going to be the collapse of the Tory votes, with a big chunk moving to Reform, that hands that election to Labour. And in Bolton West, which I know Radio 4 has done quite a lot of focus on through this election, the MP, Chris Green, he's been a Tory MP since 2015. He thinks it's touch and go, but you talk to Labour, you talk to Reform, and they really do think it's heading back to the Labour Party. So that would be the first time since 2015 that all three here have been Labour seats.
Interesting. I chaired a hustings in Bolton West for the Today programme on Radio 4, actually, and the sense, it was only a sense, was that it was going to go Labour. We will see. Now we can travel over west to Bristol Central. Katie Razzle is waiting for us there. Now this is a reminder, Katie, isn't it, that there's a lot of different stories tonight. This is one where Labour could be in some trouble.
Absolutely, Nick. You're absolutely right. This is a place held by Thangam Debonair, Shadow Culture Secretary. She had a 30,000 majority last time. And I've just been walking around the sports hall where Bristol Central Count is happening. So there are around 70 or 80 people sitting at tables. They've just finished verifying the ballot papers. That means they've been dividing them into piles of 10, putting them, together with paper clips, and standing staring at them are representatives from the parties, making notes on pieces of paper, recording what every ballot says in terms of which party is getting a vote. Now, this is a big green target, this seat, and they are starting to count properly. But even already here, I have to say that only one party in that sports hall is looking confident and happy, and it is not the party predicted to win a landslide in this general election. Someone from one of the smaller parties put it to me this way: the Greens are storming it in this seat. And I was having a look as they were recording those ballot votes as they came in, and it did look like there were far more crosses against the Green seat. Obviously very early days, we will see, but it already is looking like there have been some tears in the Labour camp. There's no sign of Thangam Debonair here as yet, or indeed Carla Denyer, who's the Green co-leader and candidate here, but someone in the Labour campaign said on the doorstep today, they told me, as they tried to get their vote out, people were telling them, we really like Thangam, but we're voting Green, sorry. And this person was saying, there's a sense that people believe there's no jeopardy, and it's devastating. But this could be the ironic seat where a night of triumph for Labour, but in this one constituency, not for Labour here.
Get some reaction from Natalie Bennett for the Greens in our studio in just a moment.
Lord Kinnock is with us, and obviously the first thing, Neil, you'll want to reflect on is an extraordinary result for Keir Starmer, but we'll come to Bristol in a second as well.
Rejoice, rejoice. But even the rejoicing is tinged with concern about what our new government will face, and that's a sobering thought. I'm gonna give myself an evening of pure ecstasy, and nothing gets in the way of that. And I'll be singing and dancing, and that doesn't suit me totally. But then the singing and dancing will stop, and the governing will start, and with crises in every single public service and an underperforming economy, it's going to require a lot of tenacity, some originality, and a great deal of courage to give the British people the government they seek.
I don't want you to stop singing and dancing just yet, because I'm enjoying it. But do you think there's a danger that the way this will be interpreted, because there was such expectation of a significant Labour majority, we underplay the significance of what Keir Starmer has done for the Labour Party?
It's quite extraordinary. He has gained 208 seats. Now, that is incomparably the best.
That is the projection from the...
Well, sorry, I'm talking about the exit poll. Fine, okay. We are all talking about that at the moment. So we're sort of halfway between here and Mars. So anyway, let's work on that basis for the moment. And he's projected to have gained 208 seats, which is phenomenal. And really, we can say it's Keir because of the way in which he's addressed the condition of the party, the changes that had to be made, the policy developments that had to be undertaken, the modesty and moderation he had to show in order to offer reassurance, as well as some cutting-edge policies that are really going to make a difference. And he had the confidence and trust in his colleagues and commitment to the well-being of the British people. He's a deep-seated, deep-rooted patriot.
Will he need as much steel in government, maybe more than in opposition? Because he's going to have to disappoint, isn't he, again and again?
But it's a different kind of steel. And in the same way that he has been demonstrating, not just explaining, but demonstrating that his values and commitments have not changed at all, that he is a gutsy radical and a great advocate. And that's why the Labour Party recognised in him a winner and supported him. And he's going to have to play...
Forgive me interrupting, but I'm really interested to use that phrase, gutsy radical, because, you know, people like me, people like Rachel, kept saying to him, now, are you the guy who appeared to back Jeremy Corbyn, well, did back Jeremy Corbyn, said he'd be a great Prime Minister and said your manifesto would be built on it, or are you this very cautious kind of Blairite type? And you think, why'd you say gutsy radical then?
Because he's methodical and he's got enough strength of his convictions, deep-rooted convictions, to be able and willing to adapt pragmatically. It's only people of shallow convictions who are afraid of pragmatism, who are afraid of changing with time and realities. People with his commitments and his convictions will make the change according to the nature of the demands of the time and the future. Those who don't, I think they're immature. And if anybody deserves the word description mature, it's Sir Keir Starmer.
He will have a challenge on his hands, though, to bring voters along with him. We will wait to see what the share of the vote is, but this could be the most proportionate general election we've ever seen. Yes. He could be elected on, significantly under 40% of the vote.
He and Rachel Reeves and Wes Streeting and all the rest of his close senior colleagues have got two basic tasks. One is a huge task of public explanation, not to offer excuses, but to give people really graphic descriptions.
How long can they blame the current state of the country on the previous administration?
It isn't a matter of blame. It's explaining exactly where we are. Now, if people want to then cast blame on the disasters of the previous 14 years, including so-called austerity, which was an act of pillage for years and years and years, then if people want to cast the blame, fine. But his task and his task of his government is explanation. Secondly, and simultaneously, action. Action is absolutely vital. And alongside the explanation.
Lord Kinnock, alongside you.
Thank you.
Just sat. No, don't go, because you haven't had a chance.
Okay.
You can now.
We had a hug earlier.
So, you had? Let's explain to listeners. If you're watching on iPlayer, and you can watch on iPlayer, I know it's radio, but you can watch us on iPlayer, you will have seen David Lammy. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Nick.
And there was a congratulatory hug before you came in and a grasping of the hand. These are human moments. These are personal moments. Do you believe it yet?
No, I don't, because we haven't had enough seats come in, and I think we're permanently nervous because the truth of the Labour Party is, people forget that in the 20th century we were in power for 23 years. Yeah. And our job is to get more in the 21st. I've stood on many manifestos. This is my 8th general election, and most of them, sadly, have not been winning manifestos. So if what the exit poll is predicting turns out to be correct, then the first thing I should do is apologise to my friend Keir Starmer, because when he sat in my kitchen 4.5 years ago now, and I was co-chairing his campaign, I said to him, you couldn't do this in 5 years. You need to moderate the offer. It's a 10-year plan. Please, God, don't say you can do this in 5 years. And he did it, or it looks like he's done it. And it's
Did he argue with you then? I mean, in other words, you said to him it can't be done. Frankly, everybody said it can't be done, didn't they? Everyone used that awful cliche about mountain to climb. Back then, did he say, no, David, I know I can do it?
He actually, Neil will know this, he didn't argue, he just listens. He just listens. It sort of goes in, and you can sort of tell that he doesn't buy it. And it became very clear that, that his view was he'd have to do it in 5, and he was a man in a hurry.
Did he do it, or did the Tories trash it? I mean, that's another question, which we'll come to. But Natalie Bennett has been waiting patiently for some time. Natalie Bennett of the Greens, of course. You were hearing us talk about what's happening. Baroness Bennett, I should say.
Natalie, please.
You were hearing us talking about what might be happening in Bristol Central. You're very hopeful of gaining there from Labour's Thangam Debonair. The exit poll suggests you will have 2 seats. That's an increase of 1. Is that good enough for you?
Well, I think as everyone's saying, we're currently on the exit poll, and we didn't see sampling in that of Tory Green marginals, which are 2 of the seats, Waveney Valley and North Herefordshire, that we're very much focused on. So we will simply have to wait for the voters' verdict. The exit poll doesn't give us.
But would that be a satisfactory outcome?
Well, I think let's focus on Bristol Central and what is really looking like not just a win, but a very strong win. And I was there on the ground last weekend, and the enthusiasm, the energy, the excitement, which is really what Carla Denyer has seen there in Bristol Central, and to defeat a Labour shadow cabinet member, and to fight such a strong campaign, it's a real sign of what the Greens can do. But I think it's interesting the question that you raised about whether this is a Tory loss or a Labour victory. Of course, it's both, and I don't want to deny Lord Kinnock his song and dance, and I hope you very much were able to enjoy that this evening. But I was actually on College Green earlier. And there was quite a lot of young people around, some of whom may have had a drink or 2 dancing around the edge of College Green. And what they're celebrating is the defeat of the Tories. That's really what voters are overwhelmingly saying. We've had enough Tory chaos.
We had in this studio not so long ago a Tory backbencher who was saying to Conservatives, nobody's going to be listening to us at all. Nobody will care about our arguments. Nobody will care who's running for the leadership. Is this the new politics of Britain, Natalie Bennett? You're sitting alongside David Lammy, who hopes to be the next Foreign Secretary within a day, certainly in the Cabinet. Are you going to be holding Labour to account?
Very much so. And, I'm afraid that it has been disappointing that what Labour has presented has been essentially to follow the Tory spending plans, to follow the same kind of austerity. Now, I don't think that's going to be achievable. You don't have to listen to me on that. The Institute for Fiscal Studies is saying that what Labour was presenting is simply unachievable. We have people who can't get an NHS dentist. We have a huge deficit of what's needed in the NHS. We have our schools that are struggling so much.
Very quick reaction, David Lammy. Then we've got to go to the news, and then we're going to keep you with us, and Neil Kinnock too. And
well, Natalie will know that on the doorstep this time there was unbelievable cynicism, plague on all their houses. And the truth of that is that people actually did respond to our manifesto, properly costed, sound, measured. We set out a plan. We're going to deliver against that plan. 6,500 teachers, 40, all those new appointments that are now going to be available in the NHS, the antisocial behaviour, GB Energy. It's a sensible offer. We need to rebuild trust. You build on that offer, and then you can move forward when you've grown the economy. And I think that in the end, what this tells us also is the centre ground of politics is where, broadly speaking, the British people are. Move off to the fringes, either under Labour or the Conservatives, and I'm afraid you lose.
Let's not ignore one of the big other stories of tonight, which is reform, which we will spend some time talking about. It is significant, and you can't just suggest the narrative is purely about centre ground. That has to be confronted, I would think, as well, by all political parties. We'll get to that perhaps, but we do need to get to the news first. We could get the results coming up in the next hour from Kemi Badenoch's seat in North West Essex. Could there be an upset there? We could also hear from Basildon and Billericay, where the Conservative Party chair, Richard Holden, is under pressure.
The first Scottish result could come in from Rutherglen, the first sign of how the SNP are doing. So could the first Welsh result from Wrexham, which Labour hope to take. We're going to be discussing that, but not with Natalie Benefit. We're going to say thank you to you for joining us here in the studio and keeping an eye on those Green results, because it's going to be significant.
And I mentioned Reform. We could also hear from Barnsley South, where Labour is facing a real challenge from that party. Lord Mandelson will also be here. We're going to ask how tonight compares to 1997, when he said this.
I feel slightly sorry for Mr Major, and I think that considering what his party have done to him, basically spent the last 6 weeks, if not the last 3 years, hacking him to pieces, I think he's emerged with a very stoic and a very dignified way from what has been a personal calamity for him.
How will he feel about Rishi Sunak this evening? Will he be as sympathetic? We'll hear from him. And we'll discuss the future of the Tories with former Minister Dame Andrea Jenkins and journalist Henry Hill. All that after the news with Caroline Nichols.
Labour have gained their first seat from the Conservatives in the general election, with Heidi Alexander taking Swindon South from the former Justice Secretary Sir Robert Buckland. She won with a majority of more than 5,500, a swing to Labour of more than 16 points. The exit poll predicts Sir Keir Starmer's party will win by a landslide, taking 410 seats. The Conservatives are forecast to suffer their worst defeat in their history, slumping to 131 seats. Sir Robert Buckland said it was time for the Tories to wake up.
I'm fed up of performance art politics. I've watched colleagues in the Conservative Party strike poses, write inflammatory op-eds and say stupid things they know have no evidence for, instead of concentrating on doing the job that they were elected to do. I've had enough of it. I want the Conservative Party to get back to the ethos of doing stuff well and being competent.
The earliest seats to declare were in the North East. Labour has held all 5 announced in the region so far, with Reform pushing the Conservatives down into third place. According to the exit poll, they're on course to win 13 seats overall. The polling expert, Professor Sir John Curtis, says it appears Reform is hitting the Conservative vote.
Support for the Conservatives is falling much more heavily in places where they are trying to defend a seat than it is in places that Labour already hold. It's not because Labour are doing spectacularly better in Conservative-held seats. It's because Reform are. Much of the damage to the Conservative Party tonight is being done by Reform, even if it is the Labour Party that proves to be the beneficiary.
The Liberal Democrats are predicted to overtake the SNP as the third largest party in the Commons, with 61 seats. The Scottish Nationalists are forecast to have 10 seats, meaning it would lose its position as the party with the most Scottish seats at Westminster. The Deputy First Minister of Scotland, Kate Forbes, says it was a difficult night, but it didn't mean their fight for independence should be forgotten.
We must listen and we must regain and rebuild trust. But there is a significant number in Scotland that support independence. Every poll will tell you that quite consistently. And my message to Labour is that if they do better, it will be to their peril if they ignore a significant chunk of the Scottish electorate.
The Greens are on course to win 2 seats, while Plaid Cymru are predicted to take 4. An hour before polls closed, Rishi Sunak handed surprise peerages to Theresa May, Sir Graham Brady and his Deputy Prime Minister Oliver Dowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Caroline. It is coming up to 10 minutes past 1 o'clock. You're listening to Election 2024 on BBC Radio 4 and 5 Live on BBC Sounds 2. And Rachel is alongside me, and you can see us on the iPlayer.
Yes, on the iPlayer. If you just go to the iPlayer front page, just click there and you'll be able to see behind the scenes in the radio studio and all the lovely people we have with us here, including Phil and Henry, who've been here through the night. Should we officially introduce them?
Professor Philip Cowley.
From Queen Mary University, London.
And Henry Zeffman, our chief political correspondent. And in the studio is the man who expects... Well, do you expect to be the next Foreign Secretary, David Lammy?
I do.
You do. There we are. Neil Kinnock alongside...
I don't expect to be the next Foreign Secretary.
Now, there's some
Stranger
news.
things have
I used to be the next Prime Minister. Do you remember that?
Yeah. We can talk all night, but we do want some news as well. So Henry Zeffman's got some news.
Well, I said after the exit poll that this was a night of one massive earthquake, but also lots of other earthquakes. And one of them is the Liberal Democrats' extraordinarily good performance, their most gains in one election ever, according to the exit poll at least. Now, they are claiming to me, as authoritatively as any anonymous source can, that they've won a seat that the exit poll doesn't actually project them winning. Tunbridge Wells, or as they put it to me, the disgusted of Tunbridge Wells have spoken. It was last Lib Dem, well actually, this is how long ago it was last Liberal in 1906.
Liberal. Yes, that is a reminder that we are talking, and that really would be startling, and a gift to the headline writers as well. David Lammy, Labour, could be presiding over a parliament in which Tunbridge Wells is no longer Conservative. There has been something of, what's your favourite term for it? Earthquake, landslide, asteroid hit? What do you prefer?
If that were the case, that is a very big earthquake. My sister lives in that constituency. I know she voted Labour. But look, I think that the Shires turning, the South East Shires turning, is a big, big deal. And let's see what happens in Essex. Let's see what happens in Kent. We saw some of this under Blair, but Tunbridge Wells would be totemic.
Is it not possible that it will be summed up, this election, in disgusted of Tunbridge Wells, that the real story of the election is that the electorate are disgusted with the Conservative Party and not embracing the Labour Party?
No, I don't, Nick, I don't accept that.
Not even as a part of it?
No, clearly as a part of it. I mean, I would say, I want to do the second part of it first. There was some cynicism on the doorstep, more than I've ever seen. It's almost a plague on all their houses. Now, it was the case, if you went back to Labour's period in office, it was the case before the 2010 election, people were raising, say, MPs' expenses. But this electoral cycle, you've got the Boris parties, you've got the procurement contracts under COVID, you've got Liz Truss, time and time again, when it falls to the Conservatives who actually govern, they actually fail to govern with any principle at all. So there was a sense in which we're sick of politics. And when Keir Starmer said he wants a politics that treads lightly on people's lives, I actually think that landed. And so I do think the offer that we made, sensible, costed, planned.
Okay.
We can do this first and then that next. They went for it.
I keep going back to this, but let's also see where we end up at the end of the night and where the vote share is, because that could tell quite a different story. We want to turn our attention to Northern Ireland now. Andrea Catherwood is at the Titanic Centre, which became, well, a location of some derision for the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak when he started off his campaigning there. 6 of the 18 seats in Northern Ireland are being counted there. Now, the exit poll, Andrew, as you can explain, only predicts GB, not Northern Ireland. So we don't really have much of a clue of what the picture will look like there, but there are some really interesting individual battles going on, aren't there?
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was funny there that you mentioned the Titanic Centre. Of course, when Rishi Sunak came to the Titanic Quarter at the very beginning of the campaign, it seems like a really long time ago now. Here in Northern Ireland tonight, you've got the DUP, the Democratic Unionist Party, under a lot of pressure. They have been the biggest party, the biggest Northern Ireland party in Westminster for almost 20 years. That could all change tonight. As you say, there are 6 seats being counted behind me. I heard David Lammy on your programme talking about feeling nervous. Well, I can tell you, I can feel the nerves here, because there are 2 seats in particular here in the Titanic Centre that are absolutely on a knife edge tonight. And one of them is Belfast East, and I can see it being counted behind me. Now, Belfast East has got 2 party leaders facing off against each other for just 1 seat at Westminster. One is Gavin Robinson, and he is the new leader of the DUP. He's only been in post for a couple of months. He's up against Alliance. Alliance is that centre ground cross-community party, and Naomi Long is there. They are battling it out, those 2 leaders, for that 1 seat. It would be a disaster for the DUP if Gavin Robinson were to lose that seat, because then he would be an unelected leader. Would he have to resign? Well, we just don't know, but it would plunge the DUP into another crisis.
Andrea, thank you very much. We'll catch up with you throughout the night. Another very interesting constituency in Northern Ireland is Fermanagh and South Tyrone, which has the smallest margin, the smallest majority of anywhere in the whole of the United Kingdom, currently held by Sinn Féin. But Pat Cullen is the new candidate candidate there for Sinn Féin. Lots of people will know her. She's a former head of the Royal College of Nursing. She was absolutely instrumental in leading the nurses' strike. So we'll be popping back to Northern Ireland. We'll be getting round the country, just so as you know how we're trying to tell the story here tonight. We've got reporters in hundreds of counts all over the place. We'll be starting to get a steady stream of results coming through. We'll go to the key ones.
Barnsley is coming up relatively soon. Phil Cowley, is it not?
Well, it is, but just to say that Gateshead Central and Wickham has just declared Labour hold, not surprisingly, Conservatives down to fourth.
Why are people in the northeast of England able to count much quicker than anybody in the south?
Well, I'm not sure they are entirely.
We've had about 6 results.
We've had 6 from the northeast and 1 from Wiltshire, yeah.
And we welcome to the studio, alongside David Lemmy and Lord Kinnock, we have another member of the House of Lords, Lord Finkelstein. Daniel Finkelstein, welcome.
Good evening.
Very nice to see you here. Now, we're going to carry on talking about Keir Starmer's government in a second, but I'm getting news that we're going to get a result from Cramlington very soon.
Before we do that, we can rejoin Martha Carney, who has been on Rishi Sunak's trail in his seat, but I think she has someone else with her now. Martha, where are you? What's going on?
I do have somebody else with me, and I can hardly believe that I'm telling you this, but it's Count Binface, who you may know in the past.
Martha, I'm really
as Lord
sorry.
Bucket.
We're going to go to Cramlington. I'm so sorry. We'll come back to you. Cramlington and Killingworth.
That the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tom Campion, Liberal Democrats, 1,898. Gordon Fletcher, Reform UK, 9,454. Emma Foodie, Labour and Cooperative Party, 22,274. Dawn Furness, Independent, 322. Ian Jones, the Green Party, 2,144. Scott Lee, Independent, 573. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,592.
Well, that confirms that the Labour Party have taken that seat. And it confirms one other thing as we're looking at those results, Phil Cowley. Once again, seat in the northeast of England. This is in Northumberland, Tyne Wear. A collapse in the Conservative vote there. A very large Reform vote, but a very comfortable win for the Labour Party.
Yes, I mean, it's pretty on a par with all the other seats we've seen from the northeast. Emma Foodie married to Alex Norris, who is almost certainly going to be returned as MP for Nottingham North and Kimberley later on.
But these are seats that, as you were pointing out, are not part of, in inverted commas, the Red Wall, in the sense that they were already Labour held, but seats where the Tories did get a Brexit bounce. What's the opposite of a bounce? They've unbounced.
They've unbounced, and they've moved. In most of these seats, they were second, and they've dropped back down to third or fourth.
Third to Reform in almost every case.
In every case.
Right, let's go back to Martha then. I'm so sorry, Martha, that we interrupted you. Carry on.
I completely understand why you might want to interrupt this pretty silly interview for an important election result. But I am joined, and I don't think I've ever said this in all the elections I've covered, by Count Binface, who is standing as a candidate here in Richmond and North Allerton. And I think before we begin, please just describe for our listeners what you're wearing.
Well, firstly, hello, Martha. Hello, Radio 4. Hello, Radio 5, or Radio 9, I think we can call you tonight. And I am dressed in my usual splendid regalia, silver bin, silver cape, full battle armour, lasers, and a lovely swanky rosette, because you can't go to a count without a rosette.
You have got a lovely rosette, and you've been to a lot of counts, haven't you, with previous Prime Ministers and had a chance to chat to them.
That's correct. I mean, this is my third shindig with a sitting British Prime Minister. Or is she sitting, standing? What's he doing? Who knows? But last 2 times, I've had a lovely time. Mrs. May, remember her? No. Well, that was 2017, and she was polite but petrified and said, good evening to me, and that was fun. Boris was very garrulous. I spoke to him in the only language I knew he would understand, which is classical Latin. Like you know, Martha, I said alia iacta est to him, and he liked that, and he treated me with the same faux respect that he treated the rest of you during the pandemic. So that was lovely. And then, of course, Sadiq Khan, was very happy that I thrashed the fascists of Britain First just the other month. So me and the great and good of British politics, we're just like that. I'm putting my fingers together in the right gesture, not the wrong one.
And you're going to be up on the stage just behind us, hoping to grab a word with Rishi Sunak?
Well, one hopes so. I mean, you know, I got a funny feeling, guys, he ain't going to want to stick around. Because, you know, he's called an election, he's run the worst campaign in living memory, and an asteroid has hit the Tory party. But I'll talk to him as much as he wants to about the cricket or politics.
Well, there's the analysis, Martha. There's the analysis coming from Count Binface. In fact, Henry Zeffman, and indeed you broke the news earlier, didn't you, that Rishi Sunak, despite the worst result of any Conservative leader in history, is planning to stick around.
That's what we think. We think that Rishi Sunak would, at the very least, stick around during a Conservative leadership election. But let's see whether in the sort of next few hours, which I think are going to be pretty dark for him emotionally, whether that changes. While we're talking about some sort of expected results before the flood starts coming, here's another potential one. Nicola Sturgeon, of course, until very recently First Minister of Scotland, leader of the SNP, she has said elsewhere that she thinks Stephen Flynn, the Westminster leader of the SNP, will lose his seat. Interesting, that one, because if he loses his seat, he's almost certainly going to lose it to the Conservative Party.
Yes, and what's fascinating is there are two battles going on, aren't there? David Lammy's still with us here, Neil Kinney, Lord Finkelstein as well. There are a couple of battles going on in Scotland. The big Labour SNP battle in what we call the central belt of Scotland, but there is a traditional SNP Tory battle, not unrelated, I suspect, to the future of oil and the future of gas, David Lammy, going on there.
Yes, I mean, there were predictions that we could get up to 30 seats in Scotland, but again, I think people we've got to be sober. We were reduced to one MP, back in just after 2015, and so we didn't have all the activists on the ground in Scotland that we would have liked. And of course, there is a traditional rural Conservative vote. And so the SNP collapse, if there is one tonight, will be as much to the Conservatives as it is to Labour.
Now, talking about being sober and serious, I've asked the future Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has been in that seat. We've talked to the future Education Secretary. You are, we think, the future Foreign Secretary, unless there's something surprise Keir Starmer has got up his sleeve. For you, what is it that you need to do on day one?
Well, we will be going to NATO at the beginning of next week. There we renew our commitment to Ukraine alongside allies. Clearly, it's Keir Starmer and myself on the world stage for the first time. And then we move on to the EPC, the European Political Community, and all European leaders arriving in Blenheim Palace. So it's a big international week. It's a huge opportunity for us, and it's Keir Starmer very much on a world stage.
An opportunity because sometimes new Prime Ministers, new Foreign Secretaries have to wait a long time to meet all their counterparts. You get to meet them all sort of pretty much instantly.
Well, Europe's coming to town, the whole of NATO, so all of our allies in 1 week. Many of them, of course, we've already met in opposition. But I think it is an important stage, and you journalists will be looking at it very, very, very acutely. I think with Europe to set a very different tone to what we've seen in the past, turning the page, if you like, on Brexit, and with NATO allies to be standing very clearly with Zelensky and the fight that Ukraine have at this time.
And one last question, because I know we've got to let you go elsewhere. Gaza. We haven't yet had the results of seats in which Gaza has been a big factor, but I think it's clear it will be. It may well have played an important role in Bristol, where it looks as if the Greens have taken a seat from your shadow cabinet colleague, Thangam Debonair, at the moment. What can you do to reduce the divide at home, a deep divide, in our community, sometimes inside the Labour Party itself, about that terrible conflict in the Middle East?
Well, look, we have been calling for a ceasefire now for the entirety of this year. We have been always clear on international law and standing up for international law. Keir was clear about that at the end of October in his speech after October the 7th. We want the hostages out, and the horrendous situation facing the Palestinians in Gaza.
Will you officially recognise Palestine?
We've always said that we want to work with partner countries to do that.
That isn't an answer to the question.
No, it is an answer to the question. We've always said we will work with partner countries to do that. That's the answer to the question. I don't know whether we will see a ceasefire in the coming days. And there are countries like France, now that may change, Australia, others who are keen to move in that direction. But in the end, Palestinian recognition is not an end in of itself. The end is a two-state solution.
We have to let you go. David Lammy, thank you so much for sharing your time here with BBC Radio 4, BBC Radio 5, on BBC Sounds as well. It's been a pleasure to have you here.
Just back to Count Binface. It's worth saying that there are 4,515, I think-ish, candidates standing in this election, which is more than ever before. And it's why in this uniquely British political process we get interviews like the one we've just had with Martha Carney. Right, we can go to another part of the BBC Radio family, Adam Fleming hosting the Newscast All-Nighter. If you don't know Newscast, it's the BBC's excellent BBC News podcast. And tell us a bit more about your All-Nighter, Adam. What's happening there at the moment?
Well, Rachel, you heard a bit of it there. We are in the BBC Radio Theatre at Broadcasting House, a few floors down below from you, and we have turned it into a giant living room, and we have filled it with political nerds who also love the Newscast podcast and listening to you and Nick, as you may have just heard. And we've been watching the telly, we've been listening to your programme, and the audience have been reacting. Do you want to say hello, everyone? There you go, still in fine fettle, several hours in. We've also got a giant map that we're colouring in with the results. It's still looking a bit sparse. We've got our bingo cards, everyone's got jelly beans, and it's basically what it would be like if you were watching the election around my house and I had any friends. Anyway, we're joined by two of our audience members up here on the stage, sat on the sofa with me. We've got Neil from High Wycombe. Hello, Neil.
Morning.
And Carol from South London. Hello, Carol.
Hi.
Now, Carol, you voted Labour, didn't you?
I did.
But were you an enthusiastic Labour voter or one of these sort of like, all right, I'll vote Labour voters?
I was enthusiastic.
Yeah? And do you think there were enough of you?
Yes.
Yeah. And Neil, how about you voted Conservative, didn't you? How are you feeling tonight?
I don't know that there were very many properly enthusiastic Conservative supporters. I voted Conservative mainly because Steve Baker's my MP. I think he's a decent guy who's done a reasonably decent job. So I thought he deserved my vote.
Were you worried about Labour's policy on putting VAT on private school fees?
Yeah, we've got kids who are at private school. I guess we're like quite a few parents who it's a stretch for them to be there. We're also aware that it's a huge privilege, and I think we would have understood the rationale behind the policy if we could have seen that there had been a tangible benefit. From what I can see, it would be fairly minimal.
The great thing about this audience is that there's lots of opinions, and you can tell sometimes people don't agree with the opinions, but everyone's still very nice and friendly about it. And we've just seen an example of that with you, Carol. You sort of were bristling a little bit there, in a polite way. Why was that?
Well, I am very much a supporter of state education. I feel that I benefited from it myself. I come from a working class background, but under the comprehensive policies, I benefited a lot. And I feel the vast majority of people's children go to state schools, and I think all funding should go in that direction. I think to go to a private school is a privilege that a small percentage of young people get, and that gives them a massive leg up in terms of their future careers, etc. And I don't know if it's fair. I mean, I think the small class sizes enables them to maybe perform outside of their natural intellect.
Well, it's nice to hear you two disagreeing, but in an agreeable way. And I should say, Nick and Rachel, the main thing I'm getting is a kind of political observer from watching this audience is that those kind of pre-prepared lines from politicians, like, oh, the exit poll is just a prediction, we can't believe it. People kind of laugh when they hear those pre-prepared lines. And then also there was a big cheer, Rachel, when you were saying to David Lammy about him not answering the question about recognizing a Palestinian state. Like, it's amazing just getting real-time feedback from the people who actually watch and vote rather than just the political professionals.
Yeah, it's been brilliant to dip in and hear from you and the audience there, Adam. Thank you so much. Adam Fleming and the team, the newscast team, currently in the BBC Radio studio. You can follow their all-nighter on the BBC iPlayer. What's the time now? Let's do a time check, shall we? It's 1:31 in the morning. If you're still listening to us, and we hope many of you are, thank you so much for being there. Wherever you are, you might be at work, you might be at home, you might be in bed next to your partner, and you've got your headphones in which case we salute you. It's great to have your company, and I'm sure Lord Kinnock and Lord Finkelstein are absolutely thrilled to be keeping company in the early hours of the morning as well.
Well, Lord Finkelstein hasn't really had much of a chance to talk because we've been busy.
He's just enjoying the drama with me of whispering to your partner.
Yeah.
With the earphones on.
Let's talk about the drama, because we'll talk about many things tonight, but there is one central drama, which is the collapse in the Conservative Party and the gift to Keir Starmer, therefore, of a huge Labour landslide. Is this on the scale that you foresaw?
Yes, it's roughly what I expected to happen. And if I could just adjust it, because you started your sentence with the Tory collapse, and of course that's very important, and we'll talk about it a lot. But I think it's important not to miss the fact that the Labour Party is going to have a landslide majority, and what an extraordinary victory that is for them, and to learn from how they achieved it. He took a party that was not serious and was extreme and made it serious and moderate and fit to govern, and they won a big election. I buy exactly David Lammy's description of how they won the election. I thought that their campaign strategy was smart and disciplined. It might have been a bit frustrating for journalists or people trying to hold them to account, or people trying to ask them questions they didn't want to answer, but that's part of how you win campaigns, and they did it very well. And there's a lesson in that. So although we can concentrate a lot of fire on people who came second in areas and how extraordinary it was that they might win 8 seats or 10 seats or 13 seats in the Reform Party. The crucial thing is Labour. Labour won 410 seats. We're about to enter this amazing period of huge Labour majority, huge Labour government, which should concentrate our intellectual attention on them, the differences between them, the things that they hold in common, whether they can succeed, whether they can't succeed. People voted in this election partly to get rid of all the arguments by people on the right dominating the airwaves and going absolutely nowhere.
But in other words, you're saying that for anybody tempted to look at these results, because, as Rachel's pointed out many times, the vote share for this new government is likely to be quite low, and simply dismissing it, as I did, as disgusted of Tunbridge Wells or the revulsion election, you think that is to tell only a tiny part of the story?
Yes, because Labour wouldn't have won this election unless it put itself into the position to do that. And there are huge lessons from that. And more important than that, they also indicate how they might run the government now that they're going to run the government. And let's not miss the fact that we're going to get a new government. David Lammy, you asked the right questions to him at the end, where you were asking David Lammy about things that he might do in government. And by the way, it was interesting to see he's quite assured. He knew what he wanted to say and what his answer was.
And also very confident that he will be Foreign Secretary, because there have been rumours around whether he will maintain that.
I noted that too, and that suggested to me that he might have had the nod, because after all, Keir Starmer's quite a good friend of his.
Well, actually, David Lammy, by the way, just on that point, Keir Starmer 2 weeks ago confirmed on the record, which he didn't do for other people, that David Lammy was going to be his Foreign Secretary, which was a sign of how annoyed he was by various others trying to spin themselves into that job. Just on another point.
Just let's decode for people listening. So Douglas Alexander, who is not yet a Member of Parliament, but is very likely to be by the end of the evening, and a former Cabinet Minister. He was Secretary of State for International Development. There were plenty of people who thought he might just get the job instead of Neil. You're looking horrified at this.
Well, yeah, I mean, this term, and I understand where you used it, of spinning themselves in. The other name that has been mentioned is Hilary Benn. No chance of him spinning himself. And I think the same thing is true of Douglas Alexander. But it might have been that 2 weeks ago, because of what I think actually is groundless speculation, it was necessary for Keir to give reassurance to David.
Just to say the Liberal Democrats have taken Harrogate and Knaresborough. We've also had South Shields, by the way, while we've been discussing. And just to pick up on Danny Finkelstein's point, because I agree completely, it is maybe slightly unfortunate that because of the first 9 seats to come in, 8 of them were in the North East. They were all expected Labour holds, but where the movement in votes was the growth of Reform Party, that maybe too much discussion has been on what is a second or third order story and not on what is actually the really big story of the night, whether that's the Labour landslide or the Conservative collapse, whichever way you want to look at it.
Well, we have just solved that problem in human form, as Lord Mandelson has joined all the other lords who are in the studio alongside Neil
Lords
Kinnock.
are leaping.
3 lords are leaping.
Three lords are leaping.
We're going to have to expand the group. And by the way, just we mentioned the result from Harrogate and Knaresborough. I don't want to totally gloss over that. That is a Lib Dem gain from the Tories.
Very significant, and they think they are about to rack up another. They think, this is not a confirmed result at this point, that they have won Chichester. Now, that's significant, partly because the exit poll did not have the Liberal Democrats winning Chichester, but also because the current MP for Chichester is Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary. Yeah. She might have been a big figure in the debate about the future of the Conservative Party. She's broadly on the left of the Conservative Party, for want of a better term, which is not going to be part of that debate.
Well, Chichester's her last Liberal 100 years ago.
Forgive me interrupting. Talking of Tories on the left of the Conservative Party, Baroness Morgan joins us on the line. We're just bringing you in, Nicky Morgan, remember, former Education Secretary. Bring you in at this point, if we may, Nicky Morgan, because your party has just lost Harrogate and Knaresborough, and talk of losing another seat as well, Chichester, which would be the first. It's not a very nice phrase, scalp, is it? But I'm afraid it will be used, I suspect, in newspapers tomorrow, the idea of scalps. Neil Kinnock mocking me for my bald scalp in the studio. That word will be used, and your thoughts will be with many, many, many colleagues who are losing their seats tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Well, first, I'm delighted to be a Baroness, join the Lords leaping in your studio. So, but yeah, look, it's obviously it's a gutting and deeply painful night to be a Conservative tonight. I think we all know that when you stand for elections and when you're involved in politics, there are going to be nights obviously like this. But clearly to have lost already colleagues like Robert Buckland, Andrew Jones in Harrogate, potentially Chichester, Gillian Keegan, is not what any of us on the Conservative benches would want to see. And I think obviously there will be a lot of questions to be asked about the campaign and preparations and the policies and the way, obviously particularly the campaign was sort of led and shaped, if you like, in terms of both answers to Labour, but also answers to Reform. Look, I firmly believe, and you introduced me as somebody on the left of the party, Nick. I mean, at the end of the day, I firmly believe that elections are won from the centre ground, and we spent too long not pointing in that direction as a party. And the other thing from tonight is that the electorate don't reward divided parties, and I think that's another. Well, we should have learned that lesson, and we appear not to have done.
Well, and Lord Finkelstein was saying, look, this is a night to perhaps recognise Labour's achievements. He was saying, but are you looking at a difficult process now for the Conservative Party, for your colleagues in the Parliamentary Party, depending on who's left there, and it could be very fractured, couldn't it? And how do you think that's going to shape out?
I mean, I think it's very difficult at this stage, as you say. If we don't actually know who is actually been elected and what the makeup of the Parliamentary Party looks like, but I mean, I think obviously. We will have to see all that when the dust settles, tomorrow. Who, of course, wants to throw their hat into the ring because it's a challenge. But I think, look, Keir Starmer has shown 4.5 years, concerted effort. Actually, you can turn things around. So I think for the right Conservative candidate, that's something to bear in mind. But for tonight, it very much is thinking about colleagues and, of course, all those around them, family, staff and others who have lost their seats.
Baroness Morgan, we've got to leave it there, I'm afraid. But Nicky Morgan, thank you very much indeed. Just to pause and note, it's not a result yet, it's a forecast, but Chichester, but just checking that, Phil Cowley, Gillian Keegan's seat, 58.8% Conservative vote at the last election. Yeah, this is a huge Conservative majority.
I mean, overturned. It's a 103rd on the Lib Dem target list.
So if they take that, no wonder.
Now, I mean, what always happens in these cases is there are some outliers. So if we say they're going to take 60 seats, They will take the top 40, then they'll take a chunk of the next 10 and the next 10, and there'll be a few outliers. So it isn't, I don't think it means that they're going to take right up to 103, but it means there are some unexpected seats in play.
Probably worth saying, by the way, we have only as yet had 10 seats declared. We've got another 640 to go. But that doesn't
quicker.
Yeah, it doesn't mean to say that we can't extrapolate some really interesting stuff from what we've heard already.
Yeah, and we've introduced Peter Mandelson, Lord Mandelson, but we haven't had a chance really to say hello. So good evening to you.
Hello, it's very nice to be here.
It is nice to have you with us here, Radio 4, Radio 5 Live. And we have to say, I'm told, goodbye to Neil Kinnock. But before you go, because I teased you about all being Lords, you have seen winning moments and losing moments.
Yes.
You fought 87 together. Neil was your director of communication. So you were the leader. Peter was the director of communication. That then. I just want to ask a human question. How does it feel, Peter? Because Neil said earlier that he wanted to sing and dance. Just as a person.
Only tonight.
How does it feel?
I'll sing and dance with him. I don't need any excuse. I'm sing and dance the drop of a hat. But it is absolutely fantastic. I mean, Neil, as we all know, fought an extraordinary campaign in 1987. It was described, I think, at the time by Private Eye, our satirical magazine, as Labour's brilliant election defeat.
Yes, right.
And then defeat was snatched from the jaws of victory in 1992. But as everyone has and will continue to acknowledge, we would not have got where we arrived at in 1997 had it not been for the saving of the Labour Party by Neil Kinnock.
Well, that's nice, Peter. Thank you. That's right.
You could
go
now.
On that point.
Quick leave before
Let me
anyone says
sing
anything
down
else.
my way out of the studio. Okay.
Neil, it's been a real pleasure to have you.
All the best.
Thank you so
Yes,
much
bye.
for coming in. The question, Peter Mandelson, we've been asking, we talked to Charlie Faulkner, your old colleague. Those of you who remember the last time this happened, the landslide, it's on a very similar scale to Tony Blair's landslide in 97. The circumstances you inherit are much, much tougher, aren't they?
Oh, they're very different now. I mean, I said to your colleagues on the BBC earlier in the evening.
We're the BBC too. It's just that they have pictures.
Yeah, I know. But as I said to your colleagues in the BBC, your kindred spirits, that I don't think that any incoming government has faced a set of challenges and complex and intractable things to repair or restore or to rebuild and to put right than, frankly, 1945. I know that in the 1970s, it was a difficult decade one way or another, but I don't think it was like what we're facing now.
We'll get into that in just a moment, and apologies for interrupting, but we have had the first Conservative win of the night. It's a hold, Henry Zeffman.
That's right. Mark Francois is the sole Conservative MP as it stands in this Parliament. He's held Rayleigh and Wickford, albeit with Reform in a very strong second. The Conservative vote has plummeted there. And it just in the moments after that, we've had another Labour gain from the Conservatives. They've gained Stroud. That's changed hands a lot in recent elections. On a Conservative to Labour swing there in Stroud of 12.4%.
I had a message here, Philip Cowley, Professor Philip Cowley, that of the two seats gained from the Conservatives, Swindon South and Harrogate and Knaresborough, the swings are well in excess of what was needed nationally, as are many of the other seats won tonight. What are you seeing in terms of where the swing is taking this story?
I don't think we've seen enough either Conservative Lib Dem or Conservative Labour marginals to say anything really substantial about the swing and whether it's greater or less than we would expect from the exit poll. I mean, the majority of seats we've seen so far are not useful for extrapolating from. So I mean, it's true. And it's interesting. I mean, they are both bigger than, for example, the swing achieved in 1997. But let's wait and see until we get a few more.
Peter Mandelson was very kindly holding on to the thought. It is a fascinating thought that it could be harder than the 1970s. I want to go to a place first, Peter, if I may, which will be very familiar to you back in the 1990s, Basildon. Essex man. Yeah. There is news from Basildon. What is that news? We're joined by Catherine Birahanga. What can you tell us?
Yes, what I can tell you is that in just the last few minutes, we've seen some ballot papers being brought out to all the counting tables. There are around 4 of them here at this counting station. Now, we're expecting that the final results will be announced at around 1:30 in the morning here, 1 o'clock, but that kept on being pushed back. What it looks like is that this vote is probably too close to call among some of the leading parties. And we've been speaking to them. We spoke to the Conservatives. They said it's just they can't tell who's won in this particular constituency.
Catherine,
now,
sorry to interrupt, just to remind people that this is the Conservative Party chairman, Richard Holden's new seat. He did what's known in the trade as a chicken run down from Durham to get this seat. So it's not only interesting in itself, it's symbolically quite significant.
Exactly. I was just about to make that point because the national focus here is the fact that you have the Conservative Party national chairman standing in this constituency. Now, this was meant to be a safe Conservative seat. The Conservatives had a notional majority of more than 20,000 votes. So when he was brought in here, there was controversy within the local party membership who felt that, as you say, he was parachuted in. He maintains that he had recused himself from the process of choosing candidates here in Basildon and Billericay. The fact that it's come to this point when the vote was meant to be declared and the Conservatives are not sure that their party chairman has won the seat is significant. So who are the possible challengers here? Labour say they're in with a good shot, but they also say it's too close. Reform UK, who've had a good night generally, are saying that they're quietly confident that their candidate, Stephen Conley, has won here. However it goes, if the Conservatives lose this seat, it will be a big shock.
Catherine, thank you very much. Let's go to the seat of the former Prime Minister Liz Truss now. She's waiting for her result in South West Norfolk, and Ros Atkins is in King's Lynn to hear that one for us. What's going on there at the moment, Ros?
Hi, Rachel. Well, there's a hive of activity here in the Lynn Sport Leisure Centre in King's Lynn. In the half of the leisure centre that I'm sitting in, they're counting South West Norfolk. On the far side of the sports hall is North West Norfolk. All of the cricket nets have been pulled back to the wall. There are trestle tables right across the floor, which is normally used for badminton and basketball and so on. And there's a huge amount of attention on both of these counts. If you take North West Norfolk, bear in mind the Tories in both of these constituencies are defending enormous majorities of over 20,000. North West Norfolk in the exit poll is 66% likely to go to Labour. And in the case of South West Norfolk, the exit poll is saying it's a possible victory for Liz Truss. But she is coming under pressure from a number of different directions, from Labour, from Reform. We've been talking to a number of people involved in observing the count on behalf of the different parties who are nodding to the fact that Reform appear to be performing well. That doesn't mean they think Reform are going to win the vote, but it means that that vote could be consequential for who does come first. There's also a former Conservative standing as an independent against Liz Truss. One of his team told us they are actively targeting disgruntled Tories. So there is pressure coming from all sides, and it's probably worth us just pausing for a moment to think that Liz Truss was the Prime Minister less than 2 years ago, and yet here we are in a sports hall in King's Lynn, and absolutely no one that we've spoken to involved in the count of South West Norfolk or observing the count of South West Norfolk is certain which way this is going to go.
Thank you very much, Ros.
Peter Mandelson, you waited very patiently. I mean, there's a lot happening, and I should warn you, we're about to get the result from Barnsley North. So why is it tougher now, your key argument, than it was in the 70s, you think, for this incoming government?
It's tougher because so much of the basics of our infrastructure has been weakened. So much of the National Health Service, school buildings, universities, financially teetering in many cases. All this has had a cumulative effect as not just sort of one, but two great holes have been blown in our public finances. One by Brexit, as a result of which we've taken a structural step downwards in our economy and its size, its potential growth, and therefore the revenues that come from it.
Which is something that Keir Starmer has not wanted to go anywhere near.
No, but if you don't mind, I'd like to make the point.
Sure. But yeah, absolutely. No, do carry on. But I was just making the point that it should.
If you want a discussion about Brexit, I'm very happy to take you on. But the second one is of course COVID. Which, again, we didn't create it. It's an external shock. It visits itself upon the economy. and we had to spend a lot, borrow a lot in order to cope with its consequences, just as we did, by the way, as a result of the Ukraine war as well. Now, all that plus the sort of ghastly, catastrophic consequences of Liz Truss's budget, all of it cumulatively adds up to many structural weaknesses and vulnerabilities for our economy, and that's why it's all much harder to deal with than it otherwise could and should be.
If Brexit is one of those structural weaknesses, should he have taken it on? Should he have been more open to the idea of going back to some of the decisions that were made in terms of Brexit arrangements? Well, for example, limited freedom of mobility for younger people, which is something that has been on the table as a proposal, but the Labour Party has said they absolutely back away from.
How's that going to affect our trade and investment?
I'm just putting it there as a question, and I wonder if that is something.
No, the point you were making to me, I thought, was should we not reverse aspects or all of Brexit in order to assist our economy, our performance in trade and investment? A youth mobility programme doesn't actually do that. And what I'm saying to you is that whilst it would be lovely to wave a magic wand and reverse all these adverse consequences, I'm afraid it's not open to us.
I suppose what I'm asking was, is there any element of the current Brexit arrangements that you would advise him to go back and look at?
Yes, there are aspects of the trade deal. There are aspects of our trading relationship which we can seek to negotiate changes in, but they will not make a fundamental difference to where we are now outside the single market and the customs union.
Phil Cowley's got some news.
Darlington's been taken by Labour, and Jarrow and Gateshead East has been held by Labour. I should just say in Darlington, the swing to Labour is 8.1%. In Stroud, it was 12.4%. And in Swindon South, it was 16.4%. So, I mean, a big variation in the swing across those three seats, which is why I wouldn't want to make any claims yet about this.
Possibly because there was a higher reform.
Yeah, for all sorts of potential reasons, which is why I don't want to make any claims about the swing across the UK yet.
Just to remind people where we've got to. Sorry, Henry, you come in.
Just going to one quick additional point. I said earlier the Conservatives had their first MP, Mark Francois. I said that the Conservative vote in Rayleigh and Wickford had plummeted. What I didn't know then, but I know now, is the 26-point drop in their vote there is the biggest fall in Conservative support in a seat ever, and the fifth biggest drop in a British party's vote in history.
So I make it a 35.9% drop in the Conservative vote.
I'm reading off John Curtis's notes, so let me pass the...
Okay. Academics will
this is going to be a fight.
Recollections will differ, I think is the phrase that they sometimes use, isn't it? Danny, it's a big drop.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, I think the Conservative Party, everyone will have their own theories about this, but in my view, it's amazing how many people have ended up voting Conservative after that long period in office where they changed, in 1 year, there in one period of government 5 prime ministers, in 1 year 4 chancellors of the Exchequer. I think I pitched this point from you. You made it on the Today programme for having a Home Secretary that you appoint, then get rid of, then you appoint again and get rid of again. People just despaired of that, and it was reflected, I think, also in their experience. So it came at a time when the economy was difficult. But the important thing is Labour is winning. This is the electoral system we have, and Labour is winning where it needs to, and it had a strategy to do that. So I think there's people saying yes, it's won, but only because the right voters split. They knew that was going to happen, and they've organised themselves to win where they needed to.
Well, the conversation that Peter Mandelson began, and the nature of election nights is occasionally have to whiz off and do what we're really here for, which is election results. But we're doing our what best to think through big problems now. We're joined, I'm delighted to say, by the General Secretary of RMT, Mick Lynch.
Good evening.
Good to see you, Mick. This is a conversation I think you and Danny might be interested to join in with. Peter Mandelson came up with, if you like, a theory that this next Labour government, its period in office, will arguably be harder even than the 1970s, given that the huge fiscal challenges it faces, the trading and economic challenges it faces. Do you regard that as correct, Mick Lynch, or just an excuse from the people now running the Labour Party not to give your members what they need?
No, I think they've got enormous challenges. The country has gone into a period of decay, and I think that's a result of 45 years of mature Thatcherism, the stuff that was put in train in the early 80s and not challenged by a series of governments has now come into haunt us. So if you look at the state of the housing situation, that's because we haven't got enough council houses. None are being built virtually. The infrastructure is decaying as well, whether you look at whatever part of it you look at, the water provision or the railways or whatever. So we've got some progressive policies, but they've got massive challenges. But I think they've hobbled themselves a bit with the economic policy that they've taken forward.
Daddy?
Well, look, Jeremy Corbyn suffered a massive defeat, suggesting we move away from the basic capitalist system the country has. And Keir Starmer did not make that suggestion and has won a massive victory. And that tells you everything that you need to know. This result is a victory for moving in the direction that Keir Starmer has moved in. And he's won a vast mandate as a result of that. So people are saying he's got no mandate. On the contrary, he's got a vast...
He's got a mandate. He's going to get a massive mandate, isn't he?
He's won a massive victory. And he's won a victory because he determined that, like a lot of Labour governments learned in the 1960s, trying to move away to an entirely new economic system didn't work.
We're taking you on a journey. Sorry to interrupt, Mick. We're taking you on a journey around the country, giving you a sense of what's happening in different counts around the place. And the Deputy Labour leader, Angela Rayner, is arriving at her count in Ashton-under-Lyne. As we speak, I think Leanne Byrne is there for us. What's happening, Leanne?
Hey, Rachel. Yeah, well, there's a little bit of a red wall, if I may say so myself, just kind of forming here. A lot of her supporters with red rosettes just waiting here just for her to come in. There is rumours going around that it's imminent. The result is imminent. So we're all just kind of waiting for Angela Rayner to come in here. And I mean, the mood has generally just been kind of one of comfort. People in Labour going around grinning, just happy. Happy that about... Oh, it might be coming in now. Oh, no, that's not her. Sorry.
Not to worry,
So many
Leanne.
false starts.
We'll be back with you, I'm sure. I don't think anyone's expecting any surprises in that seat in particular. Mick, in terms of Labour's first weeks in government, they have promised that they will improve workers' rights. Angela Rayner talking about a new deal for working people. We're just at her constituency there. But there is some concern that, well, we're just going to go to Barnsley North and hear the results from there, and I'll come back to you, Mick Lynch.
The election of a Member of Parliament for the Barnsley North constituency held on Thursday the 4th of July 2024 do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Baker, Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,336. Devoy, Toney, Yorkshire Party, 603. Fisher, Neil, Independent, 616. Hayes, Tom, Green Party, 1,805. Jarvis, Dan, Labour Party, 18,610. Kovacs Tamas, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,083. Lomas Robert, Reform UK, 10,799.
Now, that was the reason we were particularly interested in that result, because it was a target for Reform UK. Barnsley North has been held by Dan Jarvis, held by the Labour Party, with somewhat over 18,500 votes. Reform UK getting around 10,000. Now, we're going to start looking, Phil Cowley, as these results come in, aren't we, as to whether the Reform forecast in the exit poll of 13 seats, which John Curtis told us, be a bit wary of that forecast of 13 seats. The overall picture might be right in the exit poll, but the detail for some of the smaller parties might not be. We're going to be looking for hints. Have we got any yet, or is it still far too early for that?
If I was... I can never remember the difference between bullish and bearish. I always have to look it up. But I would be nudging down that figure at the moment. I mean, that was one that if they were going to get 13, you would expect them to take. In some of the other seats, the vote share has been slightly less than we might have expected.
We're going to
Tom Gordon, who has won. He's gone. He was the newly elected MP for the Lib Dems in Harrogate and Knaresborough. We'll see if we can get him back in a moment or two. But Henry.
A couple of developments. One seat that we haven't mentioned, Nuneaton, that's gone from the Conservatives to Labour on a swing of 18.8%.
Well, we're going to find out how Rachel Reeves has got on in her seat in Leeds. Let's hear from the count there.
For the Leeds West and Pudsey constituency.
Rachel Reeves has won her constituency. No great surprise there. Leeds West and Pudsey, our next Chancellor of the Exchequer, and we expect her to come to the stage to give her speech. She's just kissing the returning officer. And
Special thanks must go to my election agent, Joe Fiddis, and also to my predecessor, John Battle, whose help and generosity have been invaluable for so many years. A word too for somebody who isn't with us today. Jane Hill, who ran my constituency office for the best part of the last decade, was a great friend to so many of us. She was Labour through and through, but she died a few weeks before the election took place. Many of us will miss her this evening, including me. But thanks above all goes to the people of Leeds West and Pudsey. I've been so proud to represent Armley and Bramley for the last 14 years, and I will do everything in my power to repay your support. And to the people of Carveley and Farsley and Pudsey, who have returned a Labour Member of Parliament for the first time in more than 14 years. You have put your trust in me, and I will not let you down. My job now is to speak for the whole constituency, those who voted for me and those who didn't. And I promise I will do just that. I will fight for you every day to deliver the change that people in Leeds West and Pudsey need and deserve. I do not want to preempt the results that are still to come. But if what we have seen so far holds out, then it is clear that the British people have voted for change. That in the coming hours, after 14 years, people will wake up to the prospect of a new government. The first Labour victory in nearly 2 decades. A page turned. A new chapter started. A chance to look ahead to a brighter future that seemed so remote for so long. You have put your trust in Labour. Thanks to Keir Starmer's leadership, a changed Labour Party in the service of ordinary working people. We have promised to end the chaos, to turn the page and to get to work on rebuilding our country. And we will do so. We have sought the opportunity to govern not for self-interest, but to serve in the national interest, to tackle the cost of living crisis and make work pay, to rebuild our health service and our schools, to drive growth in every part of our great country, and to restore the stability that Britain has sorely lacked for too long. But I know that the road ahead will not be easy. There are no quick fixes, and the hard choices lie ahead. We are under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that we face, or about the severity of the challenges that we will inherit from the Conservatives. It will come with a great weight of responsibility. I embrace it. It will demand hard work and harder choices. I am ready for them. And to those of you who have put your trust in us, we will not squander that trust. We have set out the first steps that we will take towards that better Britain and the missions to underpin a decade of national renewal. There is much to do. We have campaigned as we mean to go on, as a government of unity, not of division, a government of wealth creation and a government in the national interest, country first, party second. That is our promise to Britain. That is my promise to the people of Leeds West and Pudsey. We will not let you down. I will not let you down. And I can't wait to get started. Thank you very much.
Rachel Reeves, who has been re-elected MP and likely to be the next Chancellor of this country, the first female Chancellor of this country. She has an ambitious shopping list there of things she wants to do, but she does say no quick fixes, hard choices ahead. Now, Mick, I was talking to you about plans to improve workers' rights. There's already some suggestion that there may be compromises. Are you going to find yourself, do you think, in a tussle with Rachel Reeves to loosen the purse strings a bit?
Well, I hope not. I mean, I want to get on with working with the new government, the new cabinet, and we've got good dialogue in the trade union side of the movement, and that's been positive. The New Deal for Workers is really popular. There are so many people around the country in low-paid, precarious work. They've got a promise that there's going to be insourcing, that there's going to be new rights, a whole list. That is really working in working class communities, traditional base. And I hope we get on with a full fat version of that. And that's what we want to work with. The same with railways, and I'm sure the health unions and the education unions and everyone else, my equivalents in all those sectors, want to get on with a positive relationship with Labour. We're not carping, but our job is to be pushing for the services that we work in and pushing for the members that carry through.
And
those
if it's
services.
Semi-skimmed, you'll be taking her on.
If it's semi-skimmed, we're halfway there. That's the point, isn't it? You don't carp at people that are going to do some business with you.
All right.
I couldn't think of what it would be like tonight if we were facing another Tory government, and nor could the rest of the country. That's why we're getting the results that we're getting.
Mick Lids.
You can sing and dance like Neil Kinnock then.
I can sing and dance like anyone.
Everybody's singing and dancing by the time we've finished.
Thank you, Mick. We've got to let you go.
Thank you.
We do. And we're coming up to the news a little later because we wanted to take that result and that speech. We'll analyse the speech. Hard choices. I'm ready for them, says the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, with Peter Mandelson, with Danny Finkelstein, Lord Mandelson, Lord Finkelstein after the news. And the pace is going to quicken in the next hour. We're going to expect results from Harlow, a possible bellwether. We're expecting Sir Keir Starmer's declaration, the first chance he has to speak since the exit poll declared that he was going to be our next Prime Minister, and with a huge majority. We'll see if the Greens can hold Brighton Pavilion now that the previous MP, Caroline Lucas, has stepped down.
We could hear from Carmarthen in Wales, where the former Chief Whip Simon Hart faces a challenge from Labour and Plaid. Can he survive that? We'll talk to Labour's Jess Phillips and the SNP's former leader in Westminster, Angus Robertson. All of that to come. I'm keeping you in touch with and up to date with all the results as they come through. But after we get the news, first of all, from Caroline Nichols.
There have been some early wins for Labour in a general election it's projected to win by a landslide. It's gained 6 seats from the Conservatives so far, including Swindon South from the former Justice Secretary Sir Robert Buckland. The exit poll forecasts that Labour will secure a majority of 170, doubling its number of MPs in Parliament. David Lammy says he expects to be Foreign Secretary, and if the projected results turn out to be accurate, he owes Sir Keir Starmer an apology.
When he sat in my kitchen 4.5 years ago now, and I was co-chairing his campaign, I said to him, you couldn't do this in 5 years. You need to moderate the offer. It's a 10-year plan. Please, God, don't say you can do this in 5 years. And he did it. Or it looks like he's done it.
The Conservatives are forecast to suffer their worst result ever, with the exit poll predicting they'll win 131 seats. There's a recount in Basildon and Billericay in Essex, where the party chairman, Richard Holden, is defending a Tory majority of 20,000. Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg said it was a terrible night for his party.
That's what left the room for Nigel Farage and Reform to come in, that the failure on immigration was fundamentally important, and it's something that people mentioned on the doorstep again and again and again, and that taxation is the highest it's been in 70 years under a Conservative government. And that you can't take your base for granted as a political party.
The Liberal Democrats have gained Harrogate and Knaresborough in North Yorkshire and Eastleigh in Hampshire from the Tories. The party is predicted to win 61 seats, which would be the highest since 2005. The party's deputy leader, Daisy Cooper, says a campaign dominated by stunts helped get them publicity.
We've said time and again that whilst we don't take ourselves that seriously, we do take our politics very seriously. And with every single one of those stunts, there was a very serious message about our plans to, end the scandal of raw sewage dumping, to fix the NHS, to put mental health practitioners into every single school. We have talked about the NHS and social care week after week after week, and many of those stunts have helped us to do that.
Reform UK has performed well in early results, coming second in a number of seats. The exit poll predicts it'll win 13 seats overall. The SNP is forecast to suffer significant losses, potentially leaving it with just 10 seats. The Green Party of England and Wales is projected to double its number of MPs to 2. Theresa May looks set to become a member of the House of Lords after Rishi Sunak nominated her for a peerage. He's also put forward the former Justice Secretary Chris Grayling and the chair of the 1922 committee, Graham Brady.
Caroline, thank you very much. Good morning. The time is 2:09 on Friday, the 5th of July. You're listening to Election 2024 with Nick Robinson and Rachel Burden here in the Radio 4 studios. It's a 5 Live Radio 4 joint production this evening. We've also got Professor Phil Cowley with us here from Queen Mary University and Chief Political Correspondent Henry Zeffman as well. And we should warn you, the results are going to start coming thick and fast.
Yes, and if you like seeing presenters eat bananas and open cans of branded drinks that we won't mention on air, you can listen and watch on BBC iPlayer as well.
Right, let's catch up with some significant results that Henry and Phil have both been keeping an eye on that we've missed. And as I say, these come tumbling at this time of night, so it's easy to pass by the important ones. But what can you tell us?
It's only 2:10, Rachel. And since 2 a.m, the Conservatives had lost 4 seats, and they're all quite different. Eastleigh to the Liberal Democrats on a 10.4% swing. Telford and Swindon North, both in England. Telford on a 24.2% swing to Labour. Swindon North on an 18.6% swing to Labour. That's Justin Tomlinson, who's a minister. He's gone. Bridgend, a Welsh seat, the Conservatives had lost to Labour on a 14.5% swing. It still looks quite possible the Tories could be wiped out of Wales altogether. And then a different kind of seat that's just come through. Barnsley South. We just heard from Barnsley North, didn't we? Barnsley South, one of those seats that the exit poll suggested Reform could win, and not just win, but win from Labour. Well, it hasn't happened. In fact, there's been a swing from Reform to Labour of 0.5%.
Right, but they are still in second place there, ahead of the Conservatives. Phil?
Not much to add to that, except that we've 23 declarations so far, and the Conservative Parliamentary Party currently consists of Mark Francois.
That is it, is it? Yes.
That's it. So far.
Not that many.
I mean, there is just in the broad picture terms, there is nothing from these results so far that would give you any hint the exit poll is out.
And just a reminder of what the exit poll says about the Conservatives, losing 241 seats down to 131. Labour on 410 in the exit poll, gaining 209. That's a Labour landslide of 170. That would be their majority. And we can say hello to other guests here in our studio, Diana Davidson, who is standing down, or has already, in truth, stood down as a Conservative MP in the north east of England. Hello.
Hello, thank you so much for having me on.
Are you now rather relieved you didn't run?
I mean, I was relieved I wasn't running anyway, regardless of the result. I think it was about 18 months ago that I made the announcement. I think it would have been a particularly difficult night, not just knowing that the likelihood is you would lose your own seat, which obviously is a difficult thing, but knowing that so many friends, colleagues will also be losing their seats. And, you know, there's some people I'm incredibly close to that are in my close circle of friends who are, let's just say, quite nervous this evening.
And you, in your old constituency, Bishop Auckland, you would expect that to go Labour, would you?
I mean, it's a little bit early in the night, obviously, and I've not really had any reports from there. They're all being very well behaved and not feeding out any information. But looking at the polling, if we were to extrapolate with regrets, I think it's unlikely that we will hold Bishop Auckland, which is devastating given it's a seat we won for the first time since it was created in 1885.
What do you think went wrong for this Conservative Party campaign? Or was there anything they could have done, do you think, to encourage people to give them another chance?
I think over the course of the 5 or 6 week campaign, it was probably a foregone conclusion that the result was regrettably going to be something along these lines. I think what's probably gone the most wrong, in my opinion, over the last few years has been the party forgetting why we're in government, the party forgetting what we stand for, and the party forgetting who our real opposition is. And so instead we've been finding opposition in ourselves, finding divisions, creating factions, airing our dirty linen in public, which is never an edifying thing. I think that's the biggest place where we went wrong, because, you know, I don't think any party can win an election if it isn't united and behind one clear message.
Finkelstein's nodding along there.
Yeah, that's obviously right. So, I mean, I think when the Conservative Party considers, does it want to chase the Reform vote or chase the Labour vote or chase the Liberal Democrat vote, it lost to all those people for actually one similar reason, which is that it began to look incompetent, split, chaotic, not delivering for people, and those lose votes to everybody, particularly if opponents prepare themselves for that situation. So the reason Labour's won the biggest, partly because of its position before, but partly because it prepared itself better.
Lord Manderson, you may not be in the mood to give advice to the Conservative Party on this night of all nights, but in a sense there is a split on the right now, as there was a split on the left in the 80s when you got involved and tried to rescue the Labour Party. What do you do if there's a split in the opposition? Do you cosy up to them, or do you try and defeat them?
No, you've got to stand up for the core beliefs and values of your party. The Conservative Party has got to rescue its traditional values and its centrist position in the political spectrum, because that's the only place on the political spectrum in which it's going to win future elections. And therefore it's got to see off Nigel Farage rather than accommodate Nigel Farage. That is the basic choice they've got to make, and I hope they stand up to him.
Right, we're going to bounce around the country, finding out which results are about to come up, and there's some interesting contests beyond the big picture contest for who is the next resident of Number 10. Let's go first of all to Rochdale. You remember that? George Galloway won the by-election there after Labour abandoned their candidate. Aleem Muqbal is there. Aleem.
Yes, I mean, it's extraordinary, given the national picture that you've been talking about over the last few hours, that there is some nervousness on Labour's part in some constituencies, and constituencies which have been Labour for many decades. Just a few weeks ago, the Labour Party called for extra canvassers in certain, what it called, battleground states, but also battleground constituencies, but all ones that it won by around 20 points last time round. And the thing they all have in common is the number of Muslim voters potentially who could come out in a protest vote, protesting the perceived mishandling of the Gaza crisis by Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. Well, as you rightly said, 4 months ago, George Galloway romped to his win in that by-election. Very different feeling here tonight, though. There aren't the dozens of his supporters outside Rochdale Leisure Centre cheering him on. There's nobody outside, in fact. And Labour seem pretty relaxed. But we're not just looking at this seat. We're looking at a few other seats in Lancashire, a few seats in Yorkshire, some in Birmingham as well, where the Muslim votes could put a fly in the ointment, spoil the party for a few Labour candidates. But there's also a great deal of Muslim voter apathy this time round, if some recent research is being viewed. And it was a balance for a lot of people who devoted a lot of time and energy to the Labour Party over years as to whether they stick with the party, even with a bit of dissatisfaction, where they could help shape policy in the future.
Aleem, thank you very much. We've had Labour win in Cannock Chase, but we're going to Ashfield now to hear the result there. This is where Lee Anderson, previously Conservative, now Reform, is standing.
This election is as follows. Lee Anderson, Reform UK, 17,062. The Green Party, 1,100. Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Key, Labour Party, 11,553.
Waiting for the Conservative Party vote.
Becky Simon, Conservative Party candidate, 3,271.
Well done, Debbie.
Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield Independents, putting people before politics, 6,276.
So Lee Anderson is elected.
Papers rejected was 102.
He was a Reform MP, having defected from the Conservative Party. He is the first MP to be elected tonight for Reform UK. We're going to hear his speech just in a few seconds' time. He's waiting with a large light blue rosette behind the returning officer for the end of her announcements and to make his first speech. Remember, the exit poll suggested there could be 13 Reform MPs at the end of the night. Here is Lee Anderson. He is the first. We'll see of how many.
Thank you. First of all, just a massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. They worked incredibly hard, and all the people that's worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to the Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they now back me again as a Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they have bought that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place which I call my home is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
Lee Anderson there, the newly elected Reform UK Member of Parliament. Remember, that's the first time he has been elected in those party colours. Lee Anderson, in many ways, the story of modern British politics, or at least an important aspect of it. A Labour Party supporter, agent for the local Labour MP for Ashfield, Gloria De Piero, then becomes a Conservative, then defects from the Conservative to Reform UK, and now has been successfully elected under that label.
Yeah, and we'll get more reaction to Reform's performance overall tonight when the picture becomes a bit more clear. But certainly in terms of share of vote from what we've seen so far, Phil Cowley, Reform have done pretty well. As I mentioned earlier, they've come second in countless declarations that we've had so far, even if that's just a proportion of what we're going to get overall tonight, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, that's their first gain. I mean, formally a gain anyway. If even if the person was already under the party label,
Yeah, just to be clear with people, why we call it a gain, Phil?
We call it a gain because at the last election it was a Conservative seat. Just to say, since we've last chatted, I think this is since we last chatted, Conservatives have lost Vale of Glamorgan, Cannock Chase, which is an astonishing one given the swing required.
Staffordshire,
Colchester, and Blackpool South. They've held Tynemouth. So they've also got Lee and Atherton and Colchester. There you go. So it's still the Conservative Parliamentary Party consists of Mark Francois.
Colchester, by the way, is James Cracknell, former Olympian. He failed in his bid to become an MP. One which is worth quickly noting, Labour have held Norwich South, but on a 9.7% swing to the Greens. I think you'll see that in some sort of studenty areas or areas with younger populations.
Yes, look at the size of the swing in Colchester. I'm just looking. A 20% swing from Conservative to Labour in Colchester.
But the Conservatives have just held Broxbourne.
I was just going to mention that. Charles Walker, who was in the studio,
was adamant they were going to
formerly MP of Broxbourne, said, no, we're going to keep hold of it, although it was predicted in the exit poll they wouldn't, but they have actually kept hold of it, so he'll have a smile on his face.
We think the exit poll is big. If it were a 20%, I mean, it's not going to be, by the way, but if it were a 20% swing right across the country, do you have any idea what numbers that would bring? I will leave you to calculate.
In the meantime, let's dip into what's happening in Basildon and Billericay, where there is a recount. This is where Richard Holden is now standing, who's the Conservative Party chair. Catherine Bjarahanga is keeping an eye on things. What can you tell us, Catherine?
Yes, there was a lot of controversy when Richard Holden was chosen as the candidate for the Conservatives here in Basildon and Billericay. He was seen as having been parachuted in by some of the local party members. He said he had recused himself from that process. But of course, this was meant to be a safe seat from him. Right now, it really doesn't look like that. He's pacing the floor right in front of me. He's walked the length of this sports hall. He's folding his hands in front of him. What we understand from the Conservatives is that there's just a handful of votes in it. But crucially, they don't know which way this vote splits. Is it Labour who are their challengers, or could it be Reform UK? It seems that the count itself is over now. We're just waiting for that final results to come in the next few minutes.
Catherine, thank you very much indeed. Well, I've just had a message from a Liberal Democrat source saying they will take Surrey Heath, Michael Gove's former constituency there, and I think they expect also, although I haven't got this formally, they expect to take the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt's seat as well.
Should we go to Swindon and catch up with Julian Warwicker, who's been keeping an eye on a couple of seats there for us? What's happening, Julian?
Well, it's tidy up time in Swindon because they declared Swindon North about 5 minutes ago, and this was the second of the two. We talked about Swindon South extensively earlier. Robert Buckland losing to Heidi Alexander, so that was a Labour gain. Swindon North is a Labour gain as well, and this is from a much further distance that they had to make the gain from, because it was a Conservative seat by just under 16,000 in 2019. It's now a Labour seat by just over 4,000. Will Stone winning. Justin Tomlinson, who's been a junior minister under the outgoing Conservative government. And the cheers you can hear actually just below me are Will Stone returning into the room. There was a group photograph earlier which was slightly shambolic, I have to say. They look a little more organised now, because not only has he come in the room, but so has Heidi Alexander as well. So Labour activists here in a huge group celebrating what's been a terrific night for them. Disappointment for the Conservatives. Reform UK did well in Swindon North as well, coming a very firm third, gaining 7,500 votes. But the counting is done. The chairs are being stacked up. The returning officer is saying farewell to us.
Well, relatively early bath for you then, Julian. You've done well. Thanks very much.
Indeed, yes.
Julian Warwicker there in Swindon.
Phil Cowley, just look at the numbers in Swindon North, because we're now getting enough of these Labour gains from the Conservatives to look not just at the fact they are gaining, and as we've said repeatedly, there's only one Conservative MP at the moment, there will be others, but that the numbers are big, aren't they? The swing is big.
So what seems to be happening, and I think we've now got enough seats to know this is happening, the Conservatives are losing most where they were strongest.
Let's go over to Justin Webb, who is with Keir Starmer as he arrives, Justin.
Yeah, he's here. He's in the building for his count. He's just arrived, a big cheer, and he's hugging people in the central atrium. Big modern building near St Pancras Station, London, and quite a lot of people here. Actually, two counts going on as well, Hampstead and Highgate as well, though his own count, of course, is the one that people are interested in, and there is a very good crowd, as you would expect, to greet him, and he's looking very cheerful. I think you can probably hear them behind me as he gets ready to hear. They've actually been ready for him for some time. We didn't see him come into the building. He was driven into the bottom of the building, and he's doing an awful lot of greeting and looking, as you would expect, very cheerful in the middle there. Interesting to note, though, I mean, it's not a big deal in the end of the day, but it does sort of set up this enthusiasm issue that people are going to be talking about in the coming days, and I suppose have been in the run-up to the poll itself. 54% turnout for Holborn and St Pancras. His constituency was 66% last time, so it's the lowest turnout since 2005. But that is not what you see etched on the face of the Labour leader at all. You see broad smiles and huge smiles around those people around him as well. And he's standing now in the central well, and I think it won't be long before we actually hear from him.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the first glimpse of the man who will be Prime Minister a bit later on today.
And of course, we'll give you that speech. We'll bring you the speech that Keir Starmer makes the first time he will be formally reacting to the results and to the exit poll, and effectively his first words as our next Prime Minister. We'll bring you those as soon as we've got them.
Just on turnout, it's usually around about, Phil, broadly speaking, somewhere near the 70% mark, somewhere between 60 and 70%, isn't it, across, or has been over the last few decades, in general elections?
So high 60s in the last few.
Yeah.
It's down so far by about 8 percentage points. You can't look at the average turnout so far, because we've had turnout in what are traditionally low turnout seats. But the drop in turnout is about 8 percentage points.
2001.
So it takes us down to about a sort of 2001 figure.
Yeah, when it was less than 60% in 2001.
Having said that, we have more postal votes now, and the turnout of postal votes tends to be higher, so we would expect turnout to be slightly higher than it used to be. So I think it is a low turnout election, and I think it's going to be one of the things that will be discussed, along with the vote share that Labour get. In practical terms, though, for the next 4 or 5 years, I don't think this will matter a fig, because Labour will have a massive majority and they'll be able to do, broadly speaking, whatever they decide they want to do. It may, however, be an issue at the next election, because it shows that this is, the large majority will be built on a fairly shallow base.
Well, we're joined now, thank you, Phil, by Rachel Reeves, who joins us from Leeds on the line, the next Chancellor of the Exchequer. Good morning to you, and many, many congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, there's still an awful lot of results to come in, but if it unfolds in the way that it looks likely to, this is an historic victory for Labour, especially after where we were just 5 short years ago.
Now, you are, by the sounds of it, on your way home, are you, before heading down to London? I just want to ask you on a personal level, how does this feel? Because it happening is different from everybody telling you it will happen.
Well, Nick, I've been an MP for 14 years now, just over 14 years. All of those years have been spent in opposition. And so, for me, this is incredibly special. For the first time in my political life, to be able, I hope, to start to turn things around, to actually do things rather than just say things. That's an immense responsibility as well as a huge opportunity. And I just can't wait to start work on that.
And starting work will mean tomorrow, will it, in the Treasury, making decisions?
I think it's today, isn't it? I think it's today.
You're quite right. You're quite right. It's not long, and I'm stopping you getting any rest. I doubt you'll have a chance. But one of the 6 first steps that Keir Starmer talked about was indeed the first step, delivering economic stability. Will there be announcements that we will hear in the hours to come that will give us some sense of how you intend to do that?
Well, we sought in this election a mandate to grow our economy, to deliver wealth creation and prosperity to all parts of the UK. Our economy has barely grown these last 14 years, and as a result, we've had a terrible cost of living crisis and living standards at the end of this Parliament lower than they were at the start. And so we now will get on with that work of growing the economy, unlocking a business investment, the lifeblood of a successful economy, by reforming the planning system and the skills system to get Britain building again. But of course, it all has to be built on that bedrock of economic and fiscal stability. That's what we campaigned on, and that is what I now seek to deliver as Chancellor.
All of which takes time. So how long before the people listening to us at home actually feel a difference?
Well, some of this we can crack on with straight away, and that's what we will do. So we've committed to updating the national planning framework, the list of nationally significant infrastructure investment, to cut through the red tape that stops infrastructure projects, stops housing from being built. There's no time to waste.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but in terms of when ordinary people will feel the benefits, are you asking people to be patient? It will take time.
But I know that I can't turn around everything straight away. And I think if I said that, people would say I was deluded. So we've set out the first steps that we would take. And on the economy, that's about restoring stability. Stability so that families and businesses can plan for the future with confidence, something that, frankly, too few people have been able to do these last few years. So bringing back stability. Of course, we've also set an immediate injection of cash into our frontline public services by closing some of those tax loopholes, whether it's the VAT and business rates on private schools, the non-dom tax loophole, whereby it's still the case that people who make Britain their home are not paying their fair share of taxes here, and also the tax rules around private equity. So we will get on and deliver those things so people start to see those improvements in their public services. But it is growth that we must deliver, and that will be my key focus if I'm appointed as Chancellor in the next few hours.
The reality of the challenge will hit soon enough, but we've had both Lord Mandelson and Lord Kinnock in the studio talking about singing and dancing tonight in celebration. Do you allow yourself a small moment of celebration, and if so, what form does that take?
Well, I'm on my way back to London now, so that in the morning, a proper hour in the morning, I will be able to start if Keir gives me that opportunity to rebuild our economy. So, look, I feel a huge sense of pride in the achievement, but also I'm under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that we are inheriting.
No time for a sing or dance.
I don't think I'll be doing any dancing, but
maybe the odd song.
We seek to serve. the chance to serve. 14 years I've had, Nick, in opposition, where I've made speeches, I've written pamphlets, I've voted in division lobbies, but I haven't been able to change anything.
Rachel Reeves,
And
I'm
that's
so
not the
sorry.
same thing. That's a different side.
We're going to have to leave it because we are going to go and find out the result from Rochdale, where George Galloway, of course, has been standing for his Workers' Party. Apologies there to the future Chancellor of the country. Let's hear what's happening in Rochdale.
Simon Ellison, the Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' 11,587.
Right, we've got some problems with the connection there to Rochdale, unfortunately.
Michael David Howard, Reform UK.
I'm sorry.
Right, we're going to see if we can clarify those numbers there, because this is obviously not entirely satisfactory, but we'll try and get clarity on exactly what's happened there. Occasionally the technicals fail us.
Yes, well, I think it was the cheer was too loud. I think the microphone just gave up the ghost and said, that's enough of that. But we will give you that Rochdale result as soon as we've got those numbers in front of us. And Aleem can do that for us. Aleem McBull is in Rochdale. Aleem, tell us what the result is, please.
Hello. Yes. If I can hear over the din. Well, the news is that George Galloway didn't turn up to the announcement because he knew by this stage he had lost his seat. He got 11,000 votes. A lot of his supporters were still here and gave a loud cheer, but Labour have won this seat back from George Galloway and his party by about 2,000 votes. Paul Waugh, the former candidate, is about to speak. The Westminster journalist has won back the seat from George Galloway, but we had a pretty good indication that Labour had won when we heard that George Galloway was no longer going to turn up to this count.
Aleem, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for bringing us that news. Just to clarify, because we had some problems with the count being announced on the microphone there. Paul Waugh has won the seat for Labour. George Galloway has lost the seat of Rochdale that he won in that by-election. Lord Finkelstein still with us.
Not to turn up is really a very cheap thing to do, in my view. One of the great moments of my life, really, was turning up to the count when I lost in 2001. And it's your responsibility to thank the other side's campaign. It's a part of British democracy to lose and lose gracefully. And George Galloway has shown by this act what a small person he is.
Just a reminder then, we've had 46 seats declared so far, which means we've got 604 to go. But already we've had some absolutely fascinating stories. And it's great to welcome into the studio Stephen Bush, Associate Editor and columnist at the Financial Times, and Katy Balls, Political Editor of The Spectator. Hello to both of you. I feel like I've been listening to a lot of you over the last few weeks on various different political podcasts, which I've really enjoyed. But it's good to have you here in the studio. Finally, the night has come where we can talk about not what's going to happen, but what is happening. What do you make of it all, Katy?
I mean, it's a pretty awful night for the Conservatives. I mean, I think that's stating the obvious, though. Just because some of the MRP models, I think,
they are the seat-specific polling.
Exactly, and we had a whole range of those at different figures. But some of those models were suggesting double digits for the Tory party. So I think when it came through, there are a few Conservatives who initially had this very light sigh of relief that they weren't going to be overtaken by Ed Davey. It doesn't seem, as the leader of the opposition. But then that is one thing. But broadly speaking, it's a historically bad result. It's going to be really hard for the party to rebuild. And I think it's hard to find too much of an upside, particularly now we're going through seat by seat and seeing some of the big losses.
Yeah, I think Katie's exactly right. It's always an odd parallel with Rishi Sunak's first failed campaign against Liz Truss, where he lost very, very badly, but slightly less badly than the polls were, and he managed to convince himself that this meant it was actually some form of triumph. And we've kind of seen the Tory party go through the same trajectory tonight, where what is ultimately the worst defeat in the party's history, a defeat to go back to a defeat this bad, you have to go to before the Conservative Party was formally incorporated. And for all, it shows the volatility of voters and how, with the right choices, the Conservatives could come back after one term. Given the size of the parliamentary party and given that the swings thus far suggesting it will be worse than the exit poll, it's very, very bad indeed.
On that note, let's bring in Anne-Marie Trevelyan, who was listening to that, Foreign Office Minister, candidate tonight in the seat of Northumberland. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I should ask you, first of all, you're a way off, I think, getting the result of your contest, but it was regarded in some of the polls as too close to call. Do you have a sense yourself of what the outcome will be?
Well, that's right. Well, different polls, and some have said we'll hold. Who knows? We're busy here in Blyth. We saw two seats, really, which one of Labour hold and one a Labour gain. But really interesting, this huge surge of reform vote here in the North East, a vote that I think we saw vote for Boris and Brexit back in 2019, looking for a home to go to, and they didn't feel that Labour or the Conservatives really answered that call. I think we've seen that with Lee Anderson taking his seat in
is that
Ashfield.
the message
so I think
you
it's
think
a tough
your
night
party
for us,
should
without a doubt. But
take?
well, it's not the same across the country. Certainly from the North East, those voices that once did. I think the frustration I feel for those, and we had some on the doorstep, but not huge numbers in North Northumberland, was vote reform because we want to see that illegal migration stopped, in allowing Labour to get this potentially very large win. They're likely to literally
Anne-Marie Trevelyan, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we've got to get the result from Kingston and Surbiton. I do apologise. Here is Ed Davey. Sir Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrat seat.
Ali Abdulzai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395. Jason Chinnery, the official monster raving loony party, 230.
Thank you.
Deberji Das, the Green Party, 3009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870.
So those cheers and whoops confirmation that Sir Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats, has been re-elected as MP for Kingston and Surbiton after a campaign in which he was derided by some for falling off pretty much anything and jumping into the water in order to get attention, sliding down pretty much anything as well. But he has had the most successful campaign, if our exit poll proves to be right, of any Liberal Democrat leader in quite some time.
Well, it wasn't just about being eye-catching, it was also about being zonally focused on the areas where they felt they could win, and it seems to have paid off for them. Phil, you wanted to come in?
We've just had our first SNP loss of the night. Kilmarnock and Loudon has gone to Labour on a swing of 22%.
Now, Sir Ed Davey would say, of course, he also succeeded because of the policies he was presented, and we're about to hear him, I think, come up onto the stage. Well, he's on the stage already listening to the returning officer, and he will make a few comments, and we'll make sure we bring them to you, because he argued, didn't he, in the interviews I'm sure you did with him, I did with him, and others did, that he would use a position of some influence in the next Parliament, and it looks as if the Liberal Democrats could have huge gains, 53 gains according to our exit poll, taking them up to 61, in order to pressurise for more spending on health and social care, more action on sewage, and another range of policies. Here is Sir Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years. And I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team, and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future. Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future. People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change. Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns at the heart of our campaign. Number one amongst them, fixing the health and care crisis, so that you can see a doctor or find an NHS dentist when you need them, and so your loved ones get the high-quality care when you need it, where you need it. And that's what Liberal Democrat MPs will fight for every day in the next Parliament.
So we're going to leave that for the moment. Sir Ed Davey there winning his seat in Kingston and Surbiton. We are expecting to hear from Angela Rayner's seat in a moment or two, but let's go back to Nick Watt to get some more reaction from Sir Ed Davey winning back his seat, regaining his seat. Nick.
That's right. Well, I'm in the room. He's still speaking. What's interesting about all of this is that he's striking a very different tone to the tone that he had on the campaign trail. So Ed Davey began his speech saying, I've enjoyed this campaign with that paragliding and falling off paddleboards and things like that. But then it was a very, very serious speech saying that I'm going to be the champion of the people of those causes that he was highlighting in the campaign. So when people said, aren't you being a bit trivial? He said, well, when I went down a water slide, I was highlighting mental health crisis for young people. When I wore a chef's hat, I was baking cakes to highlight the importance and need for free school meals. And it was very much that tone we had in this speech, a very serious tone, talking about those are the issues he's going to be talking about in Parliament.
Nick, thank you very much.
We are still waiting, by the way, for the speech of the Labour leader, our next Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, at his count in Holborn and St Pancras. We will bring you that very soon. Henry.
While we wait for that, Richard Holden, the chairman of the Conservative Party, we were talking earlier about how he'd done what you called a chicken run to the ultra-safe Tory seat of Basildon and Billericay. Perhaps not so ultra-safe. It's gone to a second recount. So it's clearly extremely tight for him there.
Basildon, once again, like 1992, playing rather an important role in this election.
So I mentioned the Kilmarnock result as the first SNP loss. It's worth pointing out that in the exit poll, it was predicting just 10 SNP seats, and there was a lot of scepticism. Maybe this was one of the figures that was wrong. Kilmarnock was the 45th safest SNP seat. There were only 3 that were considered to be safer, and it's gone. So this doesn't mean that all the others are going to go as well, but it does mean maybe that 10 figure isn't that far out.
It is possible, shocking though this will seem to you, that there is people listening to this who weren't listening 3 hours ago.
Well,
now, the reason we were being cautious about the exit poll projection of 10 for the SNP, the reason we're being cautious is because the margins between Labour and the SNP are very, very tight.
They are, and they could still be in other seats, but just to say, we were expecting a swing of 14 points from the SNP to Labour in that seat. We got a swing of 22 points. So it wasn't even that they just took it, they took it quite comfortably.
While we're talking about the smaller parties, let's talk Katie Balls from The Spectator about reform, because although they've only won 1 seat so far, predicted to win according to the exit poll up to 13, but there's a lot of caution around that number. But they are getting a significant vote share.
Yes, and we've heard from Labour sources saying that they quibble with some of the suggestions of seats Reform could win that they would perhaps take where Labour were hoping to. But what is clear for now is that Reform are really eating into the Tory vote share in some places, but in lots of seats in the north, they are the second party after Labour. And it feels, and we're just hearing from a Tory candidate on this, that I think some of that 2019 Brexit vote is moving to Reform away from the Tories and away from Labour. And Reform have always talked about how the real election they want to focus on is the one after this one. I think that changed a little bit when Nigel Farage actually decided to focus on the UK, not the USA. But this is what they want to do, is get a base to build from. And you look at their expected vote share, you look at, the expected number of MPs, even if they don't get quite what the exit poll says, I think they're going to be really pleased with that result. And it raises questions for a diminished Tory parliamentary party if you have, about 10 Reform MPs, including Nigel Farage, wandering around. Is going to add to that pressure on the right to talk about this reunification, which lots of figures in the Tory party are really opposed to.
Yeah, interesting. We spoke to Dr. David Bull from Reform earlier, who said, first thing he said is we're going to fight for electoral reform. And the second thing he was talking about was democratising their party, setting it up as a sort of, if you like, proper political party rather than the sort of private enterprise it is at the moment.
They'll split. That's what will happen. Will happen with UKIP, and it'll happen with them. And so we're assuming that they'll be at the next election what they are now. That thing that he's saying, that is against Nigel Farage's authority, and that's what's going to happen when they are.
We were just hearing from Phil Cowley that the SNP is now losing seats. They were projected to lose them, but we are getting the actual results, and Jim is watching them for us. Jim.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, I mean, as Phil was just saying, Kilmarnock and Loudon, 22% swing. Now, an SNP majority of 12,500 turned into a Labour majority of 5,000. I'm in the counting hall at the Emirates Arena in the East End of Glasgow, where the 6 Glasgow seats will be decided in the next couple of hours. Well, they've been decided already, but they'll be declared. And the SNP, I have to tell you, all the signals we're getting here are very, very gloomy indeed. And across the central belt, it looks like a very bad night for them indeed. However, there's another very intriguing thing, which, as Phil knows, came out in the exit poll, which is that in rural Scotland, whereas I keep saying it's a different kind of election from the central belt because it's a Labour-Tory Tory struggle, two unpopular governments, you could say, uncontroversial statement, which voters are having to decide between, and there are seats where the Tories could pick up rather unexpectedly in Argyll and Angus, in Perthshire, the New Stirling and Strathallan seat. We don't know, but it's not impossible. And here is a point that I think may become a big story, which is that in South Aberdeen, not a rural seat, it's a city seat, Stephen Flynn, who's become very well known as the SNP leader at Westminster, is, Nicola Sturgeon has said in the last couple of hours that she thinks he's lost it, is in deep trouble now against the Conservatives in South Aberdeen. Now, if Stephen Flynn were to lose, I mean, it's a huge blow to the SNP.
Well, because he's been a brilliantly articulate spokesman in Prime Minister's Questions, whether you
indeed
admire his politics or not.
Well, exactly, and the third man was always called at PM's Questions. That'll be Ed Davey in the next Parliament, of course, the way things are shaping up. But for Stephen Flynn to go, I mean, I think he'd probably end up running for the leadership of the SNP. But that's another thing down the track.
Jim, can I ask you,
psychological blow?
Is it oil? I mean, in other words, we know there's been a traditional fight between the SNP and the Tories in and around Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire. But is oil playing a new role now? The whole debate about whether new oil and gas fields should be exploited?
Well, the SNP candidates up there are all talking about saving oil jobs, and so are the Tories. I think the real thing, it's an independence argument, isn't it? It's not on the front burner, so to speak, at the moment. But of course, the, as it were, unionist vote in those areas is Conservative. It's not a Labour unionist vote, and Labour don't play much of a role outside the cities. But I do think it's shaping up to be a really, really rough night for the SNP. Whether we get down to the 10... Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm only interrupting you because I think you are getting going, and I want you to carry on going, but with a new guest who's joining us. Alex Salmond has just walked into the studio. So you didn't hear every word that you said because he was just sitting down
probably
as he
just
did
as
it.
Well.
Former leader of the SNP, now leader, of course, of ALBA. the party that broke away. Just before we hear from him and carry on hearing from you, Jim, we're going to say goodbye to our guests here.
Stephen Bush and Katie Balls, thank you very much for being with us for part of this evening. Appreciate your time.
We were just talking, Jim was just talking in Glasgow, Alex, and welcome to the programme, by the way.
Thank you.
To see you. About the serious SNP losses, and it looks as if the Westminster leader of the SNP could well lose his seat. It's not confirmed yet. Just your view, and then we'll bring Jim in as well. He's listening.
Well, I mean, the SNP have lost every contest declared thus far with the Labour Party. I'm not sure about it. The Aberdeen seat's very close, and the Dundee seats are also very close. But basically, it's a decimation. It's a near wipeout. It may well be single figures, but even if it goes to 10, 11, 12, it's not really going to matter. It's a catastrophic result for the SNP.
Just before you walked in the studio, Jim and I were talking about what was the root cause of it. Was oil a factor? Was it what you've always criticised your old party for, the SNP, for being too weak on independence? We'll just get Alex to comment, and then I'll let you back in.
Jim never waits for me to comment before he intervenes. You're breaking the habit of a lifetime, Jim. No, I think there's two things. If the SNP is to win, Jim, it has to do two things. One, it has to demonstrate competence in government. And secondly, it has to have a strategy to obtain Scottish independence. Now, it went into this election with a dreadful record over the last 2 or 3 years in government and no strategy to obtain independence. Thus, you get a decimation.
Jim Nugent.
Well, I can see your argument there. Competence of government has certainly become a factor, and the internal problems, which you know better than anybody, caused people to start to look at their record again in the Scottish Parliament, of course not up for grabs tonight, and they began to take a slightly more acidic view of it. But on the
Jim, I'm sorry, we have to interrupt because the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is going to speak soon. Justin Webb is with him. Justin.
That's right. We're just having the introductions. He is ready to go. They've just been chatting in the back office, as it were, but in sight of us, and he's about to come through. I have to say, I've seen him smiling more in the last 10 minutes or so than I think I've seen him in all his public life up to now. Someone called out from here, congratulations, Prime Minister, and for once he didn't demur, he just smiled up, and they're still huddling in the back with the other candidates. Perfectly jolly scene. Apparently seems to get on well with all of them, and lots of people wanted to come and have their photos taken with him, and quite a crowd now. It's a modern building here with a sort of central atrium, and a lot of the people who've been doing the counting overnight lining the sides of that atrium now, waiting for the moment when Keir Starmer and the other candidates, as they have been, come out and address
Justin,
people here.
You've seen candidates in the United States. There is a change that comes on people, isn't there? When they stop being maybe the president or perhaps the Prime Minister and suddenly realise that they really are. Are you detecting that from Keir Starmer?
It's so true, that, and it's in two senses, isn't it? Number one, it's a physical thing. You can't get close to them anymore. But number two, there's an aura about someone who is in power. And that aura is something that is perhaps less tangible, but nonetheless it's there. And with that, they're about to come on, and you will hear them being greeted by the crowd. And the returning officer will say what she needs to say.
Yes, come round this side, lovely. Great. Okay, just give me a little bit of room, so I'll have to step off.
So you're listening to the returning officer.
And as I was saying, a broad smile.
Lovely. Thank you.
Here we go.
Okay. I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884. The total number of votes cast across Holborn and St Pancras constituency at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July 2024 was 38,602. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 223, and they were rejected for the following reasons: want of official mark, 0; voting for more than one candidate, 73; writing...
Well, that's it. Keir Starmer winning his seat as plainly is no surprise to anyone, but a very warm scene, actually, and he patted the Conservative candidate on the back, and she then shook his hand at the moment that he was declared the winner, and he's waiting now patiently to come to the podium. He's got a black folder in his hand, which I suspect the speech is in, and he takes to the podium now.
Thank you so much. It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime. The pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need. The local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
And with that, Keir Starmer stands at the podium and takes the considerable applause of Labour supporters, but also more widely. I can see some election workers clapping as well. He shakes hands with the other candidates, including candidates with funny things on their heads, that are attracted to stand in this constituency. Some of them also taking applause now. And with that, he is doing a thumbs up and leaving the stage and going on to whatever he is going on to now, which is expected at some stage to be a meeting with members of the incoming cabinet, the shadow cabinet, as I suppose they still are, but that will come later in the night or indeed in the early hours of the morning. For the time being, with a throng, a phalanx of people, he has left the stage and as I think about to leave the building.
Interesting, Justin, that he could have made that the first speech as Prime Minister, but a very conscious decision not to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they are taking this step by step, and it's been perfectly obvious. Well, it was perfectly obvious before the election, wasn't it, that they were going to take everything step by step, and they were not going to get ahead of their skis, as it were, and you can see that with what he said tonight. So he said enough, I think, to make it plain that he understands what is happening, and he understands his place in what is happening. And when, as I said before, when people called out, congratulations, Prime Minister, he didn't frown. In fact, as I also said before, I've seen him smiling more than I've seen him smiling, I think, in the whole of his public life. And it is a very happy scene, and it's a scene in which he is making it plain that he accepts now, finally, that this is going to be a Labour government. I think that is the point. That was the point that you heard it. But is he accepting it in terms? And is he talking more about it? No, that I think is going to come later on in the night, as I say, when he does address members of the shadow cabinet and indeed the nation, which is expected to happen in the coming hours.
Thank you so much, Justin. Yeah, the exit poll 5 hours ago predicted a Labour landslide, and that's the first time we've heard from the man who's will be Prime Minister. Just a quick update on a result that's come through, because the first Conservative Cabinet Minister has lost their seat. Alex Chalk, former Justice Secretary in Cheltenham. I think he was top of the list of most vulnerable, wasn't he? So he has gone to the Lib Dems.
To the Lib Dems, yeah.
Yeah. Alex Salmond's still with us here from the Alba Party. To have a Labour Prime Minister, are you happier to see that and to see the Conservatives gone? Would you send a word of congratulations to Keir Starmer?
Well, absolutely. I mean, congratulations to Sir Keir Starmer. He's won a landslide victory. That was a deliberately understated speech. I mean, I kept waiting for him to whip his glasses off Clark Kent and become Superman, but it didn't happen, and that was deliberate. The one thing I would say is that it's a huge landslide, and he deserves credit for that. But when all the votes are counted, I suspect that Keir Starmer's landslide, he'll have less votes than Jeremy Corbyn did in defeat in 2017. And that's, of course, because the political context will be a realignment in the right in English politics, and the right wing have divided in two, and that's the basis of the landslide. Of course, what I'm hoping to see is now a realignment in Scottish politics in time for the Scottish elections in 2 years' time.
We've got to interrupt you to go over to another Cabinet Minister. Grant Shapps is defending his seat in Welwyn Hatfield.
Election of a Member of Parliament for Welwyn Hatfield on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, Annie Brewster, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows: Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher, Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986. Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877. Munro John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078.
So Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, has lost his seat. He's lost his seat in Welwyn Hatfield by around 3,000 votes. He has lost it to the Labour Party. Andrew Lewin has won that seat. It's the first big scalp, Henry Zeffman, of the Conservative Cabinet. Well, the second, I'm so sorry, Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary.
No great secret here when I say if Grant Shapps had held his seat, he would be launching a bid for the Conservative leadership in the coming days. Clearly, he now can't do that. I'm told by Labour sources they're very confident that another leadership contender, Penny Mordaunt, is going to lose her seat to the Labour Party as well. So, as well as seeing the Conservative Party reshaped, in fact, just significantly diminished in numbers, we're seeing the shape of that inevitable Conservative leadership election change at the whims of small groups of voters around the country.
Isha Hazarika, who's a former advisor to the Labour Party, is one of those who's just come in the revolving door of our studio, sat down, and your reaction to that result, you just mouthed, wow.
Big moment. It really does feel like it's a big moment. Obviously, we've mentioned Alex Chalk, but, you know, Grant Shapps has been sort of front and centre of trying to keep this sort of Tory show on the road over the last few months. In fact, I think it was actually Grant Shapps, ironically, who was the first Tory minister to coin the phrase supermajority in the middle of the campaign, which to me was absolutely, utterly bizarre. So it is a big moment, yeah.
Another big result coming in. Ian Duncan Smith, former Conservative leader in Chingford.
1,334. Ian Duncan Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281. Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,524.
So Ian Duncan Smith has survived as the Conservative MP for Chingford and Wood Green for one reason and one reason only, Phil Cowley. The Labour vote split when the Labour Party threw out Faiza Shaheen as their candidate after the campaign itself had begun.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a seat that was, given the other seats we've seen so far, that should have been an absolute nailed-on Labour gain, without any shadow of a doubt. And you saw there the ex-Labour candidate and the current Labour candidate roughly cancelling each other out.
12,000 each.
If you were Morgan McSweeney, the Labour campaign organiser, if you were Morgan McSweeney, you'd prefer that result. Ian Duncan Smith's in. He's going to hopefully persuade, from Morgan McSweeney's point of view, persuade the Conservative Party to move to the right. He hasn't got Faiza Shaheen. He did it on purpose and he won't have minded the results.
So in other words, just to be clear for people who are not following the detail of throwing out someone who was a critic of Keir Starmer on Gaza, net gain if you're an organiser for Keir Starmer, and net gains in inverted commas a right.
They'd have known that was a possible result.
I mean, Lord Phillips is incredibly cynical.
I know.
Politics.
It's extraordinary. Even Alex Abbott is shocked.
I'm devastated, though. Absolutely devastated.
Speaking of ex-Labour independents running against the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn, Islington North, battle against the Labour Party. I said earlier it looked like he was probably going to win. I'm told Labour have conceded defeat there. Jeremy Corbyn will be in the next Parliament, only perhaps by 1,000 or so votes. And let me also say some words I don't think I'm going to say again. Conservative gain, Leicester East.
Ian Duncan-Smith speaking now as the re-elected MP for Chingford. But important news that we had just there. Jeremy Corbyn is going to win as an independent candidate in Islington North. Let's just hear a little bit of what the former Conservative leader's got to say.
As they have been here long hours and have been very helpful during the course of the campaign. I'd like to have a few personal thanks. My thanks, of course, first and foremost to my family for having...
Let's talk about this result, because Mr Duncan-Smith is talking to friends and colleagues and giving the right courteous thank yous.
I just actually want to pick up on that Conservative gain that you mentioned very briefly there, which is Leicester East. And I wonder if that is connected to Gaza, is that?
I think it's a bit more complicated than that in Leicester East. You had a former Labour MP, Claudia Webb, who'd been booted out of the Labour Party after a court case, but she stood again as an independent, got 5,500 votes, 12% of the vote. Keith Vaz, the even more former Labour MP, stood as an independent and got 8% of the vote. So I think that one's a very complicated seat, but I think you're right to mention something going on with Labour and Gaza. In the 5 seats declared so far, where more than 10% of the population are Muslim, the Labour vote is down on average 7 points. And I'm told one of the seats where Labour are starting to get a little bit anxious, and they weren't earlier in the night, is Birmingham Ladywood, the constituency of Shabana Mahmood, the Shadow Justice Secretary.
That would be very serious indeed. Shabana Mahmood is a crucial player in the future Keir Starmer project. We're going to listen to Grant Shapps now, who's
this evening,
lost his seat in Welland Hatfield.
You will take over the mantle of representing Welland Hatfield, a privilege that I've had for the past 19 years, after I won my seat on my second attempt and 5 times in total. I know that you will represent the people to the very best of your ability, and I wish you well as you take up the baton. In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most. From party chairman to transport secretary, home secretary, briefly, to business secretary, energy secretary, and of course, currently defence secretary. I want to pay tribute on that last one to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege to work with them. And there's no more important task for any government than to defend the realm, and my proudest achievement in government has been to secure that very large multi-billion-pound additional funding to increase our armed forces spending. It's clear tonight that Britain will have a new government in the morning, and I am extremely concerned that unless it quickly commits to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, our armed forces may suffer. And so will our friends in Ukraine. If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today, it's our staunch and unwavering support.
So a parting shot from the former Defence Secretary Grant Shapps there for Labour to meet their commitment to spend that 2.5% of GDP on
Not just, as Henry's been saying, a former Defence Secretary is now and a former MP, but therefore not able to be a Tory leadership candidate. Now, one of the reasons the Conservatives are having such a grim night is because of the success of Reform UK since Nigel Farage took the leadership, returned to politics. We're expecting the result from Clacton very soon indeed, and we'll bring you that result as soon as we can.
Yeah, let's get the thoughts of Stephen Bush. We've dragged him back in alongside Azarika. Stephen, we talked a bit earlier, in fact, about the Reform vote, but Nigel Farage, who is made such a difference to their entire campaign, his 8th attempt to win a parliamentary seat. Do you think he can do it this time?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume so. In a much less good set of circumstances for UKIP in 2015, they held Clacton, they got 44% of the vote. So I assume he'll be able to do the same this time.
Yeah, Aisha.
Well, look, I just feel that there's a bit of like reform hysteria going on at the moment from the exit poll. I mean, sometimes there's a Route 1 story staring you in the face, and that is that there's going to be a Labour landslide, and this doesn't happen very often, and this is a big moment in history. We've only ever had 6 Labour Prime Ministers in the last 100 years. Of those, only 4 were elected. So that's the big story. But I feel people have gone slightly crazy on the reform stuff, and it doesn't look like they are going to win 13 seats. Yes, they are something that are going to have to be taken seriously, but I feel like we're in slight danger of kind of overspinning this about this is like a massive night for reform.
I just wonder what Alex Salmond, do you think about this? Because you have been in the House of Commons when there were nothing like the number of SNP MPs there have been in recent years. If it is a small number of MPs for Reform UK, Nigel Farage, will he matter?
Well, it depends how inventive they are, excuse me, in terms of parliamentary tactics. I mean, you have to struggle. I mean, it's a small party in the House of Commons. The House of Commons is a big place, and a small party can get easily lost. However, I mean, Farage, whatever else, doesn't lack the ability to be inventive in terms of creating publicity opportunities. I wouldn't underrate the significance of this. I mean, the key to this election is that the right in English politics has been divided down the middle. That's the key to the Labour landslide. That's hugely significant, and unless the politics of reform is taken on in a much more forthright way, then I don't see that you can easily assume that advance is going to be stopped, because austerity and the politics which have created that dissatisfaction are going to continue.
Henry, quick one from you.
Just to Aisha's point, I think we should note that in the last few minutes, Labour have racked up some extraordinary gains.
Yeah.
Bracknell is going to have a Labour MP on a 16% swing. Hexham in the northeast, I don't think that's ever had a Labour MP before. 15% swing Conservative to Labour. I could keep going. So while we talk about all the grit in the oyster, we should just note there is an oyster there.
Absolutely. And also, I think the big mistake for the Conservatives to take from this loss will just to be completely obsessed by reform. They have also lost support to the Labour Party and to the Liberal Democrats and to the Greens in some part of it. And of course, in Scotland, the big story is the absolute collapse of the SNP.
Let's go to Scotland now. And I should just mention, by the way, there has been a Plaid gain as well in Ynys Môn. So they've gained a seat there from the Conservatives. But Ian Blackford from the SNP joins us now. A bit of a bleak morning for your party, Mr. Blackford.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, it is. There's no other way of addressing this. There's a significant decline in the number of SNP MPs that are going to be returned in this election, and I'm very sorry for colleagues that have worked hard, and we need to listen very carefully to the message that the electorate have delivered to us, and to make sure that we're ready to compete as we face the Scottish election in 2026.
We heard that message to listen from Kate Forbes from your party, who we spoke to earlier, but you've been in government there in Scotland, in Holyrood, for 17 years now. Have you stopped listening to your voters there? What's gone wrong?
No, and I think, but it is important that we do listen. I think to an extent, voters right across these islands, and it's no different in Scotland, are scunnered to some extent by politicians. And I mean, we've done lots of good things in government. You've got to reflect on the fact that we don't have tuition fees in Scotland, that desire to remove 100,000 children out of poverty. I could go on about the things we've done well, but I think it's fair to say that we need to recognise that we have to concentrate on the bread and butter issues, and that's something that John Swinney has made very clear, having become our leader only 2 weeks before the election campaign. But we need
of leaders, Ian Blackford. Good morning to you, by the way, Nick Robinson here. But talking of leaders, your ex-leader's here in the studio with us, Alex Salmond. He's not only ex-leader, he's an ex-member of your party, of course, because he's leader of ALBA. And let me just tell you, both you may not be up to date with this, is that Douglas Alexander for the Labour Party, former Labour cabinet minister, who was kicked out of the House of Commons, is back, and having gained Lothian East from the SNP on a swing of 16% from the SNP to Labour. I have a funny feeling that Alex Salmond might wish to give you a little advice as to how the SNP might recover its fortunes.
Well, good morning, Ian.
Morning, Alex.
I don't think you'd be surprised to hear that I think two things are necessary. One is to restore competence in government, which has gone heavily awry in the last 2 or 3 years, and also to have a strategy for obtaining independence, because if any national party goes into an election without an independent strategy, then it's going to end up in the floor where the SNP is at the present moment.
Look, I mean, I take the point that if the SNP is to win, we have to demonstrate competence. I absolutely get that, and that's what's uppermost in John Swinney's mind. But look, on the issue of independence, we all know that support for independence has stuck at roundabout or just around 50% or so. We have got to lead the independence movement. That much is correct. We've got to demonstrate at a time of the cost of living crisis. We've got fantastic opportunities with that green transition to drive in investment, drive up living standards, make sure that people are better off in Scotland, and get that narrative across to people that they're better off with Scotland becoming an independent country. There's a big job for us to do.
10 years ago, the SNP, under different leadership, won a landslide victory in Scotland with support for independence at 30%. If you can't win when support's at 50%, there must be something wrong with the independence strategy.
We're going to bring in Philip Cowley here just for a moment. I hate to ruin the fascinating discussion that you two are having, but we need to
we've now had 6 seats declared in Scotland, and we do have an SNP hold, which is Aberdeen North. It was the 47th safest of the SNP seats, held by under 2,000 votes. So I think the exit poll predicting the SNP to have a very bad night is clearly not off.
Aisha Hazarika.
But I'm just saying there's another result in for East Renfrewshire, a near 25% swing from SNP to Labour. And I was out chapping doors all over Scotland. I was in Dundee, I was in East Renfrewshire, I was in Coatbridge. And, the message that people were coming to the door with was that they were fed up of the Tories, but they were also fed up of the SNP. And lots of people, independence is just not in their top 5 issues. Yes, at some point they might have the fantasy of an independent Scotland, but right now they don't feel that they've got an SNP government that have delivered for them on the bread and butter basics that they care about.
We have to let you go, Alex, but a very brief response to that.
Yes, well, the SNP record over the last 2 or 3 years has been dreadful, and unfortunately neither Hamza Yousaf nor John Swinney have decided to do a clean sweep and a clean slate and go in a different direction.
Jeremy Corbyn, the former leader of the Labour Party, is just taken to the stage in Islington North.
To hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Just a reminder, in case you needed it, Jeremy Corbyn is no longer a Labour member. He was kicked out of the Parliamentary Labour Party. He's running as an independent Labour candidate.
1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, independent, 24,000.
Well, I think that cheer and Mr Corbyn's smile that I can see tells you everything you need to know. Jeremy Corbyn has beaten the official Labour candidate.
Well, we'd heard the concession earlier on from Henry Zeffman. He said Labour sources had said in that particular constituency that they had lost it to Jeremy Corbyn.
And they will be desperate about that. There were many senior figures in the Labour Party, not least Neil Kinnock, who was in the studio just a little while ago, who volunteered to go and knock on doors there. Harriet Harman was there. Not many members of the shadow cabinet, Aisha Hazarika, presumably they didn't want to give him the joy of saying he'd beaten them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that will be a blow to senior strategists in the party who are very much hoping to defeat Jeremy Corbyn.
How much of a thorn in the side can he be? Stephen, perhaps we can ask you to Keir Starmer, do you think?
I mean, given the scale of the Labour victory elsewhere, not a very large thorn. However, one subplot of this election is the strength of left of Labour alternatives. Andrew Feinstein running against Keir Starmer himself. Faiza Shaheen's very strong performance in Chingford. And all of that taken together will mean that Labour MPs who are worried about what happens if they vote for the 2-child limit, or what happens if they are too close to Donald Trump if he wins the next election, all of that will create this agitation in Labour circles that they have things to fear on their left flank as well as their right.
Aisha?
Yeah, I mean, look, I definitely think there's something in that, but I just do think that the focus tomorrow will be looking at this huge number of new MPs that are coming in. But yeah, this will be a bit of a dark spot.
We're waiting for Jeremy Corbyn to speak, but Henry, yes.
Labour thought they'd lost by just about 1,000. They've actually lost by 7,247. That's an extraordinary achievement by Jeremy Corbyn. Bedded in, long-standing MPs have tried to run as independents without a party infrastructure before and lost resoundingly. Jeremy Corbyn has won resoundingly.
I think it's the first time someone has stood against their own party and won since the 1970s. I can't give you the exact year. I'm not expecting you to, Phil, but...
2005 George Galloway.
Yeah.
Here is Jeremy Corbyn's speech in Islington North. You can hear the whooping, the shouts, and he's taking to the microphone the former leader of the Labour Party and now elected independent MP.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much for the declaration. And can I first of all thank you and the returning officer and all the staff that have arranged this election for the very hard work and very efficient way in which it's been run. It is a credit to Islington. Thank you very much for the great work that you've done in those respects.
We're going now to another important announcement. Clacton, Nigel Farage's aim to get in on the 8th time of trying.
Candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,235. Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820.
Well, he's got his seat.
The number of ballot papers
finally,
rejected
in the 8th attempt,
111.
Nigel Farage.
I therefore do hereby declare that Nigel Paul Farage is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency.
So that means 2 Reform MPs so far. The exit poll suggested there would be 13 in total. We'll obviously take his speech and hear from him in a moment or two.
That's right. What's striking is that Nigel Farage is not grinning or beaming there. Here he is. You're going to hear what he says. We'll bring you Jeremy Corbyn's speech in a moment, by the way.
And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election. I've fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Nigel Farage then stepping away from the microphone there, talking about the fact that he believes reform has come second in hundreds of constituencies. He was saying, look at where we've come in such a short space of time. He talked about a gap in the centre-right of British politics that they are going to fill. Let's get reaction from our guests here in the studio. Lord Finkelstein, first of all.
Well, it's interesting that he said he wants to be on the centre-right of politics, because my diagnosis is the correct thing for him to do is move to the left to capture these votes that he's after. The one thing that's held Nigel Farage back is that socially he may be on the populist right, but economically he's often tried to be a Thatcherite. And indeed in the election debates he started talking about privatising the NHS, a position that's come a million miles away from the votes he's winning. So I think he's got some interesting questions to decide for himself. He's a pretty effective politician, as this demonstrates, and it's a remarkable personal achievement of his.
We've got to let you go in a second, but when he talks of classic Farage, first step of something that's going to stun you, do you think you'll still be writing about him in 5, 10, if you're still writing in 20, 25 years' time?
My guess will be that the party that splits over whether Farage is involved with the Conservative Party will be Reform rather than the Conservative Party. And the big question in 5 years' time is, does that party, when it has more than Nigel Farage in it, stay together? But we'll see. Just
before we bring in Gavin Barwell, we've got some, it's not yet news, is it? But it's potential news of an extraordinary result in Leicester.
It's being pretty widely reported that Jonathan Ashworth, leading member of Labour's shadow cabinet, has lost to an independent called Shaukat Adam in Leicester South, who was running essentially on a pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel ticket. I think that's the most shocking result of the night so far, if that's true. I think that's come for everyone out of nowhere. I mean, John Ashworth has spent most of the campaign in Westminster doing interviews with people like you, Nick and Rachel. I think it also does suggest that in parts of the country, politics is reorientating around religious and cultural divides. And I think a lot of people in lots of the main parties will be very concerned about that.
I think Shabana Mahmood, the Justice Secretary, or meant to be the Justice Secretary under Labour, will be rather concerned about her result in Birmingham, Ladywood. And John Ashworth did talk both publicly and a lot privately, didn't he, Aisha Hazarika, about the pressure that he was under ever since Keir Starmer gave that interview to my colleague Nick Ferrari on LBC about Gaza, seemed to imply that he supported Israel in cutting off water and food if necessary. There was a backlash against the Labour Party among certain communities.
Yeah, there was a huge backlash after that interview, which was then clarified. And I think if we're absolutely honest, that clarification took rather too long
11 days
to come. I think it was like 9 or 10 days. And that has put pressure. It's put pressure not just in areas where there's a sizable Muslim community, even in areas where there is a more progressive, like Thangham Debonair in Bristol, is also facing pressure where Gaza is an issue. And I think there's no doubt that this is a really deeply emotive issue for lots of people in different communities. And I think it's a flare that under a new Labour government, let's see where the polls get to, foreign policy is definitely going to be quite a flashpoint.
Yeah, we talked to David Lammy, who's expecting to be the new Foreign Secretary, about that when he was here a bit earlier. Lord Gavin Barwell, former Conservative MP and Downing Street Chief of Staff to Theresa May, is here with us. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Just taking a sort of step back from traditional Labour Conservative politics, the left-right here, it was predicted that we might see more of this kind of shifting realignment of allegiances and the way people were voting away from those kind of left-right lines. Is that what you're picking up?
Yeah, I mean, the headline story is clearly a landslide Labour victory and a catastrophe for the Conservative Party. But beneath that, these results, I think, are even more extraordinary than we maybe expected. And I would want to very much reiterate Henry's point. I think if we move to a world where the Conservative Party is the party of India and Israel, and the Labour Party is the party of Palestine and Pakistan, that would be a terrible thing for our politics in this country. And I do think
just sorry to interrupt, but you think there's a prospect of that?
I think some of these results clearly have a very strong communal feel to them, and I think you were asking a question earlier about what Jeremy Corbyn's victory might mean for Keir Starmer. One of the consequences of this election coming early is that Keir Starmer's going to become Prime Minister with the war in Gaza still ongoing, and the presence of this independent in Leicester South and Jeremy Corbyn in Parliament is going to make the handling of that issue even more difficult.
Another really fascinating thing I had when I was discussing with John Ushworth, amongst other people, is the WhatsApp election. For the first time, an issue like Gaza didn't exist actually at national media level, not in newspapers, not on broadcast. I mean, of course, we discussed it. But what happened, I'm told, is within minutes of that interview being given by Keir Starmer, which was regarded as totally unsatisfactory as a supporter of the Palestinian cause, thousands of WhatsApps went out on WhatsApp groups to people in certain communities, certain mosques, certain communities, which told them, right, the Labour Party's not on our side anymore. And that had real power.
And I think we really focus on social media and the kind of conventional sort of outward-facing social media like Facebook and X, and perhaps underplay the importance of WhatsApp communities, which can be so powerful. But just, I mean, going back to what is clearly the headline thing, Gavin Barwell, and the predictor or the suggestion from the exit poll that Labour will get 170 seats. From a Conservative point of view, just reflecting on what went wrong and the gamble from Rishi Sunak that didn't pay off, what is your key taking?
I mean, look, I spent the whole day knocking on doors, and the answer is loads of different things went wrong. So, I mean, your question is implying me, was the campaign part of it? Yes. I mean, the campaign was a disaster, but the problem has existed for a long time. Some of us have been warning for years about the strategic mistakes the party's made. So if you look at the rolling average of the polls for the last 4.5 years, you can see two clear moments where Conservative support cratered: Partygate and Liz Truss's mini budget. And the other thing that I would say to you is I think we're going to see a debate in the Conservative Party about, is it too right-wing or has it been not Conservative enough? And the truth is, through terrible strategy, it's achieved both things at the same time. There's a bunch of the electorate that think the Conservative Party is too right-wing, and there's other people who have moved away from it thinking it's not Conservative enough. And that is a marker of really bad strategic decisions over the last few years.
Actually, Stephen, it was one of your analogies that was ear-catching to me about the timing of this election, that Rishi Sunak attempted to run a marathon without any training. And then with all the mistakes that he made, it was like trying to run a marathon without training with high heels on.
Yeah, I mean, it was an election in which he mainly surprised his own side. And the results are what started out as a defeat on the scale of 1997 has become a historically worse defeat even than that.
Shall we have a bit of an upsum? Because a lot's going on, Phil Cowley. How many results have we had?
We've had 180 so far. I mean, they are coming in, a couple of per minute. And I think it is worth sort of stepping back and looking at the big picture, because there's been some shocking individual results, or very surprising individual results. But so far we have Labour up net 54, the Conservatives down 62, Reform up 2 from 0 to 2, and the Lib Dems, who we've barely discussed but are picking up gains all over the place, up by 13. SNP down by 10, although I have just seen that Stephen Flynn has hung on in Aberdeen.
So there was talk that the Westminster leader of the SNP would not hold his seat, but he has. But
of the SNP seats that have declared so far, the only two held are the Aberdeen seats.
We have got confirmation of that result that we've been talking about in Leicester South just now, that Jonathan Ashworth, who was due, Aisha Hazarika, you're shaking your head, he was due to be one of the key figures in the Starmer government.
Absolutely. I mean, he is the sort of minister for the morning media round, if you like, seen as a real, a very strong communicator, a real party boy and man. You know, he has been around the Labour Party for, so he was an advisor to Gordon Brown, and I think nobody saw this coming. I mean, I'm just having hundreds of WhatsApps coming in from all parts of the Labour Party. Everybody shot, apparently only by 1,000 votes, so it was pretty tight.
We give you the numbers: 14,739 for the Independent, and Jonathan Ashworth behind that, 13,760. So we're talking of 0.1 of a percentage vote share.
Now, this is quite an important moment in the night as we try and navigate you through these results. We talked about the exit poll, which came out at 10 o'clock. We've kind of been basing our assumptions around that. But now we can move to the next phase, Phil Cowley.
So we've now got a projection of where we think we will be. We've 160 results in. It is marginally worse for the Labour Party, but still a landslide on 405 seats. We're now projecting the Conservative Party to gain to hold 154. Which is slightly better by about 20 than we were projecting at the beginning of the night. The Lib Dems will be on 56, so not quite as good as the exit poll. The SNP, we think, will be on 6, down 42.
Six.
They've gone down further.
They've gone down further than the exit
from the exit poll.
That is an extraordinary.
See, that is a really big. I know we've all been going on about reform. That is a big, big moment, given that there are going to be Holyrood elections coming up very soon
in 2026.
Just to finish off the list: Plaid on 4, Reform on 4, Green on 2, others 19, which includes Jeremy Corbyn.
4 seats. The Labour Party won this general election, not the Reform Party. Yeah. The Labour Party won this general election, and everybody needs to understand why they did that and to reflect on what it's going to mean for the country. The Reform Party wants to insert itself as the major story of the night. It's going to win, only a handful of seats.
And we've just had confirmation of their third, just so people know. They've won Great Yarmouth. That was previously a Conservative seat.
Was Brendan Lewis.
Yes, and now the MP will be Rupert Lowe, who fans of Noughties football will remember used to own Southampton Football Club.
Yeah.
Rishi Sunak's
club.
Indeed. But taking your point entirely, Danny Finkelstein, that it is Labour's night, this story of the SNP falling back really is quite significant, Gavin Barwell, isn't it? Because it wasn't so very long ago that the debate happening in Scottish politics was about having the SNP being able to say, well, when we win a majority of the seats in Westminster, we'll treat that as a mandate to go straight into independence. Forget all that referendum nonsense.
Yeah, so I think that's the second story. That issue has gone into at least the medium-length grass. And underlying support for independence hasn't actually fallen off. So if Labour were to become unpopular, over time it could come back. I'm quite interested in whether those numbers imply the Tories could actually gain some seats in Scotland off the SNP if they're down that low.
Yes. I mean, I haven't seen the projection of individual seats, but it must do. Yeah. Logically, it must do.
We need to bring in John McDonnell, former Shadow Chancellor. Morning to you, Mr. McDonnell.
Morning, Nick.
It's quite a victory for your old colleague Jeremy Corbyn. Will you bear with us while we just play you and listeners a little clip of what Jeremy Corbyn had to say when he won the seat as an independent MP?
This result is, to me, a resounding message from the people of Islington North that they want something different, they want something better, and in the new government that's coming in, they're looking for an end to things like the two-child benefit policy cap. They're looking for regulation of the private rented sector. And if I may say so, they're also looking for a government that on the world stage will search for peace, not war, and not allow the terrible conditions to go on that are happening in Gaza at the present time. So this was a grassroots campaign that isn't going to disappear, isn't going to go away. It's brought together people from all walks of life, from all ethnic communities, from all languages and all ages, in a determination to get something better in our society.
So that was Jeremy Corbyn responding to his victory. So John McDonnell, his Shadow Chancellor when he was Labour leader. You must be delighted for him, are you?
On a personal level, of course, I'm a close friend of Jeremy, so on a personal level, I'm pleased that he'll be returning to Parliament, of course, but I'm saddened that he's not returning as a Labour MP. And if the members of the Islington North Labour Party had been given the right to select their candidate, he would be returning as a Labour MP. And I will be calling for the Labour whip to be restored to Jeremy.
What else would you like to say to the Labour Party leader, the man who will be Prime Minister, Keir Starmer? Because plenty of people are saying, do not detract from the significance of where he has taken the party since Jeremy Corbyn led them to that historic defeat.
Look, I'm rejoicing in the same way I'm sure Jeremy will be rejoicing that we've got rid of the Tories. That's the first thing. And I don't think we should detract from any of that. And I think now we've got to stand back and understand how that's happened. People have had enough of 14 years of a Tory government that's introduced austerity and has impoverished a large number of our constituents. I have over 30% of my children in the constituency living in poverty. They want change, and they want change that will impact upon the standard of living, particularly for those poorest in our society. And that's what Jeremy Corbyn's been advocating for all his life. So I don't see any political difference between Jeremy Corbyn's stance on a whole range of these social issues and those of the Labour Party, and that's why I think he should have the Labour whip restored.
John, on the issue that was the obsession, and I think has been the obsession of your career indeed, not just when you were Shadow Chancellor, which is the economy, is Rachel Reeves, your successor, not just as Shadow Chancellor, but now going to be the Chancellor? Is she going to have to abandon her caution on fiscal policy, on tax and spend, in your view, to make any difference, to bring meaning to the word change?
I think it will be very similar to what's happened in previous Labour governments, including the Blair government, where, if you remember, the Blair government came in committed for the first couple of years to the spending allowances within government that they'd inherited from the Tories. And then they went on to become more radical, particularly Gordon Brown tackling the issue of poverty and redistribution. I think what we've got is a first wave policy programme, the 6 policy areas that Keir Starmer identified. Once we've got through that and demonstrated confidence in government, the second wave of policy making is going to be absolutely key. And that's when, because of such a toxic inheritance from the Tories, that's when I think we'll need to be more radical, and it will be about redistribution. I agree that we've got to go for growth, but you know as well as I do, growth is tough to achieve. And even if you've got 1% growth, it only brings in about 14 billion additional revenues. So it will mean, yes, going for growth, but also there'll be an element of redistribution. And one area, for example, we could actually, I think, would have significant support is the equalisation of capital gains tax with income tax. That would bring in resources to enable us to fund scrapping the 2-child limit as well as introducing social care.
That may well be a fight that happens when Keir Starmer takes charge. Let's hear the result from Suella Braverman's constituency.
The number of votes recorded.
This is Fareham in Hampshire.
Said election is as follows.
Fareham and
Suella Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084. Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnivall, Labour Party, 11,482. Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,533. Robert John Holliday, Hampshire Independents, 217. Baz Marie, Green Party, 2,036.
Well, it's clear that Suella Braverman has held on to that seat, but with a dramatic cut in her vote. She got over 30,000 votes last time, only just 17,000 this time.
We were hearing from her dad earlier on, who was saying he was hopeful that she'd be able to hold on there. Let's see what she has to say. Just shaking the hands of fellow candidates there.
I want to start with a few thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging for all of us, but you've all enabled our democracy to function safely and effectively. Secondly, I want to thank my wonderful team of Fareham and Waterlooville Conservatives. Agent Tom Davis, Councillor Tina Ellis, Donna Jones, Tom Fife, Will, Freya, Neil, Gwen, Patricia. There are too many to name right now this evening. But I am profoundly blessed to be part of your team. You have thrown everything at this campaign, in rain, in sun, in wind. We didn't get any snow, but there was a variable British climate that we had to deal with. The leaflets, the canvassing, the support. You even got me to join TikTok, which was quite an achievement. So thank you for going the extra mile and for always remaining cheerful and professional. I hope you enjoyed the campaign. Thirdly, I must thank my family, my husband, my children, for your steadfast love, support and friendship.
So that's Suella Braverman giving her reaction. We'll keep an ear across that just in case she says anything significant, because of course attention is now turning, even though we haven't heard from Rishi Sunak, but the assumption is that he won't carry on as leader of the party. So who will be manoeuvring to take his place ultimately? Quick one. Labour have lost Bristol Central. So that's Thangam Debonair, Will. That means the Greens have won there.
That's right. They've lost it to the Greens on a massive swing, 28.2%. Carla Denyer, the Greens co-leader, will be the MP for Bristol Central. In the very short term, that's not a surprise. People thought that was going to happen. In the medium term, looking backwards, that is a big surprise. I don't think the Labour Party would have thought this was ever in doubt until the last few months or so. It speaks to the developing politics of areas that are inner cities, areas that have higher immigrant populations, and areas that have high numbers of young voters. And that is going to be a challenge for Labour, albeit in the context, as we should repeatedly stress, of an unbelievably good night.
Yeah. And she would have been a cabinet minister had she been re-elected.
Second member of the shadow cabinet.
Lord Finkelstein, we're going to have to let you go. But just a quick one, actually, on who you think the next leader of the Conservative Party will be.
Really don't know. The main thing the Conservative Party needs to do is to think first before it starts to choose its leader and decide what it wants to be. Conservative governments have been re-elected in the past without holding Bassetlaw, without holding Barnsley, but they've never been re-elected without holding Swindon and without holding Surrey Heath. And that's the reflection they need to make.
Lord Finkelstein, thank you. We'll let you go. Gavin Barwell, Lord Barwell, nodding along there. You're agreeing with all of that.
Yeah, and I think I'm also less interested in personalities. I'm more interested in some of the strategic challenges, the age of the Conservative vote, how you deal with the sort of the fracture on the right. It's very hard to win with Reform polling as they are at the moment, and also like tactical voting has played a huge role in this in terms of the level of Tory losses. There's always been in my party a sort of Millwall tendency that glories in being very unpopular and unliked by a large segment of the electorate. And what we've found out is there's a cost to that in tactical voting and cost of seats at this election.
Well, we're expecting the result in Basildon very soon, where the Conservative Party chairman is standing.
We now have confirmation, speaking of cabinet ministers, that Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, has lost her seat in Chichester and actually just been blown away by the Lib Dems. I mean, they've got 24% more
we have to go to
of the
Basildon now. Here is the count in Basildon. Ooh,
there was the count in Basildon.
That's a metaphor.
We're expecting the Conservative Party chairman, Richard Holden. He moved to that seat from North West Durham, which he knew he would lose. And let's see if we can get something that is not that horrible noise. Yes, there we are. No, that isn't ideal, is it? We'll come away from that. We'll see if we can get our correspondent who is there to tell us what is going on, because we can't hear that properly, unfortunately.
Well, we were talking about Suella Braverman, a potential contender for Tory leadership. Another one, the Conservative MP, former Trade Secretary Kemi Badenoch, has been re-elected in her seat of North West Essex. This was the moment that happened. Can we hear it? I thought we were going to hear from Kemi Badenoch there. Well, let's talk to Joe Pike, who is, hopefully will be in North Essex where her count was. Hi, Joe.
I certainly am here in a small gym where tables are being packed away and Kemi Badenoch has gone. She didn't answer any questions as we tried to get answers from her as she left the stage, in particular about whether she'd run for the Conservative leadership. Certainly her speech seemed to be pitched at both the country and her party.
Joe, thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry if I seemed to cut across you there. It was because we got the news from Basildon where we were waiting for the sound of that count. We can bring you the news, even though we can't bring you the sound, I'm afraid, which is the Conservative Party chairman, Richard Holden, has won the seat of Basildon and Billericay. He was in a three-horse race, Conservative, Labour and Reform. I think we had 2 recounts of certain parts of that, so it was very, very close indeed. But he has won.
Right, I think we're going to go to Leicester South now and hear the moment. We've been talking about this story, a shock. You said, Henry, described it as perhaps the biggest moment of the night so far. But can we hear the moment that the independent candidate, Adam Shaukat, won the seat over Labour's Jonathan Ashworth?
Shaukat Hussain Adam, commonly known as Adam Shaukat, independent, 14,000.
Absolute jubilation you can hear at the announcement that he had been elected as MP. It looks like that was one of those cases where Labour just completely took their eye off the ball.
Henry Zeppelin?
Clearly, I mean, John Ashworth, as I said earlier, spent his entire campaign in Westminster doing the sort of media, but I think it's a bit more complicated than just taking their eye off the ball.
Yes, Stephen Bush, it's not clear, is it, that even if he'd had his eye on the ball and spent all his time there, would have made any difference. If people are enraged by the Labour Party's official position on Gaza, they're going to stay enraged, aren't they, whatever he does?
Yeah, I'm not quite certain than John Ashworth didn't know this was a risk. You could see from some of his campaign activity on social media, particularly on Meta's various things, WhatsApp, Instagram, that he was worried about something like this. But the other thing I would add, with absolutely no evidence other than having grown up and lived there for a long time, I would be very, very surprised, given what we've seen, if at the end of this evening, everywhere in the East End of London is still represented by Labour MPs, given there are independents standing on a similar platform there. We saw the effect that had in 2005 of the opposition to the Iraq War, and it's a very similar story.
Well, there are a whole series of constituencies in which there is a higher Muslim population. It's 35% in Leicester South. That's the 14th highest Muslim population constituency in the UK. There are constituencies in Bradford, Birmingham, East Ham, Blackburn, Dewsbury, Birmingham Perry Barr, Birmingham Yardley, all sorts of constituencies that have a higher Muslim percentage, and people are sometimes rather wary when you start talking about the percentages of a particular ethnicity or religious faith. But the truth is, it still has been the case that the Muslim vote overwhelmingly has been a Labour vote.
I just think we have to be slightly careful. Someone from a Muslim background, that everybody lumps every single Muslim as having exactly the same view. Muslims are varied, layered human beings as well. And you just look at Rochdale, for example, when George Galloway won that by-election, I was very worried. I thought he would absolutely hold the seat.
What would be the right way to look at it? Because clearly there's something going on.
Well, I think
there's a series of fights in cities with a young population enraged by what's happening.
But I think it's sometimes a bit more than just what's happening in Gaza. There are other kind of local community politics going on in some of these seats. So I'd just be a bit wary of jumping to a completely clean-cut conclusion. There's no doubt that Gaza and foreign policy is going to be a bit of a cloud over, the Labour thinking. And there'll be some other seats they'll be very worried about. Jess Phillips' seat is another seat that I think they'll be worried about as well. Even seats like Ilford, Wes Streeting has had a lot of pressure in his seat. I think, he'll hold on to his seat. But I just think we need to be a little bit careful about just jumping to that conclusion that in every Muslim area, this is the dominant issue.
Just to be clear, forgive me, I'm going to interrupt you with some news, which is Richard Tice, chairman of Reform UK, the man who was leader of Reform UK before Nigel Farage returned to the fray. We're getting news that he has won that seat. Richard Tice has won, which is a truly...
Boston and Skegness, wasn't it?
It's a startling result.
That may be the aftermath of that count. Are we going to hear from him? We'll come back to that.
No, can I just say on this, if you look, which I've just been looking at, the worst Conservative losses, it really shows you the problem they faced. So in terms of the Conservative defences, the worst they've lost so far is Clacton. That obviously went to Reform. But the next is Lichfield. That goes to Labour. Michael Fabricant. Cannock Chase goes to Labour. Great Yarmouth goes to Reform. But then North East Hampshire. I mean, North East Hampshire, the majority at the last election was 22,000. That goes to the Lib Dems. they're able.
So they're losing across
they're
the
losing
board.
across the board to whoever is best able to defeat them.
Right. Coming up in the next hour of the programme, we think, going to hear finally from Rishi Sunak. The Prime Minister will be at the count of his constituency in Richmond and Northallerton in North Yorkshire.
And after victories for Nigel Farage and Lee Anderson of Reform UK, we will give you the detail of that result for Richard Tice, the former leader of Reform UK in Boston and Skegness.
Plus, we'll speak to the leader of Labour in Scotland, Anna Sarwar, and the founder of Conservative Home, former advisor to Boris Johnson while he was in Number 10, Tim Montgomery.
All that after the news with Caroline Nichols.
Sir Keir Starmer has said it's time for Labour to deliver, as his party is forecast to win a landslide majority. He was speaking after retaining his seat in North London after the BBC's projected that he would win 405 seats, a majority of 160.
Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance, a return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future.
An updated projection of the Conservatives' prospects puts them at 154 seats. They've suffered a string of defeats so far, including among some of their most senior figures. The Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, has been defeated by the Liberal Democrats, as has the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan. The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, lost his seat to Labour. Speaking after the result was announced, Mr Shapps said the Tories needed to refresh and rebuild.
On door after door, voters have been dismayed by our inability to iron out our differences in private and do that and then be united in public. Instead, we've tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters with a propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions, which have become increasingly indulgent and entrenched.
But it hasn't all been good news for Labour. There's been a shock result in Leicester South, where Jonathan Ashworth, a member of the Shadow Cabinet, was beaten by an independent candidate. The former Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, has retained his Islington seat as an independent. The Shadow Culture Secretary, Thangam Debonair, lost Bristol Central to the co-leader of the Greens, Carla Denyer. Nigel Farage has finally become an MP on his 8th attempt. He won in Clacton in Essex with a majority of more than 8,000. Mr Farage said it was truly extraordinary what Reform had achieved in 6 weeks, and it would challenge Labour at the next election.
There's no enthusiasm for Labour. There's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that.
The Scottish National Party has lost a number of seats to Labour so far and is forecast to win just 6 in total. The Liberal Democrats are predicted to win 56 and have won the traditional Tory seat of Tunbridge Wells. Turnout has been low. It currently stands at just 56%, 8% down on the previous general election in 2019.
Caroline, thank you very much indeed. Well, welcome. 4:05. You're listening to Election 2024 on Radio 4, Radio 5 Live with me, Nick Robinson, and with Rachel Burden.
I can see you've cracked open the biscuits. It's got to that stage of the evening.
I've gone to the chocolate biscuits.
I leave you for 5 minutes.
We are hoping to talk very soon to the former leader of the Labour Party and the man who's just been elected an independent Labour MP, Jeremy Corbyn. We're going to get you the result very soon of Penny Mordaunt, the leader of the House of Commons up until this election result, who is standing in Portsmouth North. We will have the results of that. But we're going to go, first of all, to the man who is Prime Minister for a few hours more, Rishi Sunak's seat, and Martha Carney's following him for the night. Martha, what can you tell us?
Well, first of all, Nick, I can tell you we cracked open the chocolate biscuits a long time ago here in Northallerton. But more importantly, we think that the Prime Minister will be arriving very shortly. I'm surrounded by a throng of journalists with microphones and cameras waiting for him to come, as well as some of the more outlandish candidates that you get when the Prime Minister stands. There are 13 candidates in all. There are a group of young men wearing multicoloured shades around me. But clearly, the Prime Minister has been spending the day and the evening at home in his constituency with his wife for what has obviously been an extremely difficult night for him. A number of senior Conservatives said to me that they were expecting a result like this, but nonetheless, when it actually happens, it's obviously very different, and we certainly believe that he's going to be carrying on as a kind of caretaker Conservative leader after he resigns as Prime Minister, in order to oversee the leadership contest which will need to take place to ensure that there's some kind of stability. You've already been given a flavour of the kind of the backlash and the infighting that's already begun, so you can imagine what that's going to be like in the weeks and months to come.
Martha, thank you very much. We'll come back to you when that count is imminent. Let's just give you an idea of what's going on here in the studio. By the way, if you're listening to us, you'll be listening via 5 Live, BBC Radio 4, via the BBC Sounds app. You might be watching us on BBC iPlayer. And we've been bringing you the results through the night. And as predicted, we have got to the stage where they are tumbling through.
North, I think. Portsmouth North, the constituency of Penny Mordaunt. This is the result being read by the returning officer.
I, Councillor Jason Fazakerley, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715.
She had 28,000 votes at the last election.
Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851. Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501.
That is the story for Penny Mordaunt, as
I
many
therefore
others.
give public notice that Amanda Louise Martin is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Portsmouth North constituency.
So Labour have won the Portsmouth North constituency. Penny Mordaunt, leadership hopeful in the Conservative Party, has lost after a sizable vote, 8,000 votes or more, for Reform UK. Another loss from the Cabinet. Bring us up to speed, Henry Zeffman.
While
Grant
this is
Shapps.
happening, more from the Cabinet, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, Alex Chalk, told, by the way, by Lib Dem sources, that the most senior member of the Cabinet, who was under threat, Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, there's only 100 votes in it, they think. So it sounds like Jeremy Hunt, who spent the entire campaign pounding the pavements, might have done a bit better than some of those others who were under threat.
Which is really significant because Jeremy Hunt's own supporters told me earlier he was going to lose. Liberal Democrats in the seat told me he was going to lose, but well, he may still, of course, but it looks very close.
He was absent, wasn't he, from a lot of the kind of broadcast appearances that other senior members of the Conservative Party found themselves doing. Now, we want to, as you know, this time of night, so much is happening, so we're trying to make sure that we bring you the key moments, even if they're all happening at the same time. So we're just going to bring you one or two clips from speeches made by winning candidates, significant people within politics. So let's start with Reform UK's Richard Tice, who's the chair of that party, who was elected MP for Boston and Skegness. This is what he's been saying.
This really is quite extraordinary. What we've achieved from just 3 years ago as Reform UK. No one had heard of us. We were 0% in the polls. We had no money in the bank account. And I was sneered at and mocked by so many. Just 3 years later, across the whole of England, Scotland and Wales, millions and millions and millions of people have today voted for Reform UK. We're winning seats, we're coming second all over the country. It is truly remarkable.
Richard Tice describing his victory as truly remarkable, and it is, Phil Cowley, isn't it? Truly remarkable. He got 38.36% of the vote. Richard Tice beating the Conservative Matt Warman, who was on 33.40. I mean, he came from nowhere and has taken that seat.
So I suspect almost certainly Reform are going to end the night with fewer than the 13 seats that the exit poll initially predicted. But each of those gains are really quite impressive. I mean, they're coming often from 20 to 30 points behind.
We'll just keep bouncing around some other results, and then we'll discuss that some more with Tim Montgomery, who, as I said, has joined us in the studio, amongst others. The former Conservative Minister, Suella Braverman... Sorry, Henry, go on.
Another Cabinet Minister has lost. Lucy Fraser, the Culture Secretary, has lost. Ely and East Cambridgeshire to the Lib Dems on a 13% swing.
Well, one person who did not lose is the former Conservative Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, re-elected at Fareham and Waterlooville. We heard that result, but this is the message she had about the election as a whole.
I want to briefly address the result in the rest of the country. And there is only one thing that I can say. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down. You, the great British people, voted for us over 14 years, and we did not keep our promises. We've acted as if we're entitled to your vote, regardless of what we did, regardless of what we didn't do, despite promising time after time that we would do those things. And we need to learn our lesson, because if we don't, bad as tonight has been for my party, we'll have many worse nights to come. The country deserves better.
Well, does that sound like the speech of someone who would like to be a future leader of her party, I wonder? Let's hear from now the Conservative MP, former Trade Secretary Kemi Badenoch, who's been re-elected in her seat of North West Essex. And this was her message for the party.
This is clearly a very tough night for the Conservatives. Many dear friends and colleagues have lost their seats, while many others, their staff and families, will be considering their futures and stepping into the unknown. They should be in no doubt that they have served their country with distinction, weathered giant international storms, and given so much to help their communities. Their service, public service, will never be in vain. The public have spoken, and they have said, loud and clear, that the Conservatives have lost their trust. Having travelled up and down the country these past few weeks, what is also clear is that they have lost trust in politics, and that is a big danger. When you want to help people, you tell them the truth. When you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. And we've seen too much of that in recent years. As a party, the Conservatives must come back together, look deep in our political souls, and ask some uncomfortable questions. The pursuit of truth requires it. The long journey to regain the voters' trust demands it. But be in no doubt, that work starts now.
Have we just heard the two rivals to be Conservative leader in opposition? Kemi Badenoch there just before Suella Braverman. Tim Montgomery, do you feel that you've just heard them rehearse arguments?
Definitely sounded like it, didn't it? And, we've got quite a few of the potential Tory leadership contenders surviving. We've seen Penny Mordaunt go down, but Tom Tugendhat, I think, is back. I think Robert Jenrick is back.
No, Robert Jenrick's lost his... Oh, Robert Jenrick is back, I'm sorry.
I understand, that he's kept his seat. And so what my hope, though, is, I don't know whether Gavin would agree with this, is we have suffered a huge defeat. It's not perhaps as bad as I was certainly fearing before 10 o'clock and the exit poll came out. We shouldn't rush into a leadership contest and make it like a messiah complex thing, which the Conservative Party is often guilty of. We need a thorough review of our organisation, our policy outlook, our relationship with civil society, a massive self-examination. As soon as the new leader is chosen, that sort of frank discussion ends. We need the kind of process that the Canadian Conservatives have. They wait a year for a leader and they choose carefully and slowly. We've got time as a Conservative Party to get this right, and we shouldn't rush the leader.
Anyone involved in politics in this country is that patient?
Perhaps not. And it may not happen, but some of us are definitely going to be advocating a pause. The big thing that's immediately going to happen, of course, is the election for the 1922 committee. They will decide the rules of this contest and the framework, and that's what a lot of us will be focusing on
Let's
first.
hear from someone who did lose, from a different wing of the party, former Commons leader Penny Mordaunt. She lost her seat at Portsmouth North to Labour. So this was her message.
Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter. And that is why we lost.
Penny Mordaunt there. We've heard from Penny Mordaunt, who did lose, Kemi Badenoch, Suella Braverman, who did not, Gavin Barwell. That argument about the future direction of the Conservative Party already happening.
Yeah, and the question you asked Tim, I don't think Suella probably will be one of the top 2 or 3 candidates, but I think what you did hear between Suella and Kemi are the 2 different arguments that are going to be made. Suella saying, we didn't deliver what we promised, it's simple, that's what's wrong. And Kemi hinting at, well, part of the problem is making promises that weren't actually credible and that we were never going to be able to deliver. And that, I think, is the key. I sort of alluded to it earlier, that if you make kind of populist promises and then you don't deliver, you alienate both groups.
We have to go to the Count of Ilford North, Wes Streeting, who was in this studio. Next Health Secretary, we expect.
Syed Mohammed Kazim Rizvi, commonly known as Kaz Rizvi, Green Party, 9,619. Oh. Conservatives.
Yes, she's got her parties muddled up there.
Syed Mohammed Kazim Rizvi, commonly known as Kaz Rizvi, Conservative Party, 9,619. Wesley Paul William Streeting, commonly known as Wes Streeting, Labour Party, 15,647. Alexander James Wilson, commonly known as Alex Wilson, Reform UK, 3,621. And I do hereby declare that Wesley Paul William Streeting is duly elected.
So Wes Streeting has got re-elected in Ilford North, the man who began the evening here hearing the exit poll in this studio. A look of joy on his face, a hug as he was greeted by others in this studio. Stuart Wood, Lord Wood, who'd worked for Ed Miliband, he's won that seat.
Although
he has, but the majority
much reduced,
528. I mean, this speaks to Stephen Bush's point earlier about what's going to happen in parts of London, I suspect in some of these other Labour seats.
Not just London. I'll take you inside the sausage factory here, show you how the sausage is made. At the start of the night, Shabana Mahmood's team, Shadow Justice Secretary Birmingham Ladywood, were telling me they were very confident. Then they said closer than expected. Now they're not replying to my messages. The independent candidate there is a man called Ahmed Yaqub, who did pretty well in the West Midlands mayoral election a couple of months ago. I think it seems plausible that we'll end the night with at least one more independent. Gaza independent, for want of a better phrase, but there should be a better phrase, but I've been away for a while.
So a real near miss there for Wes Streeting with the independent candidate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to begin by thanking the returning officer and all of the staff and volunteers throughout the day and night for running a mostly fair election and smooth count, as well as the police for keeping us safe, which is sadly more necessary than ever before. I'd like to thank my partner Joe, my family and friends for all their love and support over more than a decade. My agent Matthew Godin for more than a decade of putting up with me, the best staff team anyone could ever wish for. and our Redbridge Labour family, led by Jazz Athwal, who has finally been elected as Ilford South's Labour MP. Better late than never. But most importantly of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ilford North for sending me back to Parliament to represent our community and serve our country. I love this community. Redbridge has been my home for more than 20 years, and I'm proud to have been an active, visible and accessible MP for the last 9 years. I have never forgotten who sends me to Parliament or whose interests I am here to serve. Whatever the challenges that lie ahead, I will always be your MP first and foremost.
Wes Streeting there, speaking in Ilford now, the young woman who has given him the scare of his political life. 23 years old, Leanne Mohammed, ran as an independent, raised by Palestinian parents, brought up in Ilford, and she almost did it. She almost robbed him of his seat.
Let's just take you through the numbers, or are we, before we do that, going to Somerset, North East Somerset, the constituency of Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. ANON 25, Matthew Alford, Workers' Party 230, Dan Bewley, Labour Party 8,665, Colin David Blackburn, Independent 1,000.
Apologies, that is the constituency of Bath. I was looking at that thinking, those names don't quite tally. This is what happens at this time of the evening. What I did want to do, because I'm aware that there may be people who've dropped off to sleep and are just waking up, so I think it's probably useful to do a bit of a refresh. So if we take you right back to the start of the night, where the exit poll suggested that it would be a Labour landslide, that they would win 410 seats with a majority of 209. The Conservatives would be down to 131. That has since been revised. So the BBC's projected figures are Labour will be on 405 seats, the Conservatives on 154, the Lib Dems on 56, the SNP, that is such a big story of the night, down to 6 seats. That is the BBC projection. Reform, 4 seats, 3 of those they've won already. I'm looking at Henry for confirmation, pretty sure. Plaid, 4, and the Green Party, 2. In terms of what's actually come through, so that is a projection, and sorry for all the numbers, 345 have declared. There are 305 seats to go. Labour currently on 252. That's just changed in front of my eyes. The Conservatives on 44. Reform on 4. The Lib Dems on 32. We said right at the start of this, Professor Philip Cowley, that when you hear a lot of numbers, it's quite a lot to take in. But do you just want to reflect on that for us a little bit and kind of
I think we should.
Big picture.
It's such a fascinating story with so many subplots, but you do have to keep your eye on the bigger picture here. And the bigger picture is there is a landslide Labour majority. It's a landslide Labour majority predominantly caused by a collapse in the Conservative vote and the vote on the right splitting between the Conservative Party and Reform. Labour's vote has barely gone up. In England, it's stable. In Scotland, it's gone up a bit. And in Wales, actually, it's dropped. What's delivering these seats to the Labour Party is what's happening on the whole to the Conservative vote. Now, below that, there are then all these other amazing subplots. This is going to be a landslide Labour majority in which Labour shadow cabinet ministers are losing their seats. It's also one in which we have a low turnout and on which the vote share for the party that's about to get a majority is historically low. But it's still a landslide Labour majority.
But the volatility of voting behaviour is also something that's really interesting in all of this. Nick, yeah.
Carla Denyer joins us, co-leader of the Green Party. New MP. Congratulations to you, Carla Denyer.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the result in Bristol. Tell us what it is that you think took you over the line.
Well, I think we've been hearing nationally that while voters were very clear that it's long overdue that the Conservatives are out of government, and that's now happened. Voters were not feeling particularly inspired by what Starmer's Labour Party had to offer, and I certainly heard that loud and clear on the doorstep here in Bristol. In contrast, people were really excited to vote for the real change and real hope that the Green Party is offering. So I'm hugely grateful to everyone here in Bristol Central that has trusted me with their vote. And we're seeing fantastic results coming in from other constituencies across the country as well. Some very strong second places, including elsewhere in Bristol. So it's looking like a good night for us. We stood a record number of parliamentary candidates in this election. So more people had the chance to vote Green than ever before. And it's looked like they took that chance.
Do you know yet you were hoping for 4 Green MPs realistically? Well, realistically, it was ambitious, but you were hoping for it. Do you have a sense of whether you'll get close to that?
You're exactly right. Our target of quadrupling our representation in the House of Commons we felt was ambitious but realistic, because over the last 5 local elections we've increased our number of councillors nearly 5-fold. It's obviously too early in the evening to know how we're going to do on that, but in the run-up to the election we did have at least a couple of polls predicting a Green win in each of the constituencies, so we know that it's within reach and the voters have now spoken. We just have to wait a little bit longer to find out what it is exactly they said.
We were hearing in the studio people talk about some extraordinary results in other cities. You've been busy, you may not have heard them, but for example, John Ashworth, who was expected to be a key figure in Keir Starmer's administration, losing in Leicester because of anger over Gaza. Now, is that playing a role in your victory in Bristol, for example?
I'm certain that anger with the Labour Party over their position on Gaza is a factor in how some people voted. But from my experience talking to people on the doorstep, it's one of many factors. The top issue that was brought up with me is housing. Now, there's a housing crisis all over the country, but it's especially acute in cities like Bristol. And the Green Party was offering what I feel is the only comprehensive answer to solving the housing crisis. It's not just a case of loosening restrictions so that that private developers can build more and more homes, because the Greens are clear that it needs to be the right kind of homes in the right place at the right price. So that means giving councils the power to make sure that the kind of housing developments are built on meeting local need, give councils the power to keep rents under control in areas like Bristol where they're overheated, and make sure councils have the powers and funding necessary to build more social homes as well. And those policies really struck a chord with voters across the country.
Well, do you think they're trying to get rid of you there, Carla? I think they're packing up behind you, aren't they?
It's time to go. Many congratulations, new MP for Bristol Central. You'll have the opportunity to make those arguments in the House of Commons now, the co-leader of the Greens.
Let's go to Henry.
This is gossip and not a result, but it's important enough gossip that I think I should break in. I have one good source who thinks that Liz Truss is going to lose her seat in southwest Norfolk. That would be extraordinary. She's got a massive majority. It may prove to be wrong. I mean that's not just throat clearing, but it's a good source and it's striking.
Tim Montgomery is nodding away.
I'm hearing exactly the same as well. And
now, she had an independent running against her, didn't she? The so-called turnip Taliban.
The way it was described to me a few days ago, because I did actually say on newscast that this could happen, was that the Conservatives generally in Norfolk are losing lots of votes to reform, that there is the particular independent in her seat, and also that she has a unique reason to be dramatically unpopular in that seat, which is that she was Prime Minister, and lots of people in the country, including in her seat, don't like her record as Prime Minister.
Look, first past the post has thrown up all sorts of funny vote results tonight. You know, the fact is that Labour potentially winning 4 or 5 or 6 percentage points less than Theresa May when she lost her parliamentary majority could be on a supermajority. But the majesty of it, you know, if Liz Truss has lost, you know, the ability of voters to get rid of people they don't want. You know, you see in systems like Germany, you know, voters have kept trying to get rid of the Social Democrats, but they keep remaining in government somehow. Ability to get rid of people, voters are really unhappy.
Well, voters, I mean,
it is the wonderful thing about this.
We talk about the unfairness of first past the post, but actually, voters are savvy, as you say, and they know how to work the system. And that's what we're seeing in some of these cases. Right, let's go and find out a bit more about what's happening with the Lib Dems. Giles Edwards is in Dorking and Hawley in Surrey, one of the 24 seats that the Lib Dems have gained so far tonight. What more can you tell us from there, Giles?
Well, they've just won it and it's a shocking result. I mean, who could have imagined this 10, 15, 20 years ago? This is real blue wall, just like you've been hearing from Chichester, just like you've been hearing from Tunbridge Wells. Lib Dems have made a breakthrough. I'm just watching the counts happen. Everyone's departed quite quickly. The small Conservative campaign team have just had a little huddle, kind of putting their heads together. And the new Liberal Democrat MP has just given a very emotional and impassioned speech talking about his mother who died when he was just after she'd given birth to him. It's been a very special night here for Liberal Democrats. But, it's also been a very bad night for the Conservatives. And local Conservatives are telling me the Conservative campaign headquarters just got this kind of catastrophically wrong. What they're saying is that at the beginning of the campaign they said, don't worry, you're safe. Then they said, oh, maybe you're not, we'll send you somebody. And then they said, oh, it's so bad, we're not going to send you anybody at all, as they redirected resources over to Jeremy Hunt's seat on the other side of the county. So people are very cross here. They're coming off the back of a very brutal run of local election losses, and now they've lost their MP. And they're standing around kind of consoling each other, thinking, and they've said this to me, how on earth do we rebuild from this?
Giles Edwards, thank you very much indeed. Interesting result in Leeds, South West and Morley. Now, you may remember that the constituency, or parts of it were at least, of Ed Balls, the Labour Shadow Chancellor. He dramatically lost one of those Portillo moments. It was a Balls moment. And the woman who replaced him, Andrea Jenkins, she has now in turn lost. And the Labour Party have regained that seat. A man called Mark Sewards has won it. Henry.
One of those seats that went Labour in the sort of melee around half an hour ago, but we shouldn't walk past its significance. Labour now have an MP for Aldershot, home of the British Army. We saw that when we were sat in this studio a couple of months ago for the local elections, that it might have been coming. They've not just won it, they've won it by 11 points. I mean, that is extraordinary.
And it's the seat which I identified at the beginning of the night as the one that would give Labour the 170 majority. Now, the really interesting thing as well about this is we've now got over half the seats declared, so we revised the projection again, and we're back up to Labour getting 410 seats. So the exit poll projected a majority of 170, and we're back on a majority of 170. I mean, the details have moved about a bit. There's been some shocking results here, some surprises here, but the overall picture has not really changed since the beginning of the night.
Important to say, we haven't officially yet got a majority for Labour, have we?
We haven't yet. No, but
that happens. That number is 326. That is the number, and you'll let us know when it happens.
Formally, the number is 326. Although in practice, it's slightly below that. But I would put my mortgage and my car and even my kids on Labour achieving that majority. That is coming. Right?
They're not listening. Yeah, they're not listening.
And not in that order. I'm not in that order.
They're not listening. But we're going to clip it up and send it to them if they're not listening and say, Prof. Cowley, he's your dad. He's just traded you off on the radio in front of people. So, 326 is 650 MPs. You want a majority, it's half plus one. And we won't go into the technical reasons why it's not quite like that. Not at the moment.
Well, not quite now. Let's hear from Stephen Bush and Tim Montgomery here then, sort of reflecting on a night of... When we said right at the start, we kind of know what's going to happen. The polls have been saying the same thing for months. They've been pretty static for a long time, except for perhaps a bit of movement with reform. But it was always going to be about then what was rumbling on beneath it. But nonetheless, take a step back, think back to where Labour were in 2019. Are you surprised, Tim, at the journey that they've taken under Keir Starmer? Did you predict that would happen?
Well, I don't think, although Keir Starmer's been a very effective leader of his Labour Party in terms of maintaining discipline, it's we who threw it away. I think that's really the story of the last 5 years.
Well, let's go to the story that we were covering just a moment ago, which is Wes Streeting's result in Ilford North. And I'm pleased to say that Wes Streeting joins us on the line. You had a bit of a scare there, Mr. Streeting.
I mean, Nick, given the margin, you could at least say Wes Streeting MP.
And I should have said, and I apologise for not saying it, congratulations, because you have been elected and you deserve congratulations for that. But boy, sorry, I was distracted by the scare. I mean, were you?
Don't worry, I'm still here and I'm not going anywhere, except I hope being part of Keir's team to do what we've been given a mandate to do. I think and hope and believe as the results are unfolding, which is deliver the change this country is crying out for. the rebuilding of our economy, the rebuilding of our public services, particularly the NHS, and rebuilding of trust in politics too.
We hear you, but how did a 23-year-old independent with no political machine at all, as far as I'm aware, how did she run you within, 500 odd votes?
Well, I think there's two things, really. I mean, the first is Gaza has unquestionably been a challenge for Labour in my constituency and in other parts of the country, it seems, looking at some of the results, and we'll keep an eye on this throughout the night. And I've said before, Nick, that Labour's initial response to the war in Gaza did cause, I'm afraid, hurt and offence, particularly within the Muslim community, but not limited to the Muslim community. And I think we're seeing that borne out in some of the results. I've also got to say, the campaign here in Ilford North has been the ugliest I've ever fought. Just yesterday, a fake audio recording was circulated, which went like wildfire across social media channels like WhatsApp, was so convincing, foul language about the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, about people campaigning on it, purportedly from me, so convincing that a Conservative peer that I've done a hell of a lot of work on Islamophobia got in touch to say, effectively, don't worry about it, we all lose our temper sometimes, because she had been convinced by it.
Fake meaning your voice. It was pretending to be you.
I mean, I think it's a pretty... I wouldn't call it a deep fake, because it was more of a shallow fake, to be honest. It's pretty poor. But I'm afraid that was a feature of this election campaign. Fake news, propaganda going through the doors, saying I wanted to privatise the NHS, that I support genocide. It has been an ugly campaign. I think we've seen even uglier scenes in other communities in London and other big cities. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that from some of my friends and colleagues across the country.
Well, your friend and colleague John Ashworth has lost his seat, and we're hearing the possibility that Shabana Mahmood, who is, as you know all too well, the Shadow Justice Secretary for now, may not win her seat.
Well, I hope that's very much that's not the case, Nick. And, the irony is, in myself, John, Shabana, you've got three members of the Shadow Cabinet who have been among the most pro-Palestinian in terms of wanting to see an end to this conflict, wanting to see a two-state solution, wanting to see the international community urge Israel to exercise more restraint. And as I said in my speech at the count here tonight,
we have to leave you, Mr. Streeter. I'm so sorry.
He describes himself as pro-Israel.
Sorry to interrupt you, but Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor's constituency, Godalming and Ash, is declaring now.
Follows Paul David, Liberal Democrats, 22,402.
Right, we're going to move now to Richmond and hear from the Prime Minister's count.
Constituency held yesterday, Thursday the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows. Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, The Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omolana, commonly known as Nico Omolana, 160.
While we wait for this result, Jeremy Hunt has held his seat. The Chancellor has held his seat.
Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and he may address the stand.
And we can see the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, going to the stand to make his acceptance speech.
Good morning. Could I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
So that's Rishi Sunak making his acceptance speech, saying that he takes responsibility for the election result. He's just leaving the stage now. We're going to follow him along the way. And you can see on his face the difficulties of the night and the campaign etched on his features. He looked very grim-faced, but interestingly he said that Labour had won the election. He'd run Keir Starmer to congratulate him, but also that he planned to stay here in Richmond, this constituency, for years to come, so quashing speculation perhaps that he might stand down from Parliament as an MP, cause a by-election. But anyway, he's leaving the count now on what has obviously been a very difficult night for him and indeed for the Conservative Party.
Oh, Martha, and we just lost her right at the end there.
She's
Martha
sticking
Garner.
with the man who's Prime Minister all the way through the night as he makes a journey now from North Yorkshire down to London.
I interviewed him a couple of months ago and I said to him, if you lose the election, and at that stage we didn't know when it was actually, will you stay as MP? And he said, but then you never quite know, do you? But he said, absolutely, well, I want to stay on. I like it here. I want to stay on with my children here. We're very attached to Richmond. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
There was a phrase he used again and again in the election in interviews to Montgomery. You will have heard of this. He talked about the Hindu concept of dharma, of duty. And I think he was enraged by the fact that people thought that he was just waiting to take his kids to a school in California. He believed it was his duty to fight this campaign as best he could. He knows he's going to get a lot of flack now for doing it. And I imagine he thinks it is his duty to continue as Member of Parliament for Richmond.
What did you think of the way he conceded, effectively?
Well, let's just be grateful, and perhaps we shouldn't take this for granted in a time when Donald Trump couldn't concede defeat. You know, that was gracious, and there's many things wrong with our democracy as a country, but certainly not that. And he was, you know, he's fought a terrible campaign, absolutely terrible campaign. But what he shouldn't do is take full responsibility for this loss. Lots of people in the Conservative Party now, they're going to be blaming other people not in their camp. You know, Boris people.
To call the election, though, Tim.
Look, I'm not saying I've been one of his biggest critics. I'm certainly saying he's partly responsible for this defeat. But we all know what happened in the Liz Truss period. Those people who are saying that when we're getting rid of Boris was the big mistake. Boris Johnson made huge errors as well, on the doorstep. over the last few days when I've been in Salisbury and Chingford. People are still bringing up Partygate. The whole party can't just say it's the other people who are responsible for this defeat. We all need to take our share of what is a massive humbling in front of the electorate compared to where we were 5 years ago when we won an 80 majority.
Stephen Bush from the Financial Times, do you think he is the right man to basically hold it together while the rest of, the Conservative Parliamentary Party decide what to do in terms of... I mean, he didn't say... I don't think actually, thinking about it, he didn't say he was going to step down as leader, although we make that assumption. But do you think he is the kind of caretaker that they can go with?
Well, there isn't really a mechanism to have a different caretaker. The Conservative rulebook assumes that the leader will retain their seat, and I don't see how they could switch to another caretaker without having the bloodletting that the caretaker would be meant to achieve. Obviously, there's no prospect that he would either want to or be able to stay for longer, but given the scale of the defeat and the mistakes made by him and others, you can see the argument for having a proper post-mortem before a leadership election.
Labour have hit 300 seats, by the way. It may even be more than that by now, but certainly we passed that point just a couple of minutes ago.
And I was saying during the results in the Prime Minister's constituency that Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, had held on. Just held on.
And you cannot overstate, Nick, the extent to which everyone in Westminster thought Jeremy Hunt was a goner. And he just spent the election campaign. He was the Chancellor, and he was barely on the airwaves. The Chancellor in an election campaign that was fought on the economy. And he just spent the campaign pounding the doorsteps of Godalming and Ash, and it seems to have paid off. And now, rather than being a goner, working out what to do with the rest of his life, which I think, frankly, is what he thought he was going to have to do, he, I think, suddenly is one of the biggest voices in this debate about the future of the Conservative Party.
Well, isn't that fascinating? A man who ran to be leader of the Conservative Party. Yes, lost to Boris Johnson, then lost again.
Can I just say, one of the things I was most worried about the Conservative Party after this defeat is that we wouldn't have experienced backbenchers there to guide the party forward. Ian Duncan Smith's extraordinary victory, still fighting that seat when he only had 1,000 majority. He was lucky with a split Labour vote. But we've got some people there who I think will give the parliamentary party ballast, knowledge, wisdom, and that will be very important as the party goes forward.
It's probably, just worth reminding people the process for picking a leader in the Conservative Party relies initially on the parliamentary party before it then goes out to the wider vote, so they will absolutely be key in all of that.
But it's just a long-term flow as much as the immediate leadership election I'm thinking of.
Now, we haven't got many seats to go, Phil, until we can formally declare that Labour has a majority, not just in the exit poll, but in reality.
Yes, so Labour are currently on 304 seats out of the 429 that have declared so far. Just two points that I think are probably worth making. I mean, as the seats begin to sort of slow down slightly now. The first is turnout is definitely down. I mean, by about 8 percentage points. And that's a big drop. And if you think about, not that I think it will matter in the short term, but if you think about this extent of this majority not necessarily being supported by a hugely enthusiastic population, that's manifest both in a fairly low vote share for Labour and in a low turnout overall. I mean, you're seeing it from both sides. The second thing is I've just been looking at Wales, and the Conservatives were defending 12 seats in Wales, and 10 of those have declared, and they've lost all 10. So, and I think one of the others they've already conceded defeat. So it's possible the Conservatives are going to be wiped out in Wales completely.
I just want to take a moment now because, as you suggest, it's been so thick and fast, this procession of results, that we haven't had much of a time to bring in you, our audience out there, and thank you so much for being with us at this hour of the morning, as it is now. But let's get some of your comments. What does this result mean to you? What does it mean to your family, your community, your neighbourhood? 85058 is the text number that 5 Live listeners will be familiar with. If you're joining us as a Radio 4 listener, then just text us on that number and we will pick up all those messages. So let me just read a couple here. Reaction to the numbers that we've been hearing through the night. This one, politics student here. I've got a lesson tomorrow morning. This is going to make one heck of a case study. Another one here. I finally feel like this is my country. This is Yorkshire mum. I'll be able to stop holding my breath. It's just been increasingly horrific. Vive la revolution. So someone very pleased about the Labour majority there. And just this one from Tim in Tunbridge Wells, who says, 1 term for Labour, that's it, unless they capture the mood for change. Starmer needs to make bold reforms to the system, says Tim in Tunbridge Wells. So 85058 if you want to be part of this conversation that we're having this morning.
Well, we're going to be joined in our conversation in 2 seconds by Richard Tice, the chairman of Reform UK. Quick word, Henry.
There's a term in Westminster for the longest serving MP, Father of the House. It's Sir Peter Bottomley. He's been an MP since 1975. Not anymore. He's lost his seat of Worthing West to Labour.
Who will be the new Father of the House?
Jeremy Corbyn.
No.
Oh, wow.
You know what is very interesting about that is that Diane Abbott will be Mother of the House if she gets elected.
So Jeremy Corbyn will preside over the election of the Speaker on Tuesday, the first thing this new Parliament does.
Well, this is going to be quite something to see. Now, one person who's going to be there. Congratulations, Richard Tice, chairman of Reform UK, leader until Nigel Farage stepped back up. Many congratulations. One in Boston and Skegness. Pretty extraordinary turnaround. You must be delighted. Mr. Tice is staring at me down the screen.
Yes, indeed, I've overturned the largest ever. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I think we've overturned the largest ever Tory majority in a general election, and that is, I think that's a testament to just what's happened in recent years. And the constituents of Boston and Skegness are furious about important national issues around immigration and furious locally at the failures of issues, things like net zero, forcing hundreds of pylons to be blighting the countryside here, failures of the Environment Agency and other public sector bodies. And people want change, and that's what they voted for. They voted with their heart for a doer, a fixer, someone who can get stuff done. And yeah, I'm very honoured and very proud.
Do you have a sense of how many colleagues you will have? You're up to 3 now, aren't you? You, Nigel Farage, Lee Anderson. It doesn't look likely, does it, that you'll get to the 13 that was mentioned in the exit poll?
I think, I understand we may have more than that. I think Great Yarmouth, if it hasn't yet been declared, we're hoping that Rupert Lowe will win there. And, you know, let's wait and see. We always knew, I think Professor John Curtis said that the exit poll of 13 seats for Reform was the most challenging because, of course, we didn't stand as such last time around. So the more the better, but I think viewers and listeners will know that we're well capable of essentially being a strong, bold national voice, talking about the issues that millions and millions of people want us to talk about, because that's how many people have voted for us.
You're quite right. There are 4 of you. I do apologise. Rupert Lowe as well. How does this work, though, in future? There'll be, what we think, 130, 140, 150 odd Conservatives. We don't know the exact number yet. And what a handful of you. And you've declared that you want to destroy that party. But you're a fraction of their size. So are you really going to shun them, never work with them, ignore them?
Well, what will be very interesting is how many millions of votes we've got compared to the millions of votes that the Conservatives have got. And I think what that will highlight, and likewise when you look at the Lib Dems, frankly, the flaws of our electoral system. And I think millions of people will say, hang on, this isn't right, it isn't fair, it's not a democracy, it's not properly representative. So that'll be one of the big things that we talk about. But look, for now, we're going to make great progress. It's a journey. Rome's not built in a day. But you'll have heard Nigel say the plan is to be the opposition heading into the 28-29 general election. The Conservatives are likely to be very divided. Many of them, frankly, are not actually, they're not real Conservatives. They're what we call sort of slightly flaky social democrats to the left of centre. So look, there's going to be some form of realignment for sure, and we're going to be at the centre of it.
And what about if you're preparing to be that kind of force in opposition? What about the structure of your party? Some people have described it as it currently stands as being like a kind of private fiefdom. Are you going to introduce genuine democratic processes within Reform?
Indeed, Nigel's already talked about that just in the last couple of days about, taking the next steps. We've been an entrepreneurial political startup. We've achieved extraordinary growth from 0% and zero money in the bank account 3 years ago. So we're making great progress. Democratisation will obviously come forwards. We've now got over 60,000 members of the party, so we're growing rapidly at that. And this is it's a journey. We're making great progress, and all of these things will be part of that. Building an infrastructure and a branch structure, all of these things we can now push on with.
Thank you very much, Richard Tice, Chair of Reform and a newly elected MP for that party as well. At the moment, it stands that Reform have 4 seats. That is the projection of the BBC now, isn't it? Unless it's altered again.
I think it's now.
Has it gone up again?
No, it hasn't gone up. It's 4. Just say in answer to the question, what sort of vote have they got? I mean, obviously, the absolute numbers of votes are going to change as we get more seats in. The percentages are probably not going to shift very much now. Labour are on about 36% of the vote. The Conservatives are on about 22% of the vote. Reform on about 15% of the vote. And the Lib Dems on about 11%. And the Greens on about 7%. So Labour are probably going to get a landslide election victory on a par with or just shy of what Tony Blair achieved, but with the share of the vote that Tony Blair achieved on his 3rd election victory in 2005, which then was the lowest ever for a single-party majority government.
Well, will Liz Truss be part of that parliament? The former Prime Minister is the candidate in South West Norfolk, and is she in trouble, Ros Atkins?
Hi, Nick. Well, it very much depends on who you ask, but there are a number of people here at the counts in King's Lynn who think that she might be. I've spoken to sources from a number of the parties, not the Conservative Party, but other parties who've been overseeing the count, and they believe that potentially Liz Truss is in 3rd place with Reform and Labour fighting this out. I've not managed to get any comment from the Conservatives who are here. It's also worth noting that I'm standing about 4 or 5 metres from the stage where all of the candidates will be standing when the result is announced. The first result we're here is for North West Norfolk. Now, that is also very closely contested. I can see some of the candidates getting ready to come on stage, so we're going to get that result relatively shortly. One Labour source said they think the Conservatives have held that, which goes against what the initial BBC exit poll says. So that's a long way of saying, Nick, that both of these seats, North West Norfolk and South West Norfolk, which is getting a particular amount of attention because of Liz Truss, are both very much not sorted out. Depending on, you can ask whoever you like here, no one is sounding certain. And it is just an extraordinary thing that we're this far into election night, and both of these seats, the Conservatives are defending majorities of well over 20,000, and yet here we are with the results coming relatively soon, and talk to people off the record all around this leisure centre, and no one is at all certain which way this is going.
Exciting times, Ros, or unlucky for you that you're going to be staying there till the bitter end. Either way, we'll talk to you again a little bit later on.
Just very quickly, on one of the storylines of the night that we've been following, I think there's 2 more essentially pro-Gaza independents heading into the House of Commons. An independent has won Blackburn from the Labour Party. Adnan Hussein began his victory speech with the words, "This is for Gaza." And I'm also told that the Labour candidate in the new seat of Batley and Dewsbury, actually happens to be one of Rachel Reeder's closest aides, is almost certain to lose to an independent.
Right, we are very close to Labour getting to that number of 326.
They've got it. They've just got it.
That is it. He has made it. Sir Keir Starmer is, we can now confirm, to be our next Prime Minister. That is not a prediction. It is not a projection. It is now a fact. Labour has crossed the winning line, 326 seats, a majority in the House of Commons. Britain is therefore to have a Labour government for the first time since 2010. Just 5 years ago, it was said again and again and again, on an evening like this one, a general election night, that the electoral mountain Labour had to climb was simply too high to conquer in one go, in one electoral cycle, after the party suffered its worst result since 1935. But they have done it. He has done it. Sir Keir Starmer is to be our next Prime Minister, and he is now coming on stage, and Justin Webb is watching him.
He's taking the applause first before he speaks. Union Jacks, saltires as well behind him. The word change on posters all around him. And here he is addressing what is a celebration, the first celebration, proper one, of the night. Here we go.
amazing reception. We did it! You fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party. Ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted. A burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. but use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work, and we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
Well, there he is, and he turns back to the crowd assembled here, mainly Labour Party workers, one or two very well-known faces. Sadiq Khan right in the front row. You can see Neil Kinnock as well, who was on the programme earlier, wasn't he? A couple of rows back, and enormous and enthusiastic applause for him, as you would expect. But I have to say at the same time, the kind of message of discipline that you heard from him, also very much part of this entire setup. This is a noisy, raucous affair as he hugs his wife and she comes out to take the applause as well of the party members. And they're going to walk along beside them, the Union Jacks, the Saltires, shaking hands with people now, shaking hands along the line. This has been fun and it's joy-filled at the moment, and he's smiling a lot, but there is also this real kind of sense But this is not the exuberance, perhaps, of 1997. It's not the sense of an immediate change. That phrase he had in his speech about the absence of a switch that can be flicked. And I think, in spite of the cheers that you're hearing behind me, and he's just hugged Neil Kinnock, and Neil Kinnock now hugging his wife as well. A special moment for Neil Kinnock. I was just talking to him too, and you have on the programme, haven't you? He is looking absolutely delighted this evening with everything, and he's getting such an amazing reception himself, Mr. Kinnock. And now he's hugging his wife, and the photographers gathering round. And really much more emotion, actually, suddenly, and people stamping their feet. A kind of real desire that people have in this hall to make something of this. Never mind the message of discipline and the hard times ahead that he talked of. This is also a moment that they want to celebrate, and he gets that. There's no question about it.
Yeah, it was striking, wasn't it, Justin? When the going gets tough, and it will, he said, but the phrase, I think, will write its way into the headlines, the sunlight of hope. That is what he thinks he's offering people.
Yes, and that is what they here are expecting from him. There's one of the really striking things, and he referred it again and again, didn't he, about our changed party. And one of the really striking things is the kind of unity of purpose, at least of those members of the party who are here. This is not a kind of broad church in the sense that there will be those skulking in the background saying, yeah, well, maybe not applauding quite as brightly as everyone else. This was and is a hugely united group of people, united around him. And his biographer, I can just see Tom Baldwin, who you I think have also had on the programme. People who are close to him, people who have been part of the project of getting him to power. That's who his people are here at this celebration. And there's no question at all, of course, that they are very much behind him and that he regards them now. I think that's the other thing that I get from being here. He regards them as his key to success, because he is going to need, when those goings get tough, he is going to need the support of party members. And there's no question that here in this hall, in this central London location, we're not allowed to say where it is until he leaves for security reasons. He's got that support, no question about it.
Justin, thank you very much for guiding us through all that. The thing that occurs to me, actually, and this is just a kind of very personal thing, and whoever it is that takes or assumes a position like that, is the personal change that suddenly happens. And I have teenage children the same age as his children, and it blows my mind to think of the kind of, well, what they all have to take on board, being thrust into Downing Street, and how everything is different.
And he keeps saying, Keir Starmer, in this campaign, that his biggest worry was for his teenage children. He almost doesn't talk about it. He's got a couple of set jokes about...
Well, they're kept out of social media spotlight. They don't get included in photos. But, I mean, it will be perhaps a different story now that he is
There's a poignancy too. We've got a big screen here with lots of feeds coming into the building. And as that joyful moment was there was Ed Miliband on his own in an empty hall in Doncaster, waiting patiently, doing his job for the Labour Party. He's going to give an interview. He may give one to us, no doubt. But we've got to... It was quite striking, that contrast. We're going to go to Jim, I think, to tell us what's happening in Scotland, where really it's a story of drama, Jim, isn't it?
Well, it's a very big story, Nick. The SNP have been absolutely crushed tonight in Scotland. The Labour Party has taken them apart across the Central Belt. I'm in the hall where the Glasgow seats are being declared. We just had the sixth of the six Glasgow seats a few minutes ago, Glasgow North, the last one. All six have gone from the SNP to Labour. In the environs of Glasgow, Labour have powered forward. They've taken seats that they didn't expect, like Stirling and Strathallan just to the north of the Central Belt. The results in Edinburgh are very good. They took a seat from the SNP, Joanna Cherry's seat, the South West seat, which was always going to be difficult. Ian Murray, who's been the sort of sole member of the Scottish Labour Party Westminster twice before, has now got a huge majority of over 17,000 in South Edinburgh. So the very happy man we'll talk to in a minute, who's sitting beside me, Anna Sarwar, the leader of Scottish Labour, is very happy. But there's another story just brewing, because there are some rural seats on the periphery, you might say, I don't say that pejoratively at all, which haven't come in yet, like Aberdeenshire North and Murray East, where there's a big fight between the outgoing leader of the Scottish Tories and the SNP. There are some SNP seats in the west, and the Argyll seat, the old Ian Blackford seats from Inverness going over to Easter Ross. We don't know about those yet, but it's a very bad night indeed for the SNP. We're predicting that they'll end up with 8 seats. In the last Parliament, they had 48. Now, Stephen Flynn, the leader at Westminster, survived in Aberdeen South, although he had a pretty hairy moment, but he's squeaked home with a reasonable majority in the end. But as I say, I'll pass you over now to Anna Sarwar, leader of Scottish Labour, who's sitting beside me, and I have to say, although it's whatever it is, 5:15 in the morning, he's looking pretty fresh and happy, aren't you?
Mr. Sarwar, thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure.
Congratulations on a night I don't imagine you could have dreamt of, really.
Oh, look, it's an incredible and historic night for us here in Scotland, just like right across the UK. And, of course, my starting thought is to say a massive, massive thank you to the people of Scotland for putting their faith and trust in the Scottish Labour Party. We've clearly won really well in Scotland, won with a majority, but the hard work starts tomorrow to deliver the change that people have voted for, and also to ramp up that second stage of change which people are demanding here in Scotland, which is a competent Scottish government on the side of people here in Scotland.
Well, that's the fight for another day. That's for the 2026
Absolutely.
Holyrood elections. Listening,
I'm reading for it already, Nick. I'm reading for it.
I could tell you you wanted to start that campaign today, but listening to the new Prime Minister, and let's just be clear with people, he is now the new Prime Minister. Sir Keir Starmer, he will be once he shakes hands with the King, of course, but I mean, he is by statistically already now being confirmed as the new Prime Minister. It was striking. We were noticing as we were listening, were you, that balance between, yes, hope, he used the word again and again, but also the warning it's going to be tough.
Look, absolutely. I mean, what you have in Keir Starmer as our Prime Minister is a man of decency and integrity, and a man who believes in country first, party second, and in public service. And I think you've seen from the run-up to this election campaign, and actually from this election campaign, that what he doesn't want to do is make promises he can't keep. What he doesn't want to do is give false hope, but he wants to at least start that journey of hope and change by pulling our country together. This is a very, very different Prime Minister from one we've had in the last 14 years. And I can give you a Scottish perspective in that. We haven't had a Prime Minister for 14 years that understood Scotland, cared about Scotland, or wanted to deliver for Scotland. That changes tomorrow when Keir Starmer becomes Prime Minister.
But there will be occasions, won't there? They may come very soon, in which you need to fight for Scotland's interests against a government in Westminster, even though it's run by a Labour Prime Minister. You may disagree and have to fight him.
Well, I think what people can see over the last 3 years is the relationship that Keir and I have built, where we have had on occasion disagreements, but where we have disagreed, we've disagreed well, and we've always known that those disagreements are for the right reasons and because we both ultimately want to deliver. And I will, of course, continue to push for us to go further and faster on a number of issues, but let's be really clear. When people wake up tomorrow morning, or this morning now, rather, they are going to see the back of a Tory government. That's going to be a massive weight off their shoulders. And I know our country is in much, much safer hands with someone with the values and integrity of Keir Starmer, who wants to deliver for the people of Scotland, and that will always be the basis of the conversations we have.
And given the terrible result for the SNP, do you finally regard independence as off the agenda for years to come?
Look, I want to say directly to people who supported SNP in the past, who have supported independence in the past, who may even think about supporting independence in the future, but who have supported Labour in this election, is I don't take that support for granted. I want to deliver for you. I want a UK Labour government to work for you, and I also want a Scottish Labour government to work for you too. And that's the consensus I want to build so we can deliver the change for families right across the country. This is not about dividing Scotland, it's about bringing together all parts of Scotland to deliver that change.
Anna Sarwar, leader of Scottish Labour. Jim as well, alongside you. Thank you very much indeed. We'll continue to watch those results and bring them to you.
It has been a good night for the Liberal Democrats. Let's speak to Daisy Cooper, who served as the MP for St Albans since 2017 and has been Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats since 2020. Well, a good night for you. How are you feeling at this stage of the morning?
Yeah, I think we're all feeling incredibly humbled but very jubilant. It's a once-in-a-century result for us. I think it's testament to the phenomenal leadership of Ed Davey during this campaign and the positive vision that we put forward to save our NHS and social care. And we're just delighted with the news that's coming in with more and more Liberal Democrat MPs getting elected as the night goes on.
Yeah, I see you increased your share in St Albans, so you've done well, even regardless of the seats that the Lib Dems have won from Conservatives and others. But if you look at the share of vote, actually across the board, the Lib Dems are projected to be at around about 11%, Reform at 15%. Now, you're still going to end up with in excess of 50 seats and Reform only 4. Is that fair?
Well, look, the voting system isn't fair, is it, for any party? The fact of the matter is that the Liberal Democrats have been very long-standing supporters of changing to a fairer voting system, a form of proportional representation. But, unfortunately, in the system that we have to play by the rules. And in the system that we have, it's all about seats, not votes. And so we have been very clear in our strategy by saying that we would target a number of seats. We were targeting those seats where we are the key challengers to the Conservatives. And that strategy is clearly paying off.
Yeah. And the campaign worked, didn't it? Ed Davey talking about his own personal life, his caring responsibilities, but also the bungee jumping and the flumes and the water sports and everything really that he could get his hands on.
Exactly. I think Ed really did light up the campaign and made a human connection, I think, with many voters, and particularly the way he talked about his lifelong experience of being a family carer, initially for his mother and his grandmother and more recently for his disabled son. I think it really struck a chord with the millions of people around the country who were picking up the pieces of a broken social care system, and people around the country should be in absolutely no doubt that every single Liberal Democrat MP is going to fight to save our NHS and to fix our social care system.
And do you think you can continue this trend realistically when you look at the progress that Reform has, for example, made in a relatively short space of time? They see themselves as being the growing opposition party in this country. Do you think you can maintain the sorts of advances that you've seen this time round?
Well, look, there are still votes being counted this evening, I think. So let's see, how we do overall in terms of results. But, people should be in no doubt that we are going to be, we are now a strong force. We're back in British politics. We're back in the West Country. We're winning new seats across the South East and other parts of the country as well. We're just going to use every single opportunity we have to fight for those priorities that we set out during the campaign, namely, the NHS, the cost of living, and protecting our local environment.
Daisy Cooper, thank you for talking to us. Liberal Democrat MP for St Albans.
Now, there was so much drama with that moment in which Keir Starmer formally became Prime Minister, accepted that he was going to be Prime Minister, that the thing that people said we shouldn't say because it was a cliche, the Portillo moment, happened. Jacob Rees-Mogg lost his seat, Henry.
That's right, and he lost it actually to the man he won it off in 2010, a man called Dan Norris, who has been the Mayor of the West of England. I think that's a really big moment just for the simple reason that lots of people know who he is. But also, he has held very significant roles in the Conservative Party over the past few years. He was in the cabinet under Boris Johnson and under Liz Truss. But before then, he was a huge backbench agitator under Theresa May. He shaped the Conservative Party that became, and he shaped the Conservative Party that tonight has been eviscerated.
And partly because he's a symbol, isn't he, of Brexit. So other cabinet ministers who've lost their seats, Penny Mordaunt, for example, Grant Shapps, for example, are not associated in the way that he was. Now, the big story is, of course, we're waiting to talk to Yvette Cooper any minute, but
just to say, I think this is a really key fact. Conservatives have so far lost 173 seats. Of those 173, in 124, the referendum party share of the vote was bigger than the majority they lost by. Now, not all of those votes will have come from the Conservatives. Some of them will have come from Labour. But for those on the right of the Conservative Party, they will look at that and say, we could have held a lot of those seats, but for the referendum party. I want one other seat I want to tell you about, Mid-Sussex. This might sound like, who cares about Mid-Sussex except for people that live in Mid-Sussex. That should have been a Conservative seat. The Conservatives came fourth.
Well, Yvette Cooper has patiently been waiting for us. I do apologise for keeping it. I should begin by saying congratulations, A, on winning your seat, and B, on forming the next government and being, we assume, our next Home Secretary.
Thank you, Nick. I'm in the Wakefield count at the moment, and everything is being packed up around us. So you may hear lots of noise of tables being clattering and so on. This is a historic result for Labour. I mean, it really is. And you and I have both been talking about politics for a very long time, and this is a historic result. It feels even more so and even more remarkable just because of the journey that we've gone on, and this feels it's such a long way now since that dark, rainy December day when we had really one of our worst results for a generation, and it is testimony to Keir Starmer's leadership and determination to change the Labour Party so that it can serve the country again, so that we can change the country again and respond to this overwhelming vote for change that we have seen as part of this election.
You've been on a longer personal journey involved in as an advisor to that government of Tony Blair and Gordon Brown's back in 1997, watching as your husband lost his seat, Ed Balls lost his seat, standing for leadership yourself, just at a human level, at a personal level. How does it feel tonight?
It does feel quite emotional to see across the country so many people now putting their trust in Labour again. And if you had told me in 2019, in that December election, that this would happen, I would not have believed you. And that's why I do just pay huge tribute to what Keir Starmer has done and the work to turn the Labour Party around, but to be also the work that people have been doing right across the country to earn back votes, to earn back trust. And we know that there's still a huge amount to do. Keir has talked about the need to change politics and the way politics works, as well as to change the policies that the country desperately needs, and that work must go on.
One of the 6 first steps we were told that the new Labour government would take is to launch a new Border Security Command. If you do indeed get confirmed as Home Secretary, if he appoints you when he's moved into number 10, that will be your first priority, will it?
It will, and obviously, look, I shouldn't preempt any decisions that Keir will make in the course of the day, but certainly it is something that we have been working on to set up a new Border Security Command in order to properly smash the criminal gang networks that are undermining border security and are also putting lives at risk. We do believe there's much more that can be done with counter-terror powers, with recruiting up to 1,000 additional staff and security, police, cross-border police and investigators. There's so much more that we could do. We know that that's a huge amount of work to be done, but lives are being put at risk. Border security is immensely important to our country, and it has to be strengthened.
What are you going to do about prisons? Because there is an immediate problem there, and you can take immediate action to address it.
Well, I am concerned about the legacy that the Conservatives seem to be leaving us with on this, and this obviously is a matter to be led by the Ministry of Justice. But nevertheless, I actually just cannot understand how the Conservatives can have managed this so incredibly badly, have failed so badly.
Whatever else, it's your party's problem now, isn't it? So it's kind of up to you to find a solution.
Look, none of us are in any posts yet or in any department yet in order to see the full scale of the damage and the full scale of the legacy that we're being left with. But I am concerned about this, because to me it sort of epitomises really this failure on the criminal justice system that we have had for far too long. That sense people have that the criminal justice system just isn't working, that it just feels broken, and we're going to have to piece that back together again. That includes putting neighbourhood police back on the beat and being back in a communities, so many of those things that have been lost, the sort of carelessness I think that there's been about the way public services work, including these fundamental public services about the rule of law. So we're determined to make changes here, but we know that this is quite a task given what we're likely to inherit.
In fact, Cooper, you've been up for an awfully long time. We're asking you some tough questions at 5:30. You maybe need to join. We've been asking everybody since Neil Kinnock sat in this studio, celebrated with Peter Mandelson, said he was going to have a sing and a dance. So will you have a chance for a sing and a dance tonight?
I know, that feels a long way away at the moment. I've still got to get back from Wakefield, and my feet are killing me because I've been been wearing my heel shoes for hours on end. So,
well, we'll let you.
Yeah, so it might
Could probably
just actually
kick those off by now. This is only radio after all.
Totally.
I think we should let you escape before they fold you up in one of those trestle tables and carry you
I know,
out.
it's coming any minute.
Yeah.
They're moving towards me as the chairs get piled up.
Well, look,
Thanks
many congratulations,
very much.
and thank you for talking to us at this hour of the morning. You know, we forget, don't we? I mean, for Yvette Cooper, like many of the people hearing, we've talked about it being a moment of human drama. It really is. Life will change for her family. Fundamentally will change for our family. If she becomes Home Secretary, the security moves in. Everything is different as soon as that happens. Now, I tell you, someone who thought their life was going to change.
And that is why he committed absolutely to getting into his constituency throughout this campaign and working really hard to retain his seat. And he did it. Jeremy Hunt, re-elected in the seat of Godalming and Ash. And this is what he said after the result was announced.
After a gruelling campaign, I want to thank the people of Godalming and Ash for putting their trust in me. I won't let you down. I also want to thank my extraordinary supporters. I have been truly humbled by the amazing work we have done together under Adam's leadership. Thank you for keeping the faith when nearly every national opinion poll said we'd lost. But across the country tonight is a bitter pill to swallow for the Conservative Party. We have achieved much in government and the economy is transformed from where it was post-pandemic. Some Conservatives will wonder whether the scale of our crushing defeat is really justified. But when you lose the trust of the electorate, all that matters is having the courage and humility to ask yourself why.
Jeremy Hunt there saying something rather interesting there, Henry, to his party, I think, saying, you listen to why the electorate rejected you.
And I'm sure that would have been a very similar speech to the one he'd have given if he'd have lost. But it has all the more power and significance because he will be a member and a senior member of a much diminished, in simple mathematical terms, Conservative parliamentary party.
And I think very interestingly, there's going to be a clash ahead because the majority, I think, of the parliamentary party are going to be quite like Jeremy Hunt. The party in the country are going to be much more like Reform. And that tension, how it plays out.
Before we play, it's a fascinating thing, isn't it, that the MPs left are not the MPs, as it were. It's a slightly crude description.
Not like 97.
Right.
No.
It's rather different. But before we talk about that, we need to go to Leicester South, where one of the human dramas we've been talking about is that Jonathan Ashworth, a man who had prepared and done lots of the preparation for Labour being in government, a very close ally of Keir Starmer, lost his seat in Leicester South to an independent candidate. Tim Parker can tell us more, our correspondent, about that story and why it happened, Tim.
Yes, good morning. I mean, Leicester's delivered quite some interesting results in its 3 constituencies tonight, but Leicester South, as you quite rightly say, the seat of Jonathan Ashworth, one of the most prominent Labour MPs in recent years, he lost his seat to the independent Shaukat Adam. Now, this is a chap who, as I drove into Radio Leicester studios last night, had his people outside polling stations that I drove past campaigning for him. There were posters, there were vans driving around with his name plastered across them all across Leicester South, and it worked. Clearly, his army of volunteers, of supporters, got the voters out, and they have made a bit of political history here in Leicester South tonight, haven't they? Why? I know you're going to ask me that, so I'm going to tell you. It's because, and I think certainly in his acceptance speech, he talked about the situation in Gaza. He said this is for Gaza in his acceptance speech at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where the counts were tonight. Basically, for many in Leicester South, an area with a large Muslim population, they felt deeply let down by Labour, whether they were right to or not, considering what had actually happened in Parliament. You all know all the shenanigans about the motions being passed, the politics in Westminster that confused the issue about who was voting for what and whether actually Labour was supporting a motion calling for a ceasefire in that area. They did eventually do that. But what was caught by people in Leicester South was that their local MP, John Ashworth, had at one point abstained on a vote.
And therefore he has been punished. Tim Parker in Leicester South, thank you very much indeed.
A couple of your messages, and I have to say the analysis from our listeners, of course, absolutely, well, spot on in terms of reflecting a lot of people, the mood amongst voters. Dips in Oxford says this: in 97 I felt elation. Today I feel relief. The Tories are now not leading us. This winning Labour government is Tory light. Will hopefully grow in confidence with radical policies over the next 5 years. More worrying is the rise of reform, which terrifies me. And the low turnout is worrying. Labour must radically retune our trust in politics and politicians. And this one here, election 24, I decided to keep my vote in my pocket, says Pete and Paul, and use the next 4 or 5 years to monitor the performance of the incoming party and its competitors. And the next election, I will give my vote to the party who has stuck to their promises, offers the best policy, hope for a brighter future. At that time, I'm taking the long-term view. We're not thinking about 5 years yet. We just get through this one first.
Henry, just pause 2 seconds. Let's see the latest on Liz Truss, if we could. Ros Atkins is in King's Lynn. Do we know yet the fate of Liz Truss, Ros?
Hi, Nick. We don't. We are waiting. This is a leisure centre hall which is now very much split into two. On one half was the count for North West Norfolk. The exit poll initially from the BBC projected a 66% chance of that going to Labour, but it didn't. The Tories held it. They had a majority of over 20,000. It was cut down to 5,000, but in the words of one Tory member who I spoke to, they're relieved. They held on to that one. Now all attention is turning to the other half of the sports hall because the count is approaching its end. We're speaking to people from the different parties. Labour has told us they're feeling confident of defeating Liz Truss, but I just spoke to one person within the Labour team who said they think it's a three-way split. Other parties are saying we think it could be just between Reform and Labour. And the Tories have told us it's very close. So whoever we ask, no one is sure. We're expecting in the next few minutes that we will find out which way this has gone. But there is tension in the air because we do not know, despite the fact that Liz Truss was Prime Minister less than 2 years ago, despite the fact she's defending an enormous majority, well over 20,000, we don't know if she's going to hold on to a seat.
Ros, stay in touch. Yes, Henry.
We've been speaking all night about the Greens doubling their number of seats from 1 to 2. They've quadrupled their number of seats. They've won a third and a fourth. That's assuming they keep Brighton Pavilion, the one they had going into tonight. Now, interestingly, they hold Brighton Pavilion, that's a city. They've won Bristol Central from Labour, but they've now won 2 seats from the Conservatives. Very different kind of seat. Waveney Valley and also...
Which is Suffolk
and North Herefordshire. Those are very significant gains because it suggests the Greens can win in other kinds of seats, other parts of the country. Also, we've spent a lot of our energy on reform. Looks like the Greens will have the same number of seats. Looks like pro-Gaza independents will have the same number of seats.
Well, that's interesting. Well, they're both interesting, forgive me. But Adrian Ramsey will be the new MP for Waveney Valley, and he's the co-leader. So Carla Denyer in Bristol, as it were, one wing of the Greens, urban, young, angry about Gaza. And Adrian Ramsey representing a completely different thing, rural, concerned about sewage. Quite interesting to see the two sides of that reflected. But 4 Gaza candidates, as it were. Take us through that.
So, Batley and Dewsbury, where they won by an extraordinary distance. Blackburn, Leicester South, which was just simply not on anyone's radar. Perhaps a little more complicated there, but as I understand it, that was still the main issue that the candidate who's won was campaigning on. And then I might have been using a bit of mathematical licence with the fourth, but people in Birmingham are still not responding to my texts. Jeremy Corbyn, you can make an argument, is, in effect, he said earlier today in a tweet, Palestine is on the ballot. So 4 independents who could easily end up caucusing together, to use an American.
But so we don't automatically think large Muslim population, quite rightly, Aisha was... pulling me up on this, large Muslim population equals a particular result. Bradford West, Naz Shah re-elected for Labour. And
on a much reduced
highest Muslim population constituency in the UK, although she won by just over 700.
Can I very quickly jump in? Because earlier I said the Tories had gone to 4th in Mid-Sussex. The figures on the screen were wrong. They didn't go to... But they did lose it. We talked a lot, actually, tonight about some of the sort of shocking results. Again, in terms of the big picture, if you look at the top 190 Conservative defences, so the sort of ones in descending order of safeness, the Tories have held just 6 of those. I mean, there's others still to declare. But, there's and most of those have gone to Labour. So there's this big picture. You start with small Tory majorities, they've gone. And you keep going, almost down to 200.
Phil, in terms of all your experience covering these elections, how does this compare? I'm just thinking of the kind of complexity of the picture and the proliferation of different issues at stake and battles going on.
I think, obviously it depends how you measure these things, but I think it is much more complicated, for example, than 1997. So you had subplots there as well, but I think you have bigger, more important subplots. When Tony Blair won his majority, he didn't lose shadow cabinet ministers. It just didn't happen. They didn't lose a single seat. You had some regional variations, you had some local factors, but nothing on the scale that you've got at the moment. And it's because of a fragmentation of the party, in general, fragmentation of the party system over the last couple of decades.
And Stephen Bush, as a journalist then, how do you sum up that story? What do you tell your readers?
I think what it says then the big picture story of British politics since the two things, the financial crisis and the Liberal Democrat Conservative coalition, those were both huge shocks to the British party system. And that has made us much more volatile, much more willing to, and we are still living with those two aftershocks. That is one reason why Labour is not inspiring. We have low growth. So unlike in 1997, where they were basically saying, we'll keep John Major's economic model, but we'll spend a bit more, where they have to scrabble around for these expediencies. But also, voters are just willing to go elsewhere. People in Bury St Edmunds voted for the Labour Party. At time of writing, time of speaking, you can tell them I'm thinking about what's going to be in my newsletter tomorrow already. Bethnal Green and Stepney still hasn't declared one of the safest Labour seats.
It actually just has, and Labour have held it by 1,689 votes, so a far smaller majority with an independent in that very narrow second place.
Right, this volatility, right? I think some people went into this election thinking there was a possibility we might see a Canada 1993 style result where the Conservatives went from government to just 2 seats. But actually, the big picture story of this election is the United Kingdom has gone from being a fairly stable place to a place a lot like Canada, where they have these incredibly volatile elections, where the Liberals go from third to government, from government to near destruction. And I think that is the big picture story of British politics now. Then this very big majority, which could reshape British politics, but it could easily vanish like airy nothing in 5 years.
Very interesting, yeah.
It's a revulsion election, isn't it? It seems to be that people have turned against the Conservatives, revolted by their behaviour and failure to deliver in large numbers, but that can be overcome. If you're revolted by what's happening in Gaza, you can vote. There are people voting with rage and with anger, it seems to me, explain many of these different trends that we're seeing, whether it's for the Greens or for reform.
Or people just not voting at all. That's the other story about turnout.
Now, there's another important part of this election that we talked about many, many hours ago, but it really is important for us to catch up with. Andrea Catherwood is at the Titanic Centre in Belfast. The Northern Irish election. Tell us about that, Andrea.
Well, I'm just listening to you, Nick, talking about people voting in anger. We may well see a real example of that in North Antrim, because what it appears to be is that the safest seat of the DUP in the whole of Northern Ireland might be lost tonight. It's Ian Paisley's seat, and the last time anyone but a Paisley was MP for North Antrim, Richard Nixon was president. We are hearing that 12,000 majority has been overturned not by nationalists, not by Sinn Féin, but by the TUV, the traditional unionist voice. Now, this is a huge surprise. The TUV is a party that has got an electoral pact with Reform UK, and Jim Allister of the TUV is a more hardline unionist than the DUP. He's running under the banner TUV No Sea Border. They are very angry at the Brexit that has been visited on Northern Ireland. They feel that the DUP accepted a Brexit that allowed Northern Ireland to be separated from the rest of the United Kingdom. And of course, as unionists, that's a total anathema to them. That is an angry vote in North Antrim. We don't have complete confirmation of it. Paisley has asked for a bundle recount, but it's looking very likely. And that would be a huge upset for the Democratic Unionist Party on a night where they have lost other seats. And it looks very likely that Sinn Féin, the Nationalist Party, will be the largest single party in Westminster. A lot's been going on here while you've been looking at other things, Nick.
Yeah, but yet again, Sinn Féin making progress.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were looking at Fermanagh and South Tyrone, that seat that Pat Cullen, who was the General Secretary of the Nurses Union, she had quite a presence across the UK when she took the nurses out on strike. And, that was such a close-run seat in the past. 57 votes separated it last time. Sinn Féin won there by almost 4,000 votes, and actually Sinn Féin have kind of done well across the piece. Places like North Belfast, where they won by a small majority last time, now they're looking really comfortable.
Andrea,
so yes, Sinn Féin have done well. They'll still only hold seven seats.
I wasn't trying to shut you up, actually. I was going to ask you something completely unreasonable at 5:45. A huge question with a short answer, please. As Scotland looks less and less likely to produce a constitutional crisis in the UK as the SNP fall back, Sinn Féin is on the march north and south of the border. Do you think it's much more likely we'll be talking about a united Ireland and a referendum on that than we'll be talking about Scottish independence in the next 5-10 years?
Yeah, the constitutional question has moved to Ireland, that is for sure. Now, I will say that I think there was an idea in the past that a Labour government, certainly Labour leaders from before, were maybe the people who would have been more interested in a united Ireland. Actually, Keir Starmer says that's not even on the horizon. So Sinn Féin will now be trying to change his mind.
Andrea Catherwood in Belfast, thank you very much.
And actually, it's worth saying Sinn Féin's vote in the Republic of Ireland has been slipping, so it doesn't follow quite the same trajectory as it has in Northern Ireland. Right, we've been bringing you some seismic results through the night, and the one that you described as the Portillo moment of the night, former Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg losing his seat in North East Somerset. So we thought we'd just bring you a very short clip of what he said at the end. After thanking his team and congratulating his opponent, he ended with this.
One final thought from Caractacus Potts, and that is, from the ashes of disaster grow the roses of success. So thank you very much to everybody, and good night.
Good night to Jacob Rees-Mogg, Member of Parliament. But as he made clear when he appeared on this programme, when I think he had a sense of what his result would be, he's going to be a broadcaster now. We're going to be hearing just as much of him, if that is you choose to watch GB News. Now, we need to turn to one of the successes of the night. And the successes of the night, as we've just been hearing, are one of the successes of the Green Party and one of the unexpected successes for the Green Party, not in his list of 4 target seats, I think I'm right in saying, is North Herefordshire. Ellie Chowens is the new Green MP, joins us now. Many, many congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How much of a surprise was that?
Well, it wasn't completely a surprise because I was one of the 4 target constituencies for the Green Party. So we've been working incredibly hard in this constituency to win it. So we're absolutely over the moon that all of that hard work by literally hundreds of volunteers has paid off tonight.
We've been noting the Green Party is having success in 2 very different types of areas. Inner city areas, young populations, as with your co-leader Carla Denyer, who succeeded in Bristol Central, and then for you in North Herefordshire, or Adrian Ramsey, your co-leader in Waveney Valley in Suffolk. It is rather different, the areas you're making progress in.
You're absolutely right, and I think what this shows is that Greens really can win votes from all across the political spectrum. You know, as you've pointed out, in traditionally Labour-facing areas, we've been very successful with Carla's fantastic vote share there in Bristol, and of course for myself and Adrian in areas that have historically been very Conservative. North Herefordshire hasn't elected a non-Conservative since 1906, so, you know, we have been demonstrating tonight that people across the political spectrum are turning voting to the Greens because they know that we offer real hope for real change, and that's why they're voting Green in this election and why they've been electing us, more and more at local council level as well.
Well, congratulations once again, Ellie Chowns, who has just won the seat for the Greens in North Herefordshire. And we are still waiting for news from Brighton Pavilion, I think, to see whether they've held on to their seat. It was their only seat there in Brighton Pavilion in the last Parliament. We have to say goodbye to Tim Montgomery, which is always a sad moment. Thank you so much for being here with us. Right through the kind of darkest moments of the morning as we're coming through now to, what was it he called it, Keir Starmer? The sunlight of hope was his speech. You didn't much like it, did you? I didn't much like that, no. But I'm going to echo something that Stephen Bush said a few minutes ago about the change that we're seeing. I think we're beginning, when the historians look back at this election, I think as much as remembering the huge Labour majority, they might begin to say that was when the British two-party system really did crack up in a big way. And I think one other observation we must make is we're often parochial, but let's not forget that what's happening in France at the moment, what's happening in America, the AfD surging in Germany. The context of all of this is a Western democratic crisis. People are turning away from mainstream parties all over the world. And if we don't begin to understand that is happening, my party, the Conservative Party, is definitely messed up badly. But it's that global context of mainstream parties failing, being rejected by populist parties that keep coming back despite the fact that we think the populist wave is receding. That global context could be more important. Thanks for leaving us on a high, Tim. I just wanted to kill that sunlight of hope thoughts. And you've done that perfectly. Lovely to have you with us over the last hour or so. Thank you very much, Tim Montgomery from Conservative Home. We're going to do a quick update on where we stand with seats at the moment. So 569 in total declared, 81 still to declare. If you're just waking up this morning, I can tell you that Labour have won 385 seats. The Conservatives are currently on 92, the Lib Dems on 55, Reform have 4. It says here the Greens have 2, but they definitely have 3, I think, don't they, Henry Zeffman?
That's right. They have Bristol Central, again from Labour. They have North Herefordshire, again from the Conservatives. And they have, I have now forgotten the other Green seat, Waveney Valley, Adrian Ramsey, the co-leader. So both co-leaders of the Green Party, Carla Denyer and Adrian Ramsey, and then Ellie Chowns is the victorious Green candidate in North Herefordshire. Yeah, good work. All our brains are slightly beginning to slow down. Let's check in with Paddy O'Connell, who's in Essex. And Paddy, you've got a former Home Secretary's count there.
Yes, I'm looking down at the head of James Cleverly. He's going to hold this seat of Braintree. And over there, about 10 yards in the other direction, is Dame Priti Patel, who's also going to hold her seat of Witham. Their body language tells it, the exit polls told it. And really, for leader of the Conservative Party now, the only way is Essex, Rachel, because you've got Kemi Badenoch here in Essex, Priti Patel in Essex, and James Cleverly in Essex. Surely one of those is in with a very big chance.
Right, and when are we going to get those results confirmed, Paddy? Any idea?
Yes, I would say within 30 minutes. There's a last final countings going on, and I can see pretty much they're packing up. But you won't get it from us for at least 30 minutes. OK, great stuff. Thank you, Paddy. So he'll be back on the BBC somewhere to tell you what happens there. I should say, if you're just waking up this morning and desperate to know what's happened in your own constituency, probably worth looking at the BBC News website on the live results page there. You'll be able to scroll down and find out 78 constituencies still to declare. Now, at this moment, I have to leave you, Nick, and thank you. It's been a pleasure and a privilege for sitting next to you right through the evening for this programme. A couple of messages we've had in from appreciative listeners, and it's been brilliant as well having your company through the night, wherever you've been listening to us. This one here, have watched the iPlayer stream of 4 and 5 Live all night. Been great. Thank you to Rachel and Nick. Enjoying ticking off the candidates on my seat chart. And another one here, someone who drove through the night listening to us, driving back,
covering the Penrith and Solway seat count in Workington on a quiet A66 through the North Lake District while listening to you both on Radio 4 and 5 Live. Spot on. So thanks for keeping us company.
It has been a joy. Now, but lest you think, if you're a Radio 4 listener normally, that Rachel's just off for a rest, put her feet up. She's going to go and host the Radio 5 Live breakfast.
I've got to run to a studio just over there, and I've got to clear my seat for Michelle Hussein.
Who's just walked in the studio and will be joining me to present the Today programme. But we have just a few minutes left on this election 2024 programme to sum up what is a momentous night. Phil Cowley, let's begin this sum up with where we began the night when we got the exit poll. Only 3 times in your and my lifetime have we seen the party of government change in the way that we have witnessed tonight. It's a big moment.
Well, actually, only once in the entire post-war era have we seen what we've seen tonight, from a stable majority to a stable majority. I mean, a quite remarkable event. It's an unenthusiastic landslide, though. It's been achieved on a record low share of the vote, almost certainly, and on a low turnout. And it's primarily been driven by a catastrophic collapse in the Conservative vote, down to worse than in 1906, and made worse by multiple subplots all over the place. And in particular, the rise of Reform, not getting many seats, but taking an awful lot of votes off the Conservative Party. The Lib Dems up to their best results since the 1920s, almost certainly. And the collapse of the SNP in Scotland.
And when you talk about a low turnout landslide, for people who are just waking up, who are just listening to this, I think, well, how can that be? How can we have a landslide, but with a very low vote share? Just give us a sense. The vote share, we don't have the final one, of course, because
it's going to be about, Labour will have got about 36% of the vote. And they will, which is roughly what Tony Blair got, and without getting a landslide in 2005. It's lower than prime ministers have got since then. That then was the lowest share of the vote for a single party majority ever, and I think that's been repeated tonight. But generating a landslide of way almost on a Tony Blair proportions.
Stephen Bush of the FT still with us. He's got a column to write. He's got a newsletter to write. Is that the way you would sum it up?
Yeah, I think the one thing I would add is that looking at what's happening in France right now and looking at this result where you have a party to the right of the Conservatives, parties and independents to the left of the Conservatives, this does look a little bit like almost the prequel to what we're seeing in France. And that could be what we see here in the United Kingdom in 2029.
A prequel, meaning that what we've seen of the split on the right in France, the decimation of the traditional right and the replacement by, call it what you will, populist, far, hard, whatever you want to call it, could happen here.
Yeah, and of course the rise of the populist left as well.
Now, why? Because people might say, well, hold on, the Tories have done very badly, but they're still way ahead of Reform in terms of number of MPs.
Well, I think people have clearly felt let down by the Conservatives. They've turned in a huge but deeply unenthusiastic way to the Labour Party. If after 5 years the Labour Party has failed, are they going to turn back towards the people who've crashed the car? Or are they going to look to the fringes and the extremes? And I think it was quite likely they'll look to the fringes.
Henry, when we talk of the people who've crashed the car, in inverted commas, many of them have paid the price with their seats tonight.
34 government ministers have lost their seats. That's the most in modern parliamentary history. And there's still some to come. In fact, there's lots of interesting stuff still to come. We've got potential future Tory leadership candidates, the Home Secretaries, Braintree and Witham, James Cleverly and Priti Patel, still to declare. Got another potential Labour shadow cabinet minister being defeated by a pro-Gaza independent. Let's see, Shabana Mahmood in Birmingham Ladywood. And bear in mind, we've had extraordinary volatility over the past 14 years of Conservative government. 5 prime ministers. First, David Cameron. Well, the seat he represented, Witney, has gone Lib Dem. Next, Theresa May, Maidenhead. That's still to come, but I think that may well go Lib Dem. After that, Boris Johnson, Uxbridge. I think that may well go Labour. And then, the only one still standing, Liz Truss. She's a candidate in South West Norfolk, but people think she may well lose.
Henry Zeffman, Chief Political Correspondent, thank you for being with us throughout the night. Professor Philip Cowley, thank you for being with us. Stephen Bush, thank you for being with us for much of the night. Now, we're going to carry on here on Radio 4 with the Today programme. Michelle Hussein and me for the next 3 hours, and then beyond that through till 12 o'clock and beyond that to The World at 1. You have been listening to a dramatic night here, a result the like of which we have not seen for many, many years. It is a moment that Keir Starmer said represented the sunlight of hope. He said that people should relish that hope, but he warned of tough moments ahead. A lot is changing in Britain today. A lot is still very uncertain. Thank you for listening on Radio 4 and Radio 5 Live to this Election 2024 special. Our studio managers were Nikki Bruff and Pete Wise, the producers Matthew Bone and Sophie Bautman, the editors Rosie Seed and Graham Macmillan. Today and 5 Live Breakfast continue in just a few moments.